Hey there, my awesome listeners. Welcome back to another epic werewolf shifter romance fantasy novel. This time, we're diving into a werewolf shifter romance packed with passion, secrets, and just the right amount of fantastic drama. I'm your host, as always, and I'm so pumped to see our little pack growing bigger every day. Big shout out to my loyal crew in the UK, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, Belgium, and the US. You've been with me from the start. And now a warm welcome to our new pack members tuning in from South Africa, Spain, Sweden, Argentina, Ireland, Costa Rica, Trinidad, and the Czech Republic. Seriously, it's so cool to have you all here with us. You guys keep this going. Your support means everything, like finding that one perfect scent trail in the woods. I'm beyond grateful for every single one of you jumping into these stories with me. So, let's get to it. This tale's got steamy romance, shifter magic, and twists that'll keep you howling for more. Grab a cozy spot, maybe a mug of something warm, or hey, a late night snack if you're drifting off with my voice in your ears. And let's sink our teeth into this adventure. The moon's up, the pack's ready, and the romance is about to heat up. If you are new to our channel, we invite you to subscribe and turn on the notification bell to stay updated with our daily releases of captivating werewolf romance stories. And if you enjoy our content, don't forget to leave a like to show your support. For our loyal listeners, welcome back. Excited to have you here again. Shall we begin? Chapter 1: The Hidden Witch. Dawn broke over Silver Moonpack territory, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold. Megan Knight moved quietly through the forest, her voluptuous figure navigating between ancient oaks with surprising grace. The morning dew dampened the hem of her skirt as she carefully picked her way through the underbrush, basket in hand. Her curves, so different from the typical lean, athletic build of female werewolves, made her stand out as an outsider even when the pack couldn't see her. She'd grown accustomed to the whispers, the sidelong glances. In a community where females prided themselves on being sleek and nimble hunters, Megan's generous hips and full bosom marked her as different, as other. She paused beside a fallen log, spotting the rare moonflower she'd been searching for. Its silver blue petals had not yet closed against the morning light. Glancing over her shoulder to ensure she was alone, Megan reached out with gentle fingers. A subtle purple glow emanated from her fingertips as she touched the stem. "Just a little," she whispered, feeling the familiar warmth of magic flow through her. The plant bent slightly toward her touch, releasing one perfect bloom while the roots strengthened beneath the soil. A small smile touched her lips as she placed the flower in her basket. She'd just harvested what she needed while ensuring the plant would flourish. A small display of the witch powers she kept hidden from the pack that had grudgingly accepted her. The sun climbed higher as Megan made her way back to the settlement. She quickened her pace, knowing Elder Matilda would be waiting. The healer's hut stood slightly apart from the other pack buildings, marked by bundles of dried herbs hanging from the eaves. "You're late," Matilda called out as Megan entered. The elderly wolf didn't look up from the mortar where she was grinding a pungent mixture. "I found moonflower," Megan offered, setting down her basket on the worn wooden table. Matilda's gnarled fingers paused. "Did you now? That's rare this time of year." Her sharp eyes, still keen despite her age, studied Megan's face. "You have your ways, don't you, girl?" Megan lowered her gaze. Matilda had never directly accused her of being a witch, but the old healer missed little. "Just luck," she murmured. Matilda pushed a stack of bandages toward her. "Prepare these with the yarrow infusion. We've had reports of border skirmishes. Might be needing them." Megan set to work at her own table, carefully measuring the golden liquid into a shallow bowl. As she soaked the bandages, she let the smallest tendril of magic flow into the mixture, enhancing its healing properties. The liquid shimmered momentarily before settling back to its normal appearance. The door to the hut swung open and two female wolves entered. Tanya and Lena, both patrol warriors with the lean, athletic builds typical of werewolf females. Tanya's eyes swept over Megan, her lips curling slightly. "Looks like someone's been enjoying the winter stores a bit too much," she whispered to Lena, loud enough for Megan to hear. Lena snickered, sliding onto a bench. "I don't understand how humans are built so differently," she replied, emphasizing the word with obvious disdain. Megan kept her head down. focusing on the bandages beneath her fingers. Their barbs were familiar, predictable even. She could handle their petty cruelty. What they couldn't know was that her different body housed power they couldn't imagine. Matilda shot the females a quelling look. "If you've nothing better to do than gossip, I can find you work." Tanya straightened, her expression sobering. "We came to let you know the North Patrol is returning with injuries. There was trouble at the border with the Red Claw Pack." As if summoned by her words, a commotion erupted outside. Voices called for the healer, urgent and strained. Matilda moved with surprising speed toward the door, Megan already gathering the freshly prepared bandages. The door burst open with such force it slammed against the wall. Alpha Marvin Nash filled the doorway, his imposing 6'3" frame seeming even larger as he carried a limp pack member in his arms. Dark skin gleaming with sweat from the run, his penetrating eyes flashed gold with barely contained fury. "Rogue wolves," he growled, his deep voice resonating through the small space. "Caught Scott near the western ridge." The room transformed instantly. Tanya and Lena cleared the examination table while Matilda began barking orders. Megan stood frozen for just a moment, struck by the raw power emanating from the Alpha. She'd seen Marvin before, of course. It was impossible to miss him, but rarely this close, rarely in his element, commanding and fierce. His gaze swept the room, assessing everything in seconds. Though he didn't openly stare at Megan's curves, she noticed his eyes linger for a heartbeat before dismissing her as just another pack member. There was no recognition in that look, no real acknowledgement of her existence beyond her function in the room. "What have we got?" Matilda demanded, already cutting away the injured wolf's shredded shirt. "Multiple lacerations, possible broken ribs," Marvin reported, stepping back to give the healer space. "They ambushed him. Cowards." The wounds were deep. 4 parallel gashes across the man's torso that spoke of claws rather than teeth. Megan moved forward with clean water and cloths, her hands steady despite the gruesome sight. As she leaned over to clean the blood away, she felt eyes on her. Marvin stood across the table, his gaze now focused intently on her hands as she worked. When she glanced up, their eyes locked and something flickered in his expression. Suspicion. Wariness. As though he sensed something different about her, Megan looked away quickly, heart hammering in her chest. She'd been careful, so careful. Had she let some magic slip without realizing? "Megan, more bandages," Matilda ordered, breaking the moment. As she turned to retrieve them, the door opened again. Evan Mitchell, the pack's future beta, stepped inside. Tall and broad-shouldered like most dominant wolves, but with a gentleness to his features that Marvin lacked. Where the Alpha was all sharp edges and intimidation, Evan carried his strength with an easy confidence. The birthmark on Megan's inner wrist, a small crescent moon that all wolves bore somewhere on their body, marking them for their fated mates, suddenly tingled. The sensation startled her so much she nearly dropped the bandages. It had never reacted before, not to anyone in the pack. When she returned to the table, Evan had moved to stand opposite her, helping hold the injured wolf still as Matilda worked. Their hands occasionally brushed as they passed supplies back and forth, and each accidental touch sent electricity through Megan's body, her birthmark warming beneath her sleeve. Unlike other pack members, Evan's eyes didn't skim over her with dismissal or contempt. Instead, they lingered, appreciative and warm. When she bent forward to clean a particularly deep wound, she felt his gaze take in her figure, not with the typical judgment, but with genuine admiration. "You have healing hands," he murmured, when Matilda stepped away to mix a poultice, his voice low enough that only Megan could hear. His fingers deliberately brushed against hers as she passed him a clean cloth. The simple touch sent a wave of warmth through her body that had nothing to do with magic, and everything to do with the way his eyes darkened when they met hers. From across the room, Marvin observed their interaction, his expression unreadable but intense. A muscle twitched in his jaw, and he abruptly turned away to consult with another pack member at the door. "We need more yarrow," Matilda announced. "And the feverfew tincture. Evan, help me find it in the storeroom." As they disappeared into the adjoining room, Megan found herself alone with the patient. His breathing had grown shallow, his skin taking on a grayish pallor that frightened her. The wounds weren't closing properly, despite Matilda's expert care. Megan glanced toward the storeroom, then at the door where Marvin had been standing. Finding herself momentarily unobserved, she made a split-second decision. Placing her hands over the worst of the wounds, she closed her eyes and summoned her power. The familiar warmth spread from her core down her arms and into her fingertips. A soft purple glow emanated from beneath her palms as she pushed healing energy into the torn flesh. "Mend," she whispered, feeling the tissue respond, knitting together at her command. The wound sealed unnaturally fast beneath her glowing fingertips, leaving behind a thin pink line where moments before there had been a gaping tear. Relief flooded through her as the man's color improved instantly, his breathing deepening. In her concentration, she didn't notice the shadow that fell across the table until it was too late. Marvin stood in the doorway, his eyes narrowed at the confirmation of his suspicions. For a moment, his gaze traveled the length of her body, taking in her generous curves with an expression that shifted from judgment to something more primal before he controlled it. When she looked up and saw him, her power snapped back inside her like a rubber band. The air between them crackled with tension as they stared at each other, predator and prey, alpha and witch. Before either could speak, Matilda and Evan returned, breaking the charged silence. Marvin stepped back, his face once again an impassive mask, but his eyes never left Megan. "He's stabilized," Matilda noted with surprise, examining the wounds that now appeared days rather than minutes old. Her shrewd gaze darted to Megan's face, a question in her eyes that remained unasked. "I'll check the perimeter," Marvin announced abruptly. "Evan, you'll take evening patrol." His eyes fixed on Megan one last time, a clear message in them. This isn't over. Then he was gone, the door swinging closed behind him. Hours later, exhausted from the day's events, Megan finally returned to her isolated cottage on the Pack periphery. The small house stood alone at the forest's edge, far enough from the main settlement to offer privacy, but close enough to maintain the pretense of Pack belonging. Inside, she leaned against the door with a heavy sigh before removing her constraining clothes with relief. She slipped into a comfortable dress that embraced rather than hid her curves, feeling her body relax as she shed the day's tension along with her restrictive clothing. A worn rug in the center of her main room concealed the trapdoor to her secret workspace. Descending the narrow stairs to the small basement room, Megan lit candles with a wave of her hand, the flames springing to life at her silent command. Here, in this hidden space, she could be herself. Shelves lined the walls, filled with herbs, crystals, and ancient books passed down through generations of night witches. Her mother's grimoire lay open on a small table, the pages filled with spells and wisdom from ancestors long gone. Megan traced her fingers over the writings, performing small spells that brought comfort, enchanting a blanket for deeper sleep, infusing tea with calm, simple magics that harmed no one but made life a little more bearable. Later, as she prepared for bed, she caught her reflection in the small mirror above her wash basin. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating her figure. She traced the outline of her ample hips and full breasts with resignation, knowing her body was yet another reason the lean, athletic werewolves considered her an outsider. What would it be like, she wondered, to be accepted, to be wanted? Evan's appreciative gaze returned to her mind, warming her from within. And then, unbidden, Marvin's intense stare followed, not appreciative like Evan's, but seeing her, truly seeing her for perhaps the first time. A wolf's howl pierced the night, deep and commanding. Marvin, running border patrol. The sound raised goosebumps along her arms. She extinguished her candles with another wave, darkening the basement before climbing back to the main floor. Pulling the curtains closed, she moved to her bedroom, unaware that outside, a large black wolf circled her home, tracking the scent of her power with unrelenting focus. Marvin Nash had discovered her secret, and an alpha never let go of a mystery until he had uncovered every last detail. Megan slipped between cool sheets, her birthmark still tingling with the memory of Evan's touch, while outside, golden eyes watched her window until the light went out. Chapter 2. Unexpected Courtship. The full moon cast a silvery glow over the clearing where the monthly pack gathering was in full swing. Bonfires blazed, sending sparks spiraling toward the star-studded sky, while tables laden with food formed a half circle around the central flames. The air vibrated with laughter, conversation, and the occasional playful growl as pack members celebrated another month of prosperity. Megan remained on the outskirts, refilling platters and making herself useful without ever truly participating. Her flowing emerald dress embraced her curves, instead of hiding them, the fabric swirling around her generous hips whenever she moved. She'd stopped trying to disguise her figure long ago. No amount of baggy clothing could ever make her appear as lean and athletic as the other female wolves. "More venison?" she offered, approaching a table of younger pack members who fell silent at her approach. They accepted with murmured thanks, but as she turned away, their whispers followed her like persistent shadows. "That's the thick witch," one female muttered, not bothering to lower her voice. "The healer's assistant who lives alone on the edge of territory. How does someone with her heavy build even keep up during pack runs?" Another wondered aloud. Megan kept her expression neutral as she moved back to the food table, pretending she hadn't heard. Their words stung, but they were nothing new. She'd grown accustomed to being the outsider, the one who never quite fit, physically or otherwise. From across the bonfire, Evan watched her with undisguised interest. Unlike the others, his gaze held no judgment as it traveled over her curves, only appreciation and something warmer that made her pulse quicken. When their eyes met, he didn't look away. Instead, he smiled, a slow curve of his lips that seemed meant only for her. At the far end of the clearing, Alpha Marvin stood on a raised wooden platform, deep in conversation with the pack elders. Even relaxed, he emanated power and authority, his broad shoulders and commanding presence drawing the eye. Megan noticed how female wolves, even those paired, occasionally glanced his way, drawn to his dominance like moths to flame. The alpha straightened, and a hush fell over the gathering as he raised his hand for attention. The flickering firelight cast dramatic shadows across his features, highlighting the sharp planes of his face. "Pack business," he announced, his deep voice carrying effortlessly across the clearing. Megan set down her serving tray and found a spot at the edge of the crowd, half hidden behind a tall oak. She didn't need to be front and center to hear him. Werewolf hearing took care of that, but she preferred not to draw attention to herself during official gatherings. "Our scouts have reported increased activity along our borders," Marvin continued, his expression grave. "Not just from neighboring packs, but something else, something that leaves a scent our trackers can't identify." Murmurs rippled through the assembled wolves. Anything unknown was a potential threat. "Until we determine what we're dealing with, I'm doubling border patrols. All training sessions for younger wolves will now include advanced defensive techniques." His gaze swept the crowd, commanding and reassuring all at once. "We've protected this territory for generations. We will continue to do so." As he spoke, his eyes drifted to where Megan stood, partially concealed by the tree. The intensity of his gaze made her feel exposed, as though he could see straight through to her secrets. She fought the urge to shrink back further into the shadows. The firelight caught the curve of her hip, the fullness of her breast beneath the flowing fabric. She noticed several male wolves turning to stare, their appreciation evident. Before she could react, Marvin's low growl rumbled across the clearing, not directed at her but at them. The males quickly averted their eyes, properly chastised by their alpha. Marvin concluded the meeting with updates on hunting territories and upcoming pack celebrations, but Megan barely heard the words. She was too distracted by his occasional glances in her direction, each one assessing, calculating. What did he know? What did he suspect after seeing her heal that injured wolf? As the formal part of the gathering dissolved back into celebration, Megan slipped away to check on the food tables. She was arranging a platter of fruit when she sensed someone approaching. The subtle scent of pine and something uniquely masculine reached her before she turned. Evan stood just behind her, close enough that she could feel the warmth radiating from his body. Up close, he was even more handsome. Strong jawline softened by kind eyes, his sandy brown hair slightly tousled. "You've been working all evening," he said, his voice a pleasant rumble. "Everyone else is celebrating, but you haven't taken a moment for yourself." Megan shrugged, suddenly self-conscious under his steady gaze. "I'm just helping out. Would you walk with me?" he asked, the directness of the request catching her off guard. "It's a beautiful night. Seems a shame to spend it all serving others." She glanced around, already sensing the attention their conversation was attracting. "I don't think that's a good idea. Why not?" His smile was gentle, but persistent. "Because I'm not," she gestured vaguely at herself, at her curves so different from the other females. "People will talk. People always talk," he replied with a dismissive shrug. "I'm more interested in what you have to say." Before she could formulate another protest, murmurs erupted around them as pack members noticed the future beta speaking with the curvy outsider. Female wolves who had been vying for Evan's attention for months watched with unconcealed dismay as he offered Megan his arm. "Just a walk," he promised, his eyes warm with sincerity. "Under the moon." Something in his expression made refusal impossible. Megan placed her hand hesitantly on his arm, hyper-aware of the contrast between her soft curves and his hard muscle. As they left the clearing, making their way toward the river path, she felt the weight of stares on her back. Most prominent among them was Marvin's. She didn't need to turn around to know the alpha was watching their departure with those calculating eyes, his presence a tangible force even at a distance. Through her peripheral vision, she saw Marvin's fists clench at his sides, his powerful body rigid with some unnamed emotion. His nose flared slightly, and she knew he was catching her scent. Herbs, magic, and something uniquely hers carried on the evening breeze. The river path wound through silver-dappled trees, the sound of rushing water growing louder with each step. Neither spoke until they reached a small clearing where the riverbank widened, creating a natural sitting area on smooth rocks weathered by time and water. "You didn't really want to walk with me," Megan said as they sat, leaving careful space between them. "The future beta doesn't court the pack outsider. That's not how things work." Evan's laugh was warm and genuine. "Is that what you think this is? A momentary rebellion against pack expectations?" She raised an eyebrow. "Isn't it?" Megan, the way he said her name was different, somehow weighted with meaning. "I've been watching you for months, not because you're different, but because you're fascinating. The way you move through the pack but never truly join it. The way you help without seeking recognition." The moonlight silvered his features, highlighting the sincerity in his expression. She looked away, uncomfortable with his praise. "They don't understand why you're drawn to me," she said softly. "I'm not built like a proper wolf. The females here are all lean and athletic. She gestured at her generous curves. "They don't see your beauty," he replied, his voice dropping lower as he moved slightly closer. His hand reached out, fingers boldly tracing the curve of her hip through the fabric of her dress. The touch sent warmth spiraling through her body. "No," he agreed when she didn't pull away. "You're not built like them. You're built like a goddess." His words loosened something inside her, a knot of insecurity that had been tightening for years. When she shivered in the night air, from his words or the breeze, she wasn't sure. He moved closer, his arm slipping around her waist. "Cold?" he asked, though they both knew werewolves rarely felt the chill. She shook her head, but didn't pull away. His warmth seeped into her, more comforting than she wanted to admit. "I've never fit in here," she confessed, the words escaping before she could reconsider. "They tolerate me because Matilda vouched for me, but I'll never be truly one of them." His fingers found her chin, gently turning her face toward his. "Maybe that's what drew me to you. I've never quite fit in either, despite appearances." "You?" She couldn't hide her disbelief. "The future beta?" "A position I never asked for," he admitted. "One that comes with expectations I'm not sure I want to fulfill." The confession hung between them, honest and unexpected. In his eyes, Megan saw something she recognized, the weight of hiding one's true self. Without thinking, she leaned closer. Evan hesitated, his gaze dropping to her lips before meeting her eyes again, seeking permission. When she didn't pull away, he closed the distance between them, brushing his lips against hers in a kiss so gentle it was barely more than a whisper. The moment their lips touched, her birthmark pulsed warmly beneath her sleeve. Something clicked into place inside her, like the final tumbler of a lock falling open. When he started to pull back, she followed instinctively, deepening the kiss. His strong hands settled on her waist, appreciating the softness there as he pulled her closer. There was no hesitation in his touch, no reluctance as his palms slid over the curve of her hips. Instead, his fingers tightened, as if her generous curves were exactly what he'd been seeking. "I've wanted to do that since the first time I saw you," he murmured against her lips when they finally parted. Hidden in the trees nearby, a twig snapped. Megan tensed, pulling back as her eyes searched the darkness. For a moment, she thought she glimpsed a pair of golden eyes watching from the shadows, but they disappeared so quickly she couldn't be certain. In the distance, a low growl rumbled, too deep to be anything but an alpha. Marvin's displeasure rolled through the forest like distant thunder. "He doesn't approve," she whispered, suddenly afraid of the consequences their actions might bring. Evan's expression hardened slightly. "My personal life is not subject to alpha approval." But they both knew that wasn't entirely true. In pack hierarchy, everything was subject to alpha scrutiny, especially when it involved his chosen beta. The moment had broken, reality intruding on their brief escape. With reluctance, they made their way back toward the pack grounds, walking close but no longer touching. The weight of responsibility and pack politics settled back around them like a heavy cloak. A week passed, filled with furtive glances whenever Evan visited the healer's hut, and whispers that followed Megan through the pack grounds. If Matilda noticed the change between them, she said nothing, though her sharp eyes missed little. Marvin kept his distance, but Megan often felt his gaze on her when she crossed the clearing or worked with Matilda. He watched her with the focused intensity of a predator who had identified something unusual in his territory, not attacking, but never forgetting its presence either. The morning dawned clear and cool as Megan ventured into the forest to gather herbs. Matilda needed bone set and willow bark for a birthing mother, and the best specimens grew near the ravine that cut through the eastern part of Packland. She worked methodically, her basket slowly filling as the sun climbed higher. The forest was peaceful, birds calling above and small creatures rustling in the underbrush. She was so absorbed in her task that at first she didn't hear the whimper. When the sound came again, small and pained, her head snapped up. Straining her senses, she followed the noise to the edge of the ravine. Peering over, her heart stuttered in her chest. A wolf pup, no more than 6 years old, lay crumpled on a ledge 20 feet below. Blood matted his fur, and even from a distance she could see the unnatural angle of his leg. His eyes were closed, his breathing shallow. "Hold on," she called, already searching for a path down. "I'm coming." The descent was treacherous, loose rocks sliding beneath her feet as she picked her way down the steep incline. Her dress caught on branches, tearing as she hurried toward the injured child. By the time she reached him, her hands were scraped raw, but she barely noticed the pain. The boy's injuries were worse up close. Not just a broken leg, but deep gashes across his torso, and a head wound that worried her most. He'd clearly fallen from the top, bouncing off the jagged walls on his way down. "Can you hear me?" she asked, gently checking his pulse. It fluttered weakly beneath her fingers. His eyelids fluttered, a small moan escaping his lips. "Hurts," he whispered. Megan glanced up at the ravine walls surrounding them. No one was in sight, and the child's condition was deteriorating rapidly. He needed immediate help that her herbs alone couldn't provide. She made her decision in an instant. Placing her hands gently on his chest, Megan closed her eyes and summoned her power. This would require more than the subtle magic she used to enhance healing poultices or speed the closure of minor wounds. This would take everything she had. Purple light bloomed beneath her palms, stronger than ever before, illuminating the ledge with its otherworldly glow. She channeled her power into the broken body, directing it to repair bone, close lacerations, and reduce the swelling in his brain. "Heal," she commanded, pouring more of herself into the spell than she ever had before. "Live," the magic responded, flowing from her core, through her arms, and into the child. She could feel his body knitting back together beneath her touch. Bones realigning, tissue regenerating at an impossible rate. As the last wound closed, leaving only faint pink lines where mortal injuries had been moments before, Megan swayed. The world tilted dangerously, black spots dancing at the edges of her vision. She'd given too much, drained her reserves too deeply. The boy stirred, his eyes opening with clarity that would have been impossible without magical intervention. "What happened?" he asked, sitting up with ease. "You fell," she managed, fighting to stay conscious. "We need to get back up." Looking at the steep climb ahead, Megan knew she'd never make it in her current state. But they couldn't stay on the ledge. Night would fall eventually, and predators roamed the forest after dark. Drawing on her last reserves of strength, she helped the boy to his feet. "Can you climb, if I help you?" He nodded, already looking stronger by the minute. The resilience of werewolves, combined with her healing, was working in their favor. The ascent was agonizing. Each step required tremendous effort, her limbs leaden with magical exhaustion. What she lacked in werewolf agility, she made up for in determination. Her curves, so often a source of mockery, now gave her the stability and strength to continue the slow climb, supporting both herself and the child when loose rocks shifted beneath them. By the time they neared the top, Megan was crawling, her vision tunneling to a narrow focus on the next handhold, the next step. The boy scrambled ahead, reaching the top before her. "Help!" she heard him call. "Someone help!" Her fingers gripped the edge of the ravine, but her arms trembled with fatigue, unable to pull her weight up the final few feet. As darkness crowded the edges of her vision, she felt strong hands grip her wrists, hauling her effortlessly over the edge. "Megan!" Evan's voice penetrated the fog surrounding her. His worried face swam into focus as he cradled her against his chest. "What happened?" The boy was already explaining, his words tumbling out in excitement. "I fell all the way down there. I was really hurt, but she made this purple light come from her hands, and then I wasn't hurt anymore. She saved me." Evan's eyes widened as he looked down at Megan's exhausted face. Whatever he saw there confirmed the child's fantastic story. "You used magic," he whispered, low enough that only she could hear. She didn't have the strength to deny it. The boy would have died. Instead of the fear or disgust she expected, his expression softened with something that looked remarkably like admiration. "Let's get you home." The boy ran ahead to tell his incredible survival story, while Evan scooped Megan into his arms despite her weak protests. "I can walk," she insisted, though they both knew it wasn't true. "Let me take care of you," he replied simply. By the time they reached her cottage, Megan could barely keep her eyes open. Magical exhaustion had drained her completely, leaving her limp and shivering in Evan's arms. He kicked the door open gently, carrying her inside as if her curvy weight was nothing to his werewolf strength. With practiced ease that spoke of familiarity with her home, he moved through the small cottage, setting her gently on the couch while he built a fire. Warmth soon filled the room, but the chill inside her remained, the after effect of depleting her magical reserves so thoroughly. Evan knelt beside her, brushing hair from her face with gentle fingers. "What can I do?" "Tea," she murmured. "The blue jar on the shelf. It helps." He moved to her small kitchen, returning minutes later with a steaming mug that smelled of herbs and subtle magic, a restoration blend she'd prepared for emergencies exactly like this. As she sipped the warming liquid, he wrapped her in blankets, his movements tender and careful. "How did you know to look for us?" she asked, her voice steadier as the tea began its work. "I didn't," he admitted. "I was coming to see you. I've been trying to find the courage all week." The simple confession warmed her more than the tea or fire. "Courage? You're the future Beta. What could possibly frighten you?" His smile was self-deprecating. "Rejection? The possibility that our kiss by the river meant more to me than to you?" She studied his face, finding nothing but sincerity in his expression. "It meant something to me," she whispered. Relief washed over his features. He sat beside her on the couch, careful not to jostle her exhausted body. "When I saw you come over that ledge, half dead from whatever you did to save that boy." His voice trailed off, emotion making it rough. "I've never been so scared." The tea and his presence were working their magic. The terrible emptiness inside her was slowly filling, strength returning in tiny increments. Still, exhaustion pulled at her, eyelids growing heavy despite her efforts to stay awake. Evan noticed immediately. "You need rest." Before she could protest, he gathered her in his arms again, blankets and all, carrying her toward the bedroom. She should have been embarrassed by his familiarity with her home, but found she couldn't summon the energy to care. All that mattered was the gentle way he held her, as if she were precious cargo. Her small bed creaked slightly as he laid her down, his hands lingering longer than necessary, appreciation evident in his touch as his fingers skimmed the curve of her hip through the blankets. Even exhausted, "You're the most beautiful wolf I've ever seen," he whispered, thinking she'd already drifted off. Through half-closed eyes, she watched as he gently took her hand, turning it to reveal the crescent birthmark on her inner wrist. His thumb traced the outline with wonder, unaware of its significance as a mate sign. The touch sent pleasant tingles up her arm, her birthmark responding to his proximity, even in her depleted state. His hand moved to follow the curve of her hip once more, reverent and appreciative, before he reluctantly pulled away. "Rest now," he murmured, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. "I'll come back tomorrow." She wanted to ask him to stay, but sleep claimed her before the words could form. Dawn light filtered through her curtains when Megan woke, feeling remarkably recovered. The restoration tea had done its work, replenishing much of what she'd lost in the healing. She stretched, remembering Evan's tender care with a warmth that had nothing to do with magic. Rising from bed, she moved to the window, pushing the curtain aside to check the morning. The sight that greeted her froze her in place. Evan stood in her front yard, facing a much larger, more imposing figure. Marvin. The alpha's stance was aggressive, his body radiating tension even from a distance. Though they spoke in low voices, their body language told a story of conflict. Moving carefully, Megan cracked the window just enough to hear their conversation. "Playing a dangerous game," Marvin was saying, his deep voice carrying easily on the morning air. His eyes flickered briefly to her window, lingering on her silhouette before returning to Evan's face. "The prophecy is clear." Evan's response was immediate and defiant. "I've found my mate. Prophecy or not, I choose her." "Mate?" The word sent a jolt through Megan's body. She looked down at her birthmark, remembering how it had pulsed at his touch, how it had reacted the first moment they'd locked eyes in the healer's hut. "You don't understand what's at stake," Marvin growled. "What she is—" "I know exactly what she is," Evan interrupted, surprising Megan with his certainty. "I saw what she did yesterday. That changes nothing." Marvin's expression darkened. "It changes everything. The witch who came before the moon turns red will bring either salvation or destruction to the Silver Moon pack. That's what the prophecy states. Are you willing to gamble our entire pack on your infatuation? Witch." He'd said it aloud, named the secret she'd been keeping. Fear and confusion washed over her in equal measure. A prophecy? About her? It made no sense. She was nothing special, just a woman with some inherited magic trying to survive in a world that had little tolerance for her kind. "It's not infatuation," Evan insisted. "The mate bond doesn't lie. And I don't believe for a second that Megan would bring destruction to anyone. You saw how she nearly killed herself saving that pup yesterday." Marvin's stance softened slightly. "I know what I saw. That's why this is complex." He ran a hand through his dark hair, frustration evident in the gesture. "The prophecy doesn't specify destruction by intent. Sometimes the road to ruin is paved with the best intentions. So what would you have me do?" Evan demanded. "Ignore the mate bond? Pretend I haven't found the other half of my soul because of some cryptic words spoken generations ago?" The alpha's response was measured, each word deliberate. "I would have you proceed with caution. For her sake as much as the pack's." With that warning hanging in the air, Marvin turned and walked away, his powerful frame disappearing into the tree line within moments. Megan backed away from the window, her mind reeling with implications. Evan believed she was his mate. Marvin knew she was a witch. And somehow, she was the subject of a pack prophecy that could spell either salvation or ruin. She sank onto the edge of her bed, fingers absently tracing her birthmark. For years, she'd dreamed of belonging, of finding acceptance. Now it seemed the possibility lay before her. But at what cost? Outside, Evan remained still, his gaze fixed on her cottage. As if sensing her turmoil, he looked directly at her window, his expression softening into a smile that promised protection, acceptance, and something more precious. Love. Whatever prophecy hung over her head, whatever dangers lurked on their borders, one thing was suddenly, startlingly clear: she was no longer facing them alone. Think them through. Rising fortune. The morning dew still clung to the grass as Megan stepped outside her cottage, breathing in the crisp forest air. 3 weeks had passed since the ravine incident. 3 weeks of whispers and sidelong glances that had shifted from dismissive to curious. 3 weeks of Evan's increasingly bold attention. She was reaching for her herb basket when she spotted him walking up the path, his tall frame silhouetted against the rising sun. In his hands was a vibrant bouquet of wildflowers: purple lupin, golden sunstars, and delicate white moon blossoms that only bloomed in the deepest parts of Pack territory. "Good morning," he called, closing the distance between them with long, confident strides. Megan's heart fluttered traitorously in her chest. "You're up early." His smile was warm as he extended the bouquet. "I wanted to catch you before you started your day." The significance of the gesture wasn't lost on her. Wildflowers, gathered by hand rather than cultivated blooms, represented the first official step in Pack courtship tradition. It was a public declaration of intent, one that couldn't be misinterpreted. "Evan," she breathed, accepting the flowers with trembling fingers. "Do you understand what you're doing?" His expression turned serious as he stepped closer, one hand rising to cup her cheek. "I'm courting the woman I want as my mate. The woman whose curves fit perfectly against me." His thumb traced the line of her jaw. "The woman whose magic saved a pup's life without thought for her own safety." The open acknowledgement of her magic still startled her. Since the ravine incident, they'd spoken of it only in hushed tones, never so boldly in the open. "The Pack will follow their future beta," he finished for her, "and those who can't accept you will answer to me." The certainty in his voice made her breath catch. Here was a man who saw all of her, the curves that marked her as different, the magic that made her dangerous, and still chose her openly? "Now," he continued, gesturing to the flowers, "tradition says you should wear at least one bloom if you accept my courtship." With deliberate slowness, Megan selected a moon blossom from the bouquet and tucked it behind her ear. The significance wasn't lost on either of them. Of all the flowers, she'd chosen the one that represented Pack loyalty and belonging. Evan's eyes darkened with pleasure. He leaned forward, pressing his lips to her forehead in a gesture that was both tender and possessive. "I'll see you at the Pack meeting later." As he strode away, Megan hugged the bouquet to her chest, inhaling the sweet scent of possibility. The shift in Pack dynamics was immediate and palpable. By midday, every wolf knew that Evan had officially begun courtship rituals with the healer's assistant. As Megan crossed the main clearing toward Matilda's hut, she felt the weight of stares, some curious, some approving, some openly hostile. She'd made a deliberate choice with her clothing today. Instead of the loose, shapeless garments she typically wore to downplay her curves, she'd chosen a dress that embraced her natural shape. The deep blue fabric cinched at her waist before flowing over her generous hips, the neckline modest but no longer hiding the fullness of her figure. "Well, look who's suddenly too important to hide in shadows," came a cutting voice as she passed the training grounds. Tanya and her usual group of lean, athletic females stood in a tight cluster, their expressions ranging from disdain to calculated assessment. "Evan deserves someone who looks like a proper wolf," Tanya continued, loud enough for others to hear. "Not someone built like prey." A week ago, the comment would have sent Megan scurrying away with hunched shoulders and burning cheeks. Today, with Evan's wildflowers displayed in her hair and his confidence bolstering her own, she stopped and turned toward the group. "Strange," she replied, her voice steady. "Evan seems to find my shape perfectly suitable." Before Tanya could respond, a deep voice cut through the tension. "More than suitable." Evan approached from the direction of the Alpha's quarters, his timing too perfect to be coincidental. He had clearly overheard the exchange. Without hesitation, he moved to Megan's side, his hand settling possessively at the small of her back. "In fact," he continued, his eyes never leaving Tanya's suddenly uncomfortable face, "I find Megan's curves extraordinarily appealing, a fact I'm happy to discuss with anyone who has questions about my preferences." The challenge in his voice was unmistakable. As future beta, his position granted significant authority, second only to Marvin himself. Tanya dropped her gaze first, muttering something that might have been an apology before retreating with her friends. "You didn't need to do that," Megan said quietly as they continued toward the healer's hut. Evan's hand remained at her waist, his touch warm through the fabric of her dress. "Yes, I did. And I'll keep doing it until every member of this pack shows you proper respect." The declaration sent a pleasant shiver down her spine. Not just the words themselves, but the possessive edge in his voice that awakened something primal within her. "Besides," he added, his voice dropping to a more intimate tone, "I meant what I said. Your curves are extraordinarily appealing." His fingers flexed slightly against her hip, emphasizing his point. Heat bloomed in her cheeks, but for once, she didn't try to deflect the compliment or hide her reaction. Instead, she leaned slightly into his touch, drawing strength from his obvious admiration. By the time they reached Matilda's hut, Megan walked with her head high, no longer trying to make herself smaller or less noticeable. For the first time since joining the pack, she embraced her natural shape, drawing confidence from each appreciative glance Evan cast her way. "The Alpha has assigned you new quarters," Matilda announced that afternoon, eyeing Megan over a steaming pot of medicinal herbs. Megan nearly dropped the mortar she was holding. "What?" The elder wolf nodded toward the door. "Closer to pack center, more befitting someone being courted by our future beta." The implications were enormous. Location within pack territory directly reflected status and acceptance. Moving from the isolated cottage at the periphery to quarters near the center represented a significant elevation in standing. "But my herbs, she caught herself before saying magical supplies, "my things." Matilda's shrewd eyes narrowed slightly. "You'll have more space for everything. Windows that face the main clearing rather than shadows. Better protection within the pack's core." Protection. The word hung between them, laden with meaning. Whether Matilda knew about her magic or merely suspected, the old healer understood that Megan's increasing visibility came with increasing vulnerability. By sundown, Megan stood in her new quarters, surrounded by boxes of carefully packed belongings. The space was indeed larger, a main room with a stone fireplace, a separate bedroom, and a small workroom that would serve well for preparing remedies, or for more private activities. The windows faced west, providing a clear view of the main clearing where pack life unfolded. No longer would she be hidden away, watching from the periphery. No longer could she practice her craft with only the forest as witness. As she unpacked her herb bundles and remedies, she carefully concealed her grimoire and magical implements in a hidden compartment beneath a loose floorboard in the workroom. The precaution felt both necessary and painfully symbolic. Acceptance came at the price of hiding her true self even more carefully. Through the window, she caught sight of Marvin crossing the clearing, his powerful presence commanding attention even in casual movement. As if sensing her gaze, he looked up, eyes locking with hers across the distance. For a moment, neither looked away. Then she bent to lift another box, continuing the work of settling into her new home. When she glanced up again, Marvin remained in place, his expression unreadable as his eyes followed the sway of her hips while she moved about the room. Something in his gaze made her both uneasy and strangely warm. Not the obvious appreciation Evan showed, but something more complex, something that felt like recognition. The new moon hung invisible in the sky as Megan slipped from her quarters just after midnight. Most of the pack slept soundly, their enhanced senses temporarily dulled by the moon's absence. The perfect time for a witch to move undetected. She wore dark clothing that embraced her curves rather than disguised them, no longer pretending to be something she wasn't, at least not under the cover of darkness. Her bag was heavy with supplies, herbs, crystals, and ritual tools for the coven meeting. Where her slender coven sisters might struggle with the weight, Megan's fuller figure provided the strength and balance to carry it effortlessly through the forest. The sanctuary lay 3 miles beyond pack borders, hidden in a grove of ancient oaks whose massive roots had formed a natural circle over centuries. As she approached, she whispered the words that would allow her passage through the protective wards, feeling the familiar tingle of magic recognizing her signature. 5 women awaited her inside the circle, their faces illuminated by floating mage lights that cast no shadows. Unlike the pack females, the coven embraced diversity in form and feature, some tall and willowy, others soft and rounded like Megan herself. "You're late," Saren, the coven leader, noted without reproach. The ancient witch's silver hair cascaded down her back like moonlight given form. "We feared you might not come." "My situation has become complicated," Megan replied, setting down her bag and taking her place in the circle. Saren's knowing smile held secrets and wisdom. "Yes, we've heard whispers of a wolf claiming you as mate." The other witches exchanged glances, some concerned, others curious. A union between witch and werewolf was rare enough to be remarkable, potentially powerful enough to be dangerous. "It's not just that," Megan continued, helping to unpack the supplies she'd brought. "The Alpha watches me with suspicion. I believe he knows what I am." Saren's expression grew serious. "That is indeed concerning, particularly now." She gestured for the coven to join hands, forming their sacred circle, before continuing. "Witch hunter activity has increased near Pack lands. 3 of our sisters in the Northern Coven have disappeared in the past month." A chill ran through the gathered witches. Witch hunters were human fanatics who believed all supernatural beings were abominations, but they reserved special hatred for witches, whom they considered demon-touched. "There's more," Saren continued, her voice dropping lower. "Strange vampire movements have been reported along the Eastern Territories. They seem to be searching for something, or someone." All eyes turned to Megan, whose dual nature as both witch and pack member made her uniquely vulnerable and valuable. "Be careful, Megan," Saren warned, squeezing her hand tightly. "Your dual nature makes you valuable and vulnerable. There are those who would use you as a bridge between worlds, or as a sacrifice to tear those worlds apart." The weight of her words settled heavily in the night air. For the next hour, they conducted their rituals, strengthening bonds of sisterhood and renewing protective spells. Megan's magic flowed freely here, unrestrained by the need for secrecy, her power mingling with that of her coven sisters in a dance as old as time. When they finally broke circle, Saren pulled Megan aside. "The blood moon approaches," she murmured, pressing a small crystal vial into Megan's palm. "If your wolf proves true, share this with him before the moon reaches fullness. If not..." Her eyes held Megan's with grim determination. "Use it to protect yourself." The vial pulsed with contained power against her skin. Megan nodded, tucking it securely into an inner pocket before gathering her now empty bag. The journey back to Pack lands seemed longer, her mind heavy with warnings and possibilities. So absorbed was she in her thoughts that she failed to notice the golden eyes tracking her movement through the trees, the powerful form that kept pace just beyond her awareness. Marvin followed at a careful distance, noting how she moved confidently through the nighttime forest despite her curves, with a grace that belied pack members' assumptions about her agility. Where other wolves crashed through underbrush with strength but little subtlety, Megan glided between trees, her fuller figure somehow an advantage rather than a hindrance in the complex terrain. His keen senses had detected the gathering of magic even from a distance, too powerful to be one witch alone. Now, watching her return to Packlands with empty bags and renewed purpose, his suspicions crystallized into certainty. The witch from the prophecy walked among them, and his future beta intended to claim her as mate. "Like this," Evan murmured, standing behind Megan as they practiced the ceremonial movements for the upcoming full moon celebration. His chest pressed against her back, his arms encircling her as he guided her hands through the proper positions. The pack gathering hall was empty save for them, afternoon sunlight streaming through high windows to create pools of gold on the wooden floor. "First, we honor the 4 directions," he continued, his breath warm against her ear as they moved in perfect synchrony. "East for new beginnings, south for passion, west for wisdom, north for strength." His hands slid down her arms to her waist, fingers spanning the curve of her hips as he guided her through a turn. Unlike the stiff, angular movements expected of the typically lean pack females, Evan encouraged Megan to add flowing, rounded gestures that complemented her natural shape. "The traditional form was created for warriors," he explained as they moved through another sequence. "But the Moon Queen values all forms of beauty. Your body was made for more fluid expression. The proximity of his body to hers made her birthmark burn hot against her skin, a constant reminder of the bond forming between them. Each time his hands adjusted her posture or guided her movement, the sensation intensified, as if her very blood recognized his touch. The ceremony honors both our warrior nature and our connection to the moon, he continued, his voice taking on the cadence of storytelling as they practiced. Our ancestors believed that on the night of the full moon, the veil between worlds thins, allowing the Moon Queen to look upon her children with favor. They completed a complex sequence that involved Evan lifting Megan briefly, his strong hands secure at her waist as he turned with her, before setting her gently back on her feet. Where once she might have felt self-conscious about her weight, now she reveled in the certainty of his grip, the appreciation in his eyes as he took in the way the practice garments draped over her curves. Some alphas have chosen to modernize the ceremony, he continued, moving them into the final sequence. But Marvin believes in honoring tradition. The entire pack will participate, from eldest to youngest, each in their proper place. His hands guided her through a deep bow that symbolized submission to the Moon Queen's wisdom, then seamlessly into a rising movement that represented the pack's strength. Throughout it all, his body remained close to hers, their movements so perfectly matched it seemed they'd been dancing together for years rather than hours. When they finished, Evan didn't immediately step away. Instead, his arms tightened slightly around her waist, his cheek resting against her temple. "You're a natural," he murmured, the pride in his voice unmistakable. "As if your body was made for our traditions." Megan leaned back against him, allowing herself to savor the moment of perfect belonging. "It feels right," she admitted. "Like I've been waiting my whole life to learn these movements." His lips brushed the shell of her ear, sending shivers down her spine. "Because you belong here. With the pack." His voice dropped even lower, the words meant only for her. "With me." She turned in his arms, her hands coming to rest against his chest. The heat of his body radiated through the thin fabric of his shirt, his heartbeat strong and steady beneath her palm. "Evan," she began, knowing she needed to tell him the whole truth before their relationship progressed further. "There's something—" The door to the gathering hall swung open, cutting off her words. Marvin stood in the entrance, his imposing frame filling the doorway. His eyes took in their intimate position with a flicker of something unreadable crossing his features. "Apologies for the interruption," he said, his deep voice echoing in the empty hall. "Evan, a moment of your time? There's a matter requiring your attention at the northern border." The future beta nodded, though Megan felt his reluctance in the way his hands lingered at her waist before releasing her. "Of course, Alpha." "We'll continue tomorrow," he promised Megan, brushing his lips against her forehead in a gesture that was becoming wonderfully familiar. "You're doing beautifully." As he strode toward Marvin, Megan couldn't help but notice the way the Alpha's eyes remained on her for a beat longer than necessary, his gaze assessing and intense. Whatever he was looking for, she couldn't tell if he found it before he turned and followed Evan out, leaving her alone with her unspoken confession. In his private quarters, Marvin paced before a wall covered in ancient texts, maps, and handwritten notes. The spacious room reflected his position, Spartan but elegant, with heavy wooden furniture and rich textiles in the pack's colors. One entire section of wall had been converted into a research space, where documents connected by red string formed a complex web of information. At the center was a yellowed parchment containing a prophecy passed down through generations of pack leaders. "When the red moon rises high, a child of dual nature nigh, neither wolf nor witch alone, blood of both within her throne, curves of moon upon her form, power to heal or bring the storm. Silver moon's fate she will decree, salvation or destruction be." Surrounding the prophecy were documents connecting Megan's coven with recent supernatural disturbances, vampire movements, witch hunter activities, and strange energy fluctuations reported by neighboring packs. Among the documents was an illustration from an ancient grimoire, a female figure with generous curves, surrounded by swirling magic and moonlight, her hands either bestowing blessing or calling down destruction, depending on how one interpreted the faded image. Marvin paused before the illustration, comparing the curved figure to his memory of Megan moving through the forest with surprising grace, practicing ceremonial forms with instinctive understanding, healing an injured pup with purple light emanating from her fingertips. A knock at the door interrupted his contemplation. Quickly, he pulled a heavy tapestry across the research wall before calling, "Enter!" Evan stepped inside, his expression curious as he noted the hastily covered wall. "You wanted to see me, Alpha?" Marvin gestured for him to sit in one of the leather chairs near the fireplace. "Yes. About Megan's introduction to your family." The future beta's eyes narrowed slightly. "What about it?" "The mate ceremony approaches with the full moon," Marvin said, remaining standing as he chose his words carefully. "Are you certain she's what she seems?" His finger tapped absently against the edge of the tapestry, where a corner of the curved female figure from the prophecy remained visible. "I know what she is," Evan replied, his tone leaving no room for doubt. "If you're referring to her magic—" "I'm referring to everything she represents," Marvin interrupted. "Her connection to the coven beyond our borders. Her arrival in our pack precisely when supernatural activities have increased around our territory. The timing of her appearance in relation to the blood moon prophecy." Evan's expression remained resolute, though a flicker of conflict passed through his eyes. "I've sensed the mate bond from the moment I first saw her. That's not something that can be falsified or manipulated, even by magic." "And if the bond is real but her purpose among us is not what you believe?" Marvin pressed. "What if your mate is also the instrument of our destruction?" The question hung heavily in the air between them. For the first time, uncertainty clouded Evan's features as he considered the possibility. "I won't abandon her based on a prophecy that's open to interpretation," he finally said. "If there's danger, we'll face it together. But I won't condemn her without proof." Marvin studied his future beta, seeing both the strength and the potential weakness in his devotion. "Then perhaps it's time you learned exactly what she is capable of, before you bind yourself to her irreversibly." Unaware of the conversation taking place, Megan stood in her workroom, carefully arranging small demonstrations of her magic. A floating mage light hovered above her palm, casting soft purple illumination across her features. A wilted flower in a pot slowly straightened and bloomed as she whispered words of power. A small crystal glowed with stored energy that could be released to heal minor injuries. She had made her decision. Before the mate ceremony, before their relationship progressed further, Evan deserved to know the full extent of her abilities. Not just the healing he had witnessed, but all the ways her magic manifested. "Please accept me," she whispered to the empty room, her fingers tracing the birthmark that had led her to him. "Accept all of me." Outside her window, the sky darkened as clouds gathered, obscuring the waxing moon. In 3 nights, it would reach fullness, turning the deep red of the blood moon prophesied in ancient texts. Megan practiced her demonstrations, unaware of how closely her body matched the predictions, unaware of the forces gathering around the silver moon pack, drawn by the unique power of a witch-wolf hybrid born under a blood moon. The curved lines of her figure, so different from typical werewolves, were not a flaw, but a sign. One that both Evan and Marvin had recognized, though in vastly different ways. One saw his destined mate, the other saw the fulfillment of prophecy. Both were correct. And as the blood moon approached, the truth of Megan's destiny would finally be revealed. Chapter 4: Revelations and Betrayal. Moonlight spilled through the windows of Megan's new quarters, casting long shadows across the wooden floor. She paced nervously, hands fidgeting with the hem of her dress as she waited for Evan's arrival. Tonight was the night she would reveal her true nature to the man who had claimed her heart. A soft knock pulled her from her thoughts. Taking a deep breath, she crossed the room and opened the door. Evan stood there, moonlight silvering his features, his smile warm as he took in the sight of her. "You look beautiful," he said, stepping inside and closing the door behind him. "I'm nervous," she admitted, leading him to the small sitting area she had prepared. A single candle burned on the table, its flame steady in the still air. His fingers caught hers, squeezing gently. "Whatever it is, Megan, you can tell me." For a moment, she simply studied his face, memorizing every line and plane, afraid this might be the last time he would look at her with such tenderness. Then, drawing on her courage, she extended her palm between them. "Watch," she whispered. Focusing her energy, she called forth a tiny seed that had been concealed in her hand. Slowly, impossibly, a small green shoot emerged, growing upward as they both watched. Leaves unfurled like tiny flags, and then, in a burst of color, a perfect white flower bloomed in her palm. Megan held her breath, waiting for his reaction. Disgust, fear, rejection. What she saw instead left her speechless. Fascination, wonder, acceptance. "It's beautiful," Evan murmured, gently touching the delicate petals with one finger. "Just like you." His eyes lifted to meet hers, no trace of revulsion in their depths. "Show me more." Relief flooded through her so intensely that her knees nearly buckled. "You're not afraid?" He shook his head, a smile spreading across his features. "I knew you were special from the first moment I saw you," he said, his hand moving to caress the curve of her hip in a gesture that had become wonderfully familiar. "Your magic is just another part of what makes you unique, part of what makes you mine." The acceptance in his voice gave her courage. For the next hour, she demonstrated simple spells, lighting candles with a whisper, healing a small cut on his palm with her glowing touch, calling drops of water to dance in the air between them. With each display, his fascination grew, his questions thoughtful rather than accusatory. "Why did you hide this?" he asked finally, his arm draped comfortably around her shoulders as they sat together on her small couch. "Werewolves and witches have a complicated history," she reminded him. "And I'm both, in a way. My mother was a powerful witch who fell in love with a werewolf from the Grey Mountain Pack. My father never claimed her properly, and when she discovered she was pregnant, he rejected her entirely." Evan's arm tightened around her. "That must have been difficult." "She raised me in the coven until I was 16, teaching me witch ways while also helping me understand my wolf nature. When she died, I had nowhere to go. The coven accepted me, but I felt the pull of my wolf heritage too strongly to ignore." She looked down at her hands, remembering. "Matilda found me living on pack borders 3 years ago. She convinced Marvin to let me stay as her assistant." "And now you're about to become the mate of the future beta," Evan said, his voice warm with pride. "From outsider to pack leadership, no wonder Marvin watches you so carefully." A shadow of doubt crossed her mind at the mention of the alpha, remembering his intense scrutiny, but Evan's next words drove the thought away. "I want all of you, Megan. Your witch nature, your wolf blood, your beautiful curves that fit so perfectly against me." His fingers traced the line of her jaw, turning her face toward his. "The mating ceremony will bind us forever, and I can't wait to claim you properly under the blood moon." The tenderness in his voice melted the last of her reservations. Whatever came next, she would face it with Evan at her side. The following day brought a flurry of activity as the pack prepared for the mating ceremony. Elaborate decorations transformed the main clearing with flowering vines woven into arches and mage lights borrowed from friendly witch covens for special occasions, suspended in glass globes above the ceremonial circle. In her quarters, Megan stood patiently as Eleanor, the pack's seamstress, made final adjustments to her ceremonial garment. The traditional outfit consisted of a flowing dress of silvery fabric that would catch the moonlight, embroidered with symbols of pack loyalty and fertility. "Stand still," Eleanor muttered, tugging at the fabric around Megan's hips. These garments weren't designed for such non-traditional proportions. The older wolf circled Megan with measuring tape and pins, her expression making it clear that she considered this task beneath her skills. "I'll have to take in the waist significantly while letting out the hips. No female in the pack has ever needed such adjustments." Before Megan could respond, the door opened and Evan entered, his expression darkening as he caught the seamstress's words. "Is there a problem?" he asked, his tone deceptively mild, though his eyes flashed with warning. Eleanor straightened immediately, recognizing the danger in his voice. "Just making the necessary alterations, future beta." "Then let me be clear," Evan said, crossing the room to stand beside Megan. His hand settled possessively at the small of her back as he addressed the seamstress. She will wear clothes worthy of her beauty. The garments will celebrate rather than disguise her curves. I want every member of this pack to see exactly why I chose her." The authority in his voice left no room for argument. Eleanor nodded stiffly, returning to her work with renewed focus and noticeably fewer disparaging comments. When she finished and departed with the garments for final alterations, Evan pulled Megan into his arms. "You'll be the most beautiful mate in pack history," he murmured against her temple. "I'm nervous," she admitted, resting her head against his chest. "Something feels strange." It wasn't just nerves causing her unease. All day she'd experienced odd symptoms, increased strength beyond what she normally possessed, senses heightened even beyond typical werewolf abilities. When she'd dropped a pin while helping Eleanor, she'd caught it midair with reflexes that had startled them both. There was also a strange thirst she couldn't identify, an almost electric restlessness beneath her skin. Even her appearance was changing subtly. Her already generous curves seemed somehow enhanced, her skin glowing with an unnatural vitality that drew eyes from across the pack grounds. "It's just pre-ceremony jitters," Evan assured her, though something flickered in his eyes that she couldn't quite interpret. "Everything will be perfect tomorrow night." As he held her, Megan tried to ignore the nagging feeling that something fundamental was shifting inside her. Something connected to the approaching blood moon that would hang above their mating ceremony. The night sky blazed with stars as the pre-ceremony celebration began in the main clearing. Bonfires cast flickering light over gathered pack members, all dressed in their finest clothes. Tables laden with food formed a perimeter around an area cleared for dancing, while musicians played traditional pack melodies on drums, strings, and flutes. Megan emerged from her quarters wearing a dress that Eleanor had indeed altered to accentuate rather than disguise her curves. The deep crimson fabric, chosen to honor the coming blood moon, draped elegantly over her generous hips and full breasts, cinched at the waist with a silver cord that emphasized her hourglass figure. Her hair fell in loose waves down her back, adorned with tiny white flowers that matched those Evan had first brought her. A hush fell over the nearest pack members as she approached, their expressions ranging from appreciation to grudging acceptance to lingering disapproval. The changes in her appearance were even more pronounced tonight. Her skin seemed to glow from within, her movements more fluid and graceful than ever before. Evan met her at the edge of the clearing, his eyes darkening with pleasure as he took in her appearance. Without hesitation, he drew her into the circle of his arms, one hand settling possessively at the small of her back. "You take my breath away," he murmured, his lips close to her ear. "Every male here is envious that you're mine." The music shifted to a traditional courtship melody, the rhythm pulsing like a heartbeat beneath the soaring notes of a lone flute. Evan led her to the center of the dancing area, other couples stepping back to give them space, a traditional courtesy for the couple being honored. Unlike the athletic, almost competitive dancing of other werewolf pairs, all sharp movements and displays of physical prowess, Evan guided Megan into something more sensual and flowing. His hands remained in constant contact with her body, appreciatively following the curves of her waist and hips as they moved together. The pack watched with mixed reactions as they danced. Some observed with approval, seeing the genuine connection between them. Others whispered behind their hands, clearly disapproving of their future beta choosing an outsider with a figure so different from pack ideals. When the music reached its crescendo, Evan pulled her closer, lowering his head to run his nose along the column of her throat in a traditional, scent-marking, a public-claiming behavior that left no doubt about his intentions. His lips brushed against the sensitive spot where her neck met her shoulder, sending shivers cascading down her spine. "Tomorrow you'll be mine in every way," he whispered against her skin. His hands confidently traced her curves, publicly displaying his appreciation for her figure in a way that silenced even the most critical observers. From the shadows at the edge of the clearing, Marvin watched their display, a glass of amber liquid in his hand. Unlike previous occasions where his gaze had seemed calculating and suspicious, tonight his eyes followed the movement of Megan's body with a different kind of intensity. For the first time, his attention to her curves seemed less judgmental and more hungry. When his eyes briefly met hers across the distance, Megan felt a strange jolt of awareness that had nothing to do with fear of her alpha and everything to do with something more primal. The sensation was so unexpected that she missed a step in the dance, causing Evan to tighten his grip on her waist to steady her. "Are you all right?" he asked, concern clouding his features. She nodded, not trusting her voice. Over Evan's shoulder, she saw Marvin drain his glass and disappear into the darkness beyond the bonfires, his powerful form swallowed by shadows. The rest of the evening passed in a blur of congratulations, traditional blessings, and more dancing. By the time Evan escorted her back to her quarters, Megan was exhausted but filled with anticipation for the ceremony that would bind them together the following night. At her door, he kissed her with restrained passion, clearly mindful of tradition that dictated they spend the night before the ceremony apart. "Sleep well," he murmured against her lips. "Tomorrow we begin our forever." As she watched him walk away, Megan couldn't shake the feeling that something significant was shifting beneath the surface of their carefully planned happiness. The strange sensations in her body continued to intensify, and when she caught her reflection in her bedroom mirror, she could have sworn her eyes flashed purple. Not the gold of a werewolf, but the distinctive color of her witch magic. In his private study, Marvin paced before the research wall he had accumulated over months. Ancient texts and modern observations forming a complex tapestry of prophecy and possibility. The glow from the fireplace cast long shadows across the room, highlighting the tension in his powerful frame. A knock at the door interrupted his contemplation. "Enter," he called, recognizing Evan's scent even before the door opened. His future beta stepped inside, closing the door firmly behind him. Gone was the joyful expression he'd worn while dancing with Megan. In its place was grim determination tinged with unmistakable conflict. "You wanted to see me once more before tomorrow," he said, his voice carefully neutral. Marvin gestured to the open book spread across his desk. "The prophecy can't be ignored," he said without preamble. "The blood moon approaches and the signs are clear." He moved to the wall of research, his finger tracing the illustration of the curved female figure in the ancient text. "Her body is the final confirmation. She matches the ancient description exactly. The witch with the form of the crescent moon, born of dual blood." Evan's expression tightened as he studied a page showing a hybrid creature standing at a crossroads. One path leading to salvation, the other to utter destruction. "There must be another way," he pleaded, anguish evident in his voice. "I love her." "The future of the entire pack hangs in the balance," Marvin countered, his voice hard despite the sympathy in his eyes. "You've seen the evidence yourself. The increase in supernatural activity, the convergence of powers, the changes in her that even you can't deny." He paused, letting the weight of his next words land fully. "You know what must be done." For a long moment, the two wolves stared at each other, years of trust and respect straining under the weight of prophecy and personal desire. Finally, Evan's shoulders slumped in defeat. "For the pack," he whispered, the words clearly painful. "Only for the pack." The night of the blood moon dawned clear and crisp, the air charged with anticipation. The sacred mating ceremony would begin at moonrise in the Moon Queen's Circle, an ancient stone formation at the heart of packlands that had witnessed countless unions over generations. As tradition dictated, Megan prepared alone, aided only by Matilda, who helped her into the ceremonial garments and painted traditional symbols on her skin with fragrant oil. The dress, redesigned as Evan had commanded, emphasized rather than concealed her curves, the silver fabric flowing over her figure like liquid moonlight. "You don't look like any mate we've had before," Matilda observed, her gnarled fingers surprisingly gentle as she traced a final symbol of fertility at Megan's collarbone. "But perhaps that's exactly what this pack needs. Something different. Something new." The old healer's words offered comfort as Megan made her way to the ceremonial circle where the entire pack had gathered. Hundreds of wolves lined the path, their expressions ranging from excitement to curiosity to lingering suspicion. At the circle's center stood Marvin in his role as alpha and ceremony conductor, his powerful presence commanding attention even before he spoke. And there was Evan, waiting for her at the eastern edge of the circle, handsome in traditional silver and black ceremonial garb. As she approached, Megan searched his face for the warmth and love she'd come to expect, but found his expression strangely shuttered, his eyes not quite meeting hers. A flicker of unease passed through her, but before she could analyze it, the ceremony began. Marvin's deep voice carried easily across the gathered pack as he recited the ancient words of union, calling upon the Moon Queen to bless the joining of two wolves into a mated pair. "We gather under the blood moon," he intoned, "when the veil between worlds is thinnest, when bonds forged become unbreakable, when two souls join as one before the pack and the Moon Queen herself." The ritual proceeded with Megan and Evan walking the sacred circle, stopping at each cardinal direction to receive traditional blessings. Throughout it all, Evan's touch remained correct but distant, his eyes focused somewhere beyond her rather than on her face. The strange sensations that had plagued Megan for days intensified with each passing moment. Her skin felt electric, her senses overwhelmingly sharp. She could hear the heartbeats of pack members yards away, smell emotions rolling off them in waves, anticipation, excitement, and underneath it all, a current of tension she couldn't understand. Finally, they reached the crucial moment of claiming. Standing before Marvin at the circle's center, Evan turned to face her fully for the first time that night. What she saw in his eyes stopped her heart. Not love or desire, but sorrow so profound it took her breath away. "Evan," she whispered, reaching for him instinctively. He stepped back, breaking contact. "I cannot complete this ceremony," he announced, his voice carrying across the suddenly silent gathering. "I reject this claiming." Gasps and murmurs rippled through the assembled wolves as Megan stood frozen in disbelief. "She is not what she appears," Evan continued, each word clearly causing him pain. "She is a witch abomination who would taint the pack bloodlines. Her presence among us threatens everything we have built." The betrayal hit Megan like a physical blow, driving the air from her lungs. Just days ago, he had accepted her magic, had claimed to want all of her. Now he publicly denounced her before everyone she had come to think of as family. The pack's reaction was immediate and terrifying. Wolves who had moments ago looked on with approval now growled and advanced, their faces transforming with disgust and hatred. Some shifted partially, claws emerging as they moved toward her with clear intent to harm. "No true wolf is built like that," sneered Tanya, her voice carrying above the growing growls. "Those curves were evidence all along that she didn't belong. Too soft, too round, too different." Other female voices joined in, the criticism of her body now twisted into evidence of her otherness, her unworthiness. The verbal attacks hurt almost as much as Evan's betrayal, reopening wounds she had thought healed by his acceptance. As the circle of threatening wolves tightened around her, Megan called her magic to the surface, purple light beginning to glow at her fingertips. If she was going to die here, she would not go easily. Then a thunderous growl shook the clearing, so powerful that the advancing wolves froze in their tracks. Marvin stepped forward, placing himself between Megan and the pack, his back to her as he faced down his own people. "Enough!" he roared, his authority rolling through the night air like physical force. The pack hesitated, confusion replacing bloodlust as their alpha defended the witch they had been about to tear apart. Even Evan looked shocked, his plan clearly taking an unexpected turn. Marvin turned slowly, his golden eyes locking with Megan's. What she saw there wasn't hatred or disgust, but something far more complex: determination, hunger, and a spark of something that looked almost like admiration. "Mine," he declared, the single word echoing across the silent clearing. Before Megan could react, he closed the distance between them in two powerful strides. His large hands spanned her waist, emphasizing her lush figure as he pulled her against the hard planes of his body. For one breathless moment, their eyes locked in a silent battle of wills. Then he lowered his head to the curve where her neck met her shoulder, the same spot Evan had scent marked during their dance, and sank his teeth into her flesh in the claiming bite that would mark her as his forever. The sensation was overwhelming. Pain and pleasure mingled in a flood that made her knees buckle. It was a kiss of possession rather than affection, a display of dominance for the watching pack, but beneath the show of authority was a surprising gentleness that confused her even as darkness edged her vision. The pack fell silent, shocked into immobility by the sight of their alpha claiming the witch, his powerful body contrasting with her soft curves in a visual display of complementary strength that somehow looked right in ways none could have anticipated. "The ceremony is complete," Marvin announced, his voice rough as he lifted his mouth from her skin, a drop of her blood staining his lower lip. "Megan is mine, my mate, my alpha female. Any who challenge this union challenge me directly." No one moved. No one spoke. The shock was too complete. As consciousness began to fade from the overwhelming sensations of the claiming bite and the magical changes surging through her system, Megan was only distantly aware of being lifted into Marvin's arms. Her last clear thought before darkness claimed her was how perfectly her curves fit against his chest as he carried her from the ceremonial circle, away from Evan's betrayal and toward an uncertain future neither of them had planned. She awakened gradually, awareness returning in fragments, the softness of unfamiliar bedding beneath her, the scent of sandalwood and pine, the dull ache at her neck where Marvin's claiming bite had marked her as his. Opening her eyes, Megan found herself in a large bed draped with rich furs, the room around her spacious and well-appointed in a way that spoke of authority and taste rather than ostentation. This could only be the Alpha's private quarters, a place no pack member except his mate would ever be permitted to enter. His mate. The reality of what had happened crashed over her anew. Evan's betrayal, the pack's turning, Marvin's unexpected intervention and claiming. Moving carefully, she sat up, noting that someone had changed her from the ceremonial dress into a simple silk nightgown. The realization brought heat to her cheeks, even as more pressing concerns demanded attention. Why had Marvin claimed her? After months of suspicious glances and careful distance, why step forward to protect her in such an irrevocable way? The room provided no answers, but a partially open door across the chamber drew her attention. Wrapping a fur throw around her shoulders, Megan crossed to investigate, finding herself at the threshold of what appeared to be a private study. What she saw inside froze her in place. An entire wall covered in research about witches, about her coven, about her. There were maps marking coven locations, notes on witch abilities, and, most disturbingly, detailed sketches of her that matched illustrations in ancient prophecies. Her figure, the curves that had made her an outsider among wolves, was depicted in multiple drawings, some in Marvin's own hand, judging by the style, others in faded ink on yellowed parchment. "I see you're awake," came his deep voice from behind her. Megan whirled to find Marvin standing in the bedroom doorway, his powerful frame filling the space. He had changed from ceremonial clothes into simple black pants and a gray shirt that did nothing to diminish his imposing presence. "What is all this?" she demanded, gesturing to the research wall. "What have you done?" He moved into the study, maintaining careful distance between them as he closed the door to conceal his research from potential interruptions. "I've saved your life," he replied, his voice maddeningly calm, "and possibly the future of this pack in the process. By claiming me against my will, after months of suspicion and distance, anger gave her courage, despite the power disparity between them. You knew what I was all along, didn't you? You've been watching me, studying me like some specimen." "Yes," he admitted without apology. "I knew you were a witch from the moment you healed that injured wolf in Matilda's hut. What I didn't immediately realize was your connection to the blood moon prophecy." "Prophecy?" The word triggered a memory of the conversation she'd overheard between Marvin and Evan. "Is that what Evan meant about me bringing destruction to the pack?" Marvin's expression darkened at the mention of his future beta. "Evan was given a choice. He chose wrong. He chose to betray me," Megan corrected, hurt sharpening her voice. "After accepting my magic, after claiming to want all of me, he denounced me before the entire pack. Because I showed him the prophecy," Marvin admitted, some of his composure slipping to reveal what might have been regret. "I believed he needed to understand what was at stake before completing the mate bond." He moved to the research wall, indicating the ancient text at its center. "This prophecy has been passed down through generations of alphas. It speaks of a witch-wolf hybrid born under a blood moon with the curves of moon upon her form, who will bring either salvation or destruction to the Silver Moon pack." Megan stared at the illustration that so clearly depicted a woman with her exact proportions. And you think that's me? Because of how I'm built? Your figure was the first indication, he acknowledged, his eyes briefly dropping to the curves in question before returning to her face with what seemed like effort. Then there were other signs. Your connection to the local coven, your arrival precisely when supernatural activities increased around our territory, the changes in you as the blood moon approached. Understanding dawned, pieces falling into place. That's why you've been watching me so intently, not because you suspected me of harming the pack, but because you thought I might be this prophesied person. At first, I watched you as a potential threat, he corrected. But the more I observed, the more complex the picture became. You used your magic to heal, not harm. You remained loyal to the pack despite never being fully accepted. You showed strength of character that many born wolves lack. His admission stunned her into momentary silence. Then the full implications of her situation hit with terrible clarity. You come from a line of witch hunters, she whispered, remembering stories her mother had told her of werewolf clans who specialized in tracking and eliminating witches they deemed dangerous. That's how you recognized what I was so quickly. That's why you have all this research. His expression confirmed her suspicion. My ancestors were among the first to form alliances with humans to hunt dangerous witches, those who use their power to harm others. That knowledge has been passed down through our bloodline, along with the responsibility to protect our pack from magical threats. So why claim me instead of killing me? She demanded, backing away from him until she hit the edge of his desk. If you believe I might destroy your pack, why make me your mate? Marvin's eyes darkened as he took a step toward her, closing some of the distance between them. Because the prophecy offers two possibilities, destruction or salvation. And I've come to believe the outcome depends on how the witch-wolf hybrid is treated by the pack. His voice dropped lower. By how she is treated by me. The intensity in his gaze made her heart race. So this is just strategy? Claim the witch to control the prophecy? It began that way, he admitted, taking another step closer. But then I saw you dance with Evan last night, saw the grace in your movements, the power contained in your curves. His eyes dropped to her figure again, this time without pretense, his appreciation unmistakable. And I realized I wanted to claim you for reasons that had nothing to do with prophecy and everything to do with the woman you are. The honest admission caught her off guard. Before she could formulate a response, anger reasserted itself, cutting through the momentary confusion. You let Evan court me, she accused. You let me believe I had found acceptance, let me prepare to be his mate, only to orchestrate this entire betrayal. I showed Evan the truth, Marvin countered, his own anger finally surfacing. I gave him a choice. If he had truly believed in the mate bond he claimed to feel, he would have stood by you regardless of prophecy. Instead, he chose to publicly reject you, knowing exactly what the pack's reaction would be. The painful truth of his words struck deep. Evan had rejected her not in private, but in the most public, humiliating way possible, using words calculated to turn the pack against her. And now I'm trapped with you, she said, bitter resignation coloring her voice. Claimed by an alpha who sees me as a prophecy to be fulfilled, a body type to be admired but not as a person to be loved. Marvin's expression shifted, something vulnerable flashing briefly beneath his controlled exterior. You've been claimed by an alpha who respects your strength enough to tell you the unvarnished truth, he corrected, who admires your curves, yes, but also your courage, your compassion, and your power, who is willing to defy his entire pack and centuries of prejudice to protect you. He closed the final distance between them, not touching her but standing close enough that she could feel the heat radiating from his body. The mate bond has been formed. Whether we wanted it or not, we are now tied together, alpha and witch, protector and protected, man and woman. What we make of that bond is up to us. She looked up at him, seeing for the first time the complex man beneath the alpha mask, the fierce protector, the strategic leader, the solitary soul who had just tied himself irrevocably to a woman he barely knew, because he believed it was right. I don't know if I can ever forgive this deception, she said finally. Honesty for honesty. Or if I can trust you after what you orchestrated with Evan. I don't ask for immediate forgiveness, he replied, his voice softening slightly. only for the chance to prove that this arrangement can become something more than strategic necessity for both of us. As they stood there, newly mated yet fundamentally strangers, the blood moon rose fully in the night sky outside his window, bathing them both in its crimson light. The prophecy had begun its fulfillment, but whether their union would bring salvation or destruction remained to be seen. Chapter 5. Uneasy Alliance. Dawn filtered through the heavy curtains of Marvin's bedroom, casting weak light across the rumpled sheets where Megan had spent a restless night alone. After their confrontation, the alpha had retreated to another room, giving her space while ensuring she remained within his territory. The claiming bite on her neck throbbed with each heartbeat, a constant reminder of how drastically her life had changed in a single night. She moved carefully from the bed, wincing as muscles protested. The events of the previous evening had taken their toll, both physically and emotionally. Evan's betrayal, the pack's turning on her, Marvin's unexpected claiming. It was almost too much to process. Yet beneath the confusion and hurt, her practical nature asserted itself. If she was to navigate this new reality, she needed information. Wrapping herself in the silk robe she found hanging on the bathroom door, Megan ventured beyond the bedroom. Marvin's home was larger than she'd expected, a spacious two-story structure befitting an alpha, with high ceilings and large windows that would typically flood the space with light. This morning, however, heavy curtains covered most of those windows, creating a cave-like atmosphere that did nothing to ease her unease. She moved silently through the main living area, her bare feet making no sound on the hardwood floors. The space was minimally but tastefully furnished. Leather furniture, sturdy wooden tables, shelves lined with books. It was a bachelor's domain, clearly designed for function over comfort, though not without a certain austere elegance. A door off the main hallway stood slightly ajar, revealing what appeared to be another study, different from the one containing the research wall she'd discovered last night. Curiosity drew her forward. Unlike the organized research space she'd seen previously, this room had the feel of private sanctuary. Weapons hung on one wall, not the standard pack fighting gear, but specialized items that made her blood run cold. Silver-edged daggers with runes etched into the blades, a crossbow with arrows tipped in some dark substance, restraints made of materials designed to suppress magic, witch hunter weapons. Bookshelves lined another wall filled with leather-bound journals. Drawing one at random, Megan opened it to find handwritten accounts of witch hunter activities spanning generations. Some entries dated back over a century, describing tracking methods, weaknesses to exploit, covens targeted. These weren't just historical records. They were instructional texts, passed down through Marvin's family line. Her hands trembled slightly as she replaced that volume and selected another, this one newer. The handwriting matched what she'd seen on some of the research notes. Marvin's own journal. Knowing she was violating his privacy but unable to resist, she began to read. The entries from the past year focused increasingly on her, tracking her movements, documenting her activities, noting subtle signs of her magic use that she'd thought well concealed. But what caught her attention most were his observations about her physical appearance. The subject's body type continues to intrigue. Unlike typical female werewolves, she possesses significant curves, full breasts, narrow waist, generous hips. When compared to the prophetic descriptions, the similarities are unmistakable. The vessel must have capacity for dual natures, as the ancient text states. Her physique suggests strength and capacity beyond normal parameters. Several similar passages appeared, all underlining the connection between her curves and some prophetic role. In his private writings, Marvin seemed less judgmental of her figure and more fascinated, as if her body itself were evidence of something significant. A noise from elsewhere in the house startled her. Quickly returning the journal to its place, Megan headed for the front door. She needed air, space to think, time to process everything she'd discovered. The door opened easily enough, but her path ended there. 2 large wolves lounged on the front porch, immediately alert at her appearance. Behind them, She could see more pack members patrolling the perimeter of the property. Their expressions were watchful and suspicious, their postures making it clear they weren't there to protect her but to contain her. She was a prisoner in her alpha's home. Closing the door, Megan returned to the main living area and sank onto the couch, mind racing. If she couldn't leave openly, perhaps magic offered an alternative. Focusing her energy, she began to weave a simple transportation spell that would move her outside pack boundaries. Purple light gathered at her fingertips as she whispered the ancient words. "That won't work here," came Marvin's deep voice from the doorway. Megan's concentration broke, the spell dissolving into harmless sparks that drifted to the floor. She turned to find the alpha watching her, his powerful frame filling the entrance to the room. He looked exhausted, with shadows under his eyes, suggesting he'd slept no better than she had. "Your home is warded against witch magic," she guessed, rising to face him. He nodded once, entering the room but maintaining distance between them. "A precaution passed down through generations, though I've modified the wards to allow some magic, your healing abilities, for instance, while blocking escape attempts. So, I truly am your prisoner." She lifted her chin defiantly, refusing to show fear despite the vulnerability of her position. "You're my mate," he corrected, his voice firm but not unkind, "and currently under my protection, whether you wish it or not." The reminder of their new bond sparked her anger anew, though with less explosive force than the previous night. "Protection? From the pack you turned against me by revealing my nature to Evan? From the hatred you helped create?" Marvin moved to the window, pulling back the curtain slightly to reveal pack members still gathered outside. "Marking you was the only way to prevent them from killing you on the spot," he said quietly. "Once Evan rejected you publicly and exposed your witch nature, pack law would have permitted your immediate execution. The Alpha's claim was the only thing that could override that law." The brutal honesty of his statement took some of the wind from her sails. "Why protect me at all?" she demanded, genuinely confused. "If you believe I might destroy your pack because of some prophecy, why not let them kill me and eliminate the threat?" He turned to face her fully, his expression complex. "The prophecy has multiple interpretations," he replied, his golden eyes intense as they met hers. His gaze briefly dropped, tracing the outline of her figure beneath the silk robe before returning to her face. "Your body type isn't a coincidence. It's described in the oldest texts. The hybrid needs physical strength to contain dual natures." "My curves are mentioned in your prophecy?" Disbelief colored her voice. "Not explicitly, but the descriptions are clear to those who understand the ancient language," he explained, moving to a bookshelf and retrieving a worn tome. The texts speak of the vessel shaped like the crescent moon, with capacity to hold power that would shatter lesser forms. For generations, pack leaders misinterpreted this, looking for lean, athletic females with unusual magical abilities. He opened the book to a marked page, revealing an illustration similar to the one she'd seen on his research wall. But the crescent moon isn't about leanness. It's about curves. The waxing and waning shapes that create balance and harmony. Your body, your curves, represent physical adaptation to contain the dual natures of witch and wolf. Megan stared at the illustration, seeing the unmistakable similarity to her own figure, the generous breasts, narrow waist, and full hips, forming curves that did indeed echo the shape of a crescent moon. So my entire life, while I was being mocked for not having the proper wolf body, you were exactly what the prophecy described, Marvin finished for her, his voice gentling slightly. The wolves who judged you were looking at strength only through the lens of lean muscle, missing the power inherent in your form. The revelation was stunning, suggesting her physical differences weren't flaws but adaptations. Her curves not a liability but a necessity for whatever role she was meant to play. Before she could fully process this, a sharp pain radiated from her claiming bite, making her gasp and raise a hand to her neck. Marvin's expression shifted to concern. "The mark is inflamed," he observed, moving closer. "It needs attention." Seated on a stool in Marvin's kitchen, Megan tilted her head to allow him better access to the claiming bite. The alpha stood beside her, a jar of salve in one hand as he examined the mark where his teeth had broken her skin the previous night. "It's reacting to your dual nature," he explained, his voice professional despite their proximity. "A normal claiming bite would heal quickly on a werewolf, but your witch blood is responding differently." He opened the jar, releasing the scent of herbs and something more primeval, ingredients specific to wolf healing traditions. "This might sting," he warned, before carefully applying the salve with his fingertips. Despite his warning, his touch was surprisingly gentle. For a man of such size and strength, his hands moved with remarkable delicacy as they spread the medicine across her inflamed skin. Megan found herself relaxing incrementally, the pain easing as the salve began its work. "Why did you really claim me?" she asked quietly, the question that had haunted her through the sleepless night. "Was it just to control the prophecy?" His hand stilled briefly before resuming their careful ministration. "When I stepped into that circle," he replied, voice low, "I told myself it was strategic necessity, the only way to prevent your death and possibly save the pack." His fingers brushed the curve of her shoulder with unexpected tenderness, lingering a moment longer than strictly necessary. "But my wolf recognized something in you," he admitted reluctantly, "something worth protecting. Something that resonated." The confession created a confusing connection between them, an undercurrent neither seemed ready to acknowledge fully. For the first time since joining the pack, Megan didn't feel judged for her curves, but rather valued for them, not as objects of desire, though Marvin's appreciative glances hadn't escaped her notice, but as integral to who and what she was. "There," he said, applying a final layer of salve. "That should reduce the inflammation and speed healing." He replaced the lid on the jar but remained close, his scent, pine, earth, and something uniquely him, surrounding her. "You should rest today. The claiming bond is still settling and your body is undergoing changes." As if to emphasize his point, a wave of dizziness swept through her, making her sway slightly on the stool. Marvin's hands steadied her instantly, one at her waist and the other at her shoulder, their warmth seeping through the thin silk robe. "I need to address the pack," he continued, helping her to her feet. "Establish clear expectations regarding your position and ensure no one considers challenging my claim." His voice hardened slightly at the last words, reminding her of the alpha authority that lay beneath his current restraint. "And what is my position exactly?" she asked, finding her balance but not immediately stepping away from his supportive hands. "Mate in name, but prisoner in reality?" His expression softened slightly, something that might have been regret crossing his features. "For now, you're under my protection while we determine the true meaning of the prophecy and address the coming changes." He released her slowly, ensuring she was steady before stepping back. "But a true mate bond is forming, whether we initially wanted it or not. Neither of us can deny that." The truth of his words resonated within her. Despite the circumstances of their claiming, something was developing between them, an awareness that went beyond physical proximity or forced partnership. She could feel it in the way her body responded to his touch, in the strange sense of connection that arose when their eyes met. "Rest," he repeated, moving toward the door. "I'll return by midday." As he left, Megan found herself watching the powerful lines of his body with new awareness. His broad shoulders and strong back, representing not just alpha dominance, but a potential shield between her and those who wished her harm. By late afternoon, Megan had grown restless within the confines of Marvin's home. Following her instincts, she explored further, discovering a door that led to a basement level. Unlike the cozy upper floors, this space was clearly designed for function. Reinforced walls, specialized equipment, and a large open area that resembled a training ground. More concerning were the restraints built into one section of wall, heavy chains with the same rune-marked metal she'd seen on the witch hunter weapons upstairs. Was this where Marvin had planned to contain her if she proved dangerous? The thought sent a chill through her that had nothing to do with the cool basement air. Setting aside her unease, Megan moved to the open area. The physical changes she'd been experiencing since the claiming seemed to be accelerating. Her reflection in a wall-mounted mirror showed subtle but unmistakable differences. Her waist slightly narrower, her hips and breasts somehow fuller, creating an even more dramatic hourglass figure than before. More alarming were the occasional flashes of red in her eyes. Not the gold of a werewolf, but something closer to vampire crimson. Her magic, too, felt different, erratic and more powerful, pushing against her control like an ocean tide gathering force. She needed to release some of this building energy before it burst forth unbidden. Taking a deep breath, Megan centered herself in the training space. Starting with simple exercises her mother had taught her, she moved through ancient forms designed to channel magical energy. Purple light gathered around her hands as she directed power in controlled bursts, feeling relief as the pressure inside her diminished slightly. Growing bolder, she attempted a more complex pattern, gathering energy before releasing it in a focused wave. What should have been a moderate pulse of power erupted instead, as a shock wave that struck the reinforced concrete wall with devastating force. Cracks spiderwebbed across the surface before large chunks broke away, revealing the steel reinforcement beneath. Megan stared in horror at the destruction. These walls had been designed to contain feral wolves, creatures of immense strength, yet her magic had shattered them like glass. "Impressive," came Marvin's voice from the stairs. He surveyed the damage with raised eyebrows, looking more intrigued than angry. Those walls were specially reinforced to withstand an alpha in full rage. "I didn't mean to," she began, but he waved away her apology. "It confirms what I suspected," he said, approaching the damaged section and running his fingers along the exposed metal. "Your power is growing beyond typical witch abilities. The claiming bond is accelerating something that was already in motion." His matter-of-fact acceptance helped calm her rising panic. "What's happening to me?" "The prophecy speaks of transformation," he replied, turning to face her, "but the exact nature of that change has been debated for generations." His eyes tracked over her altered figure, noting the changes with scientific detachment layered over something more personal. "Your body is adapting to contain increasing power, both magical and physical." As if summoned by his words, another wave of energy surged through her, making her stumble. Marvin was beside her instantly, strong hands steadying her arms. She gasped as raw power flowed between them at the contact, her magic responding to his touch in ways she didn't understand. "We need to find safe ways for you to release this energy," he said, his voice rough as he clearly felt the connection too, "before it builds to dangerous levels." Looking up at him, Megan saw new understanding in his golden eyes. Not fear of her power, but recognition of its potential. Whatever was happening to her, Marvin Nash might be the only person equipped to help her through it. The forest air felt like freedom after hours confined indoors. Despite Marvin's concerns, Megan had insisted on walking the territory boundaries, arguing that fresh air and exercise would help stabilize her fluctuating energy levels. He had reluctantly agreed, but assigned 2 trusted pack members to follow at a discreet distance. Protection disguised as surveillance. She could sense them behind her, maintaining enough distance to give the illusion of privacy while staying close enough to intervene if necessary. Their presence was both irritating and oddly comforting in a territory where most pack members now viewed her with fear or hostility. The afternoon sun filtered through the canopy of leaves overhead, creating dappled patterns on the forest floor. Megan moved with growing confidence, her body feeling simultaneously heavier with new power and lighter with strange energy. Her senses had sharpened beyond even werewolf standards. She could hear small creatures moving through underbrush hundreds of yards away, smell the distinct scent signatures of plants and animals with unprecedented clarity. She had reached the eastern boundary, marked by a small stream, when her enhanced senses detected something wrong. The forest had gone quiet. Not the natural hush that sometimes fell, but the tense silence that preceded danger. Her guards had fallen back further than usual, perhaps giving her space at a familiar pack boundary they considered safe. The attack came without warning. 5 figures emerged from the trees across the stream, moving with supernatural speed. Not werewolves. Their movements were too fluid, too graceful. Vampires, then. Or perhaps something else entirely. They surrounded her before she could call for her guards, cutting off potential escape routes. "The vessel," hissed one, a tall female with silver-white hair and eyes that glowed an unnatural blue. Finally unprotected. Megan called her magic to the surface, purple light gathering around her hands as she assumed a defensive stance. "I am Alpha Marvin Nash's mate," she declared, injecting as much authority into her voice as possible. "Protected by pack law and pack strength." The leader smiled, revealing pointed canines. "We don't recognize pack law, hybrid. You belong to a much older covenant." They attacked as one, moving with coordinated precision that spoke of extensive training. Under normal circumstances, Megan would have been quickly overwhelmed, but the changes surging through her system provided unexpected advantages. Her new strength matched theirs, her reflexes allowing her to dodge blows that would have connected days earlier. Most surprising was how her center of gravity, lower than that of typical lean wolves, gave her unexpected stability in combat. Where a lighter frame might have been knocked off balance, her curves anchored her, allowing her to ground herself against attacks that would have toppled others. She used this advantage instinctively, weathering their initial assault while looking for openings to counter. Her magic responded to the threat, expanding beyond her hands to create a protective aura that burned any attacker who came too close. Two of the assailants fell back, hissing in pain where the purple energy had seared their skin, but numbers were still against her. A vicious blow to her side sent her staggering, and sharp claws raked across her back, tearing through her clothing to the skin beneath. Pain lanced through her, but it also triggered something primal, rage and power intertwining as her eyes flashed crimson. With a cry that was part wolf growl and part witch incantation, Megan released a wave of energy that knocked her attackers backward, but they recovered quickly, regrouping for another assault. 3 moved to flank her, while 2 approached from the front, cutting off potential escape routes. "Your alpha can't save you now," taunted the leader, circling closer. "He doesn't even know what you truly are." Before she could respond, a thunderous roar shook the forest. A massive black wolf burst from the trees, larger than any she had ever seen. Marvin, in his shifted form, eyes blazing gold with alpha power. Behind him came more wolves, members of his inner circle responding to their alpha's call. The attackers hesitated, clearly unprepared for reinforcements. Marvin didn't give them time to reconsider. He launched himself at the leader, massive jaws aiming for the throat in a killing strike. The female barely evaded, supernatural speed saving her from immediate death. Megan felt Marvin's rage through their partial mate bond, his protective fury washing over her in waves. Instead of overwhelming her, it synchronized with her own power, creating a resonance that amplified both their strengths. Acting on instinct, she directed her magic toward him, purple energy swirling around his black fur, enhancing his already formidable strength. They fought together seamlessly, as if they'd trained for years rather than just met. Her magic complemented his brute force, creating openings for his attacks, while his physical prowess protected her from direct assault. When one attacker slipped past the other wolves to lunge at her, Marvin was there instantly, his massive body intercepting the blow meant for her. The battle lasted mere minutes, but felt like hours. When the attackers finally retreated, disappearing into the forest with unnatural speed, Megan sagged with exhaustion. The adrenaline that had sustained her faded, leaving awareness of her injuries in its wake. Marvin shifted back to human form, unconcerned with his nudity as he rushed to her side. Blood matted the fur around his shoulder where he'd taken a blow meant for her, but his focus was entirely on her wounds. "How badly are you hurt?" he demanded, hands gentle as they examined the claw marks on her back. "I'll heal," she assured him, though the wounds stung fiercely. Who were they? "Vampire witch hybrids," he growled, helping her to her feet. "Ancient bloodlines that despise both pure vampires and pure witches. They shouldn't have been able to cross our borders without detection." His pack members had formed a protective circle around them, some still in wolf form, others shifted back to human. All maintained a respectful distance, recognizing the intensity crackling between alpha and mate. "They called me the vessel," Megan said quietly, for Marvin's ears alone. "Said I belonged to an older covenant." His expression darkened further. "They know about the prophecy." His arms tightened around her, one large hand at her waist, steadying her against him. "This changes things. You're not safe even within pack boundaries." The adrenaline of battle still coursed through them both, creating a heightened awareness that neither could ignore. Marvin's eyes dropped to her lips, hunger replacing concern for just a moment before he caught himself. But Megan had seen it, had felt it through their strengthening bond. Acting on impulse born of danger, survived together, she reached up, curling her fingers into his hair and pulling his head down to hers. Their lips met in a kiss that had nothing of gentleness and everything of claiming. Marvin responded instantly, his arms banding around her, large hands gripping her generous hips with an appreciation that sent heat spiraling through her core. This wasn't the calculated claiming bite of the ceremony, but something raw and real. A connection neither had anticipated, but both now embraced. When they finally broke apart, both breathing heavily, his forehead rested against hers. "Your curves house power they never imagined," he murmured against her lips, voice rough with emotion and realization. Then confusion flickered across his features, as if he hadn't meant to speak the thought aloud. Around them, pack members averted their eyes from the intimate moment, though many seemed shocked by their alpha's open display of affection for his new mate, the witch they had all rejected just hours earlier. In Marvin's study, Megan sat wrapped in a blanket while the pack healer tended to the wounds on her back. The claw marks were already healing faster than normal, another sign of her accelerating transformation. Marvin paced before his research wall, his own injuries similarly diminished, though he'd refused treatment until she was seen to. "They were organized," he said, thinking aloud. "They knew exactly where to find you and when you'd be most vulnerable. Someone provided them intelligence about our pack movements." The healer finished applying a final bandage and quietly excused herself, leaving them alone. Marvin waited until the door closed behind her before continuing. "This attack confirms what I've suspected," he said. Turning to face Megan fully, "You're not just any witch-wolf hybrid. You're the one specifically mentioned in the oldest prophecies, the one who will transform during the blood moon eclipse into something unprecedented." She clutched the blanket tighter around her shoulders. "Transform into what?" Instead of answering directly, he asked a question of his own. "You were born during a blood moon eclipse, weren't you?" The accuracy of his guess startled her into honesty. "Yes. My mother said it was why my magic manifested differently from others in her coven." "How did you know?" "Because the prophecy is specific," he replied, retrieving an ancient scroll from a locked cabinet. Carefully unrolling it on his desk, he revealed text in a language Megan didn't recognize, accompanied by illustrations that chilled her blood. A female figure surrounded by concentric circles of power, her body transitioning through stages of transformation. "This text predates modern pack structures," Marvin explained. "It speaks of a hybrid born under one blood moon who will transform into something entirely new during the next blood moon eclipse of her 25th year." He looked up, studying her reaction. "How old are you, Megan?" 24, she whispered, the implications crashing over her. "I'll be 25 next month." "When the blood moon rises again," he confirmed, his expression grim. "According to this prophecy, you'll undergo a final transformation that will make you either salvation or destruction for all supernatural beings. Not just werewolves, but vampires, witches, and others." He traced a line of text with his finger. The text described the vessel, a female with the curves of the crescent moon whose body could hold dual natures without breaking. They'd been looking for someone lean, like a typical wolf. But the prophecy never described a wolf at all. It described exactly what you are, a hybrid whose physical form evolved to contain immense power. Megan stared at the illustrations, seeing her own features in the ancient drawings. Not just her curves, but the specific placement of her birthmark, the unusual purple-gold color of her magic. "What happens during this transformation?" "That's where interpretations diverge," Marvin admitted. "Some believe you'll become a supreme being who unites the supernatural races. Others fear you'll trigger events that destroy the current order entirely." His voice softened slightly. "I believe the outcome depends largely on how you're treated in the days leading to the eclipse, whether you're embraced or rejected by those around you." "That's why you claimed me," she realized, pieces falling into place. "Not just to save me from the pack, but to ensure I had positive connections when this transformation occurs." "It was strategic," he acknowledged. but becoming less so by the hour. His eyes held hers, allowing her to see the conflict within him, the strategic alpha and the man increasingly drawn to his unexpected mate. I need to increase security around you. These attacks will escalate as the blood moon approaches. As if to emphasize his words, he moved to her side, his large frame blocking potential threat paths instinctively. Despite their conflicted relationship, his protective instincts were unmistakable and increasingly personal rather than purely strategic. Night fell over the Alpha's home, bringing with it a heavy silence. After the attack, Marvin had indeed increased security, stationing his most trusted pack members around the perimeter while he finalized plans for more permanent protection. Megan found herself alone in his study, the house quiet around her as pack members kept their distance from their Alpha's controversial mate. Despite her exhaustion, sleep remained elusive. Too many revelations, too many changes in too short a time. Seeking distraction, she turned again to Marvin's private journals, feeling only mild guilt at the invasion of privacy. If her life and future were described in ancient prophecies he'd collected, she deserved to understand the man who now controlled both. The most recent volumes contained his observations of her, but she found herself drawn to earlier entries. Working backward through the years, she discovered a journal from 15 years earlier, its pages worn from frequent handling. The handwriting was less controlled here. A younger Marvin, not yet Alpha, recording private thoughts never meant for others' eyes. They're gone. All of them. Mother, father, Elise. The house reeked of witch magic. Dark and corrupt. The hunters say it was a vengeance attack for father's work. I was spared only because I was training with Uncle Jerome when it happened. The funerals were today. I kept expecting them to sit up, to laugh and tell me it was all a mistake. Elise would never see her 8th birthday now. Never grow up, never have a mate or pups of her own. Because of witches. Uncle says I must transform grief into purpose, continue father's work, learn to hunt those who would harm our pack. I'm not ready. I don't know if I'll ever be ready. But I will never forget what they took from me. Never forgive what witches did to my family. The raw pain in those entries struck Megan like a physical blow. Marvin's entire family, killed by dark magic when he was young. It explained so much. His suspicion of her, his collection of witch hunter weapons, his complex reaction to discovering a witch within his pack. She continued reading, tracking his journey from grieving son to determined hunter to reluctant alpha. The entries showed a complexity she hadn't anticipated. A man who hunted those who used magic for harm while sparing those who did not, who struggled with pack expectations while maintaining his own moral code. In the most recent volumes, she found growing uncertainty about the prophecy's true meaning and his own role in its fulfillment. Pages of careful research, alternative translations, consideration of multiple interpretations, and increasingly frequent mentions of her not just clinical observations, but notes of reluctant admiration for her healing work, her quiet strength, her resilience in the face of pack rejection. A noise from down the hall interrupted her reading. Setting the journal aside, Megan moved toward the sound, finding herself outside what must be Marvin's temporary sleeping quarters while she occupied his bed. Through the partially open door, she could see him thrashing in his sleep, face contorted in what was clearly a nightmare. "No," he muttered, his powerful body twisting in the sheets. "Elise, run." Without conscious decision, Megan entered the room. Whatever complicated history lay between them, she couldn't leave him trapped in such obvious torment. Approaching the bed carefully, she placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Marvin," she called softly. "Wake up. You're dreaming." He jerked awake instantly, eyes flashing gold in the darkness as one hand shot out to grasp her wrist. For a moment, he didn't seem to recognize her, trapped between nightmare and reality. "It's me," she said, keeping her voice calm despite the bruising grip on her arm. "You were having a nightmare." Recognition dawned, and he released her immediately, sitting up with a groan. "Megan, I'm sorry." "It's all right," she assured him, perching carefully on the edge of the bed. "I saw your journals about your family. In another time, another situation, he might have been angry at the invasion of privacy. Tonight, exhaustion and residual vulnerability from the nightmare seemed to erode his usual barriers. They've been gone 15 years, he said quietly. The dreams come less frequently now, but never fully disappear. Acting on instinct rather than calculation, Megan reached for his hand. I can help if you'll let me. His first instinct was clearly refusal. Accepting magical assistance from a witch went against everything he'd been taught, but exhaustion and perhaps a growing trust overrode his training. What would you do? He asked, wariness warring with hope in his voice. A simple calming spell, she explained. It won't erase the memories or artificially alter your emotions. Just ease the immediate trauma response so you can rest. When he hesitated, she added gently, I've read what you've written about me. If you truly believe I'm meant to bring salvation rather than destruction, then trust me in this small thing. After a long moment, he nodded once. Taking that as permission, Megan moved closer, her full figure curving protectively around his larger frame as she positioned herself behind him on the bed. Gentle hands settled on his shoulders, her touch light but secure. Close your eyes, she instructed softly, her breath warm against his ear. As he complied, she began to whisper words in the ancient witch language, her voice melodic and soothing. Purple light emanated from her fingertips, flowing into his skin like water seeping into parched earth. The magic was gentle, designed to smooth jagged emotional edges rather than suppress them entirely. Beneath her hands, she felt his muscles gradually relax, the tension draining from his powerful frame. His breathing deepened and slowed, matching the rhythm she set with her own measured inhalations. When the spell was complete, the purple glow faded slowly, leaving them in the dim light of pre-dawn. Marvin turned to face her, his expression more open than she had yet seen it. Thank you, he said simply, the words clearly unfamiliar when directed toward witch magic. Something shifted between them in that moment, a tentative trust beginning to form beneath the forced bond of their mating. Without discussion or agreement, Megan settled beside him on the bed, her curves fitting against the hard planes of his body as if designed for that purpose. His arm curled around her waist, large hands spanning her hip with what felt increasingly like appreciation rather than mere acceptance. By morning, they'd established a tentative truce, with Marvin looking at her curves with new understanding, not as an anomaly among wolves, but as evidence of her prophesied role. More importantly, as a form uniquely suited to complement his own. The path ahead remained fraught with danger and uncertainty, but they would face it together. Alpha and witch, protector and protected. Reluctant mates becoming something neither had anticipated. Chapter 6. Growing Bonds. The morning sun had barely cleared the mountaintops when Megan found herself in Marvin's private training area, the reinforced basement she'd discovered days earlier. The damage from her magical outburst had been repaired with surprising speed, the walls now reinforced with additional materials that gleamed with subtle runes, designed to contain not just physical strength but magical energy as well. Again, Marvin commanded, circling her with predatory grace, and this time, don't hesitate on the counter. Sweat dampened Megan's skin as she assumed the defensive stance he'd been drilling into her for the past hour. She wore close-fitting training clothes that Marvin had provided, stretchy fabric that accommodated her curves while allowing freedom of movement. After years of attempting to hide her figure in loose garments, the form-fitting outfit had initially made her self-conscious, but the practicality quickly overshadowed her discomfort. Marvin lunged without warning, his movements controlled but still blindingly fast. Instead of dodging as she might have days ago, Megan stood her ground, using the technique he'd just taught her to redirect his momentum. Her hands gripped his forearm, body pivoting to use his own weight against him. For a moment, it worked perfectly. Then Marvin adjusted mid-motion, his superior experience allowing him to counter her counter. Within seconds, she found herself pinned against the training mat, his powerful body hovering over hers without quite making contact. Better, he acknowledged, golden eyes gleaming with approval as he released her and helped her to her feet. But you're still thinking like someone with a different body type. I've spent years trying to move like the lean wolves, she admitted, brushing dust from her legs. Old habits. Marvin shook his head, studying her form with analytical precision. That's your first mistake. The techniques I initially showed you were designed for typical wolf physiology, high center of gravity, lean muscle distribution. He moved closer, circling her with assessing eyes. "Your center is lower," he observed, his hand briefly indicating her generous hips. "You need to leverage that, not work against it." To demonstrate, he positioned himself behind her, his large hands settling at her waist. The contact sent awareness shimmering through her, but she forced herself to focus on his instruction rather than his proximity. "Feel how your weight naturally settles," he continued, voice professional despite their intimate position, where a leaner wolf might be easily unbalanced. He applied gentle pressure to demonstrate. "You maintain stability because of your curves. In combat, that's an advantage." He guided her through a modified stance that felt immediately more natural. When they repeated the exercise, Megan found herself able to counter Marvin's attack with surprising effectiveness, using her lower center of gravity to maintain balance where others would falter. "Good," he approved, circling for another round. "Now add your enhanced strength, but keep it controlled." This was the true purpose of these sessions, helping her harness her rapidly developing hybrid abilities. Each day brought new changes, enhanced speed beyond typical werewolf capacity, strength that occasionally rivaled Marvin's own, and magical reflexes that sometimes manifested without conscious direction. As they continued sparring, Megan felt the now familiar surge of power rising within her. Her movements quickened, strength flowing into her limbs with exhilarating potency. When Marvin came at her with a complex attack pattern, her body responded with instinctive precision, not just countering, but launching her own offensive that drove him backward across the training floor. For a breathless moment, she saw surprise flash across his features before his alpha pride engaged. He increased his intensity, meeting her enhanced abilities with his own considerable skills. They moved together in a dance of attack and defense, their bodies finding natural rhythm despite their vastly different physiques. When Marvin finally called a halt, both were breathing heavily, a thin sheen of sweat highlighting the hard planes of his chest where his training shirt clung to his skin. "Your progress is remarkable," he said, reaching for water bottles stored alongside the training mat. He tossed one to her, which she caught effortlessly. "Most wolves take years to develop the control you've shown in days." The compliment warmed her unexpectedly. "Good teacher," she replied, taking a long drink to hide her pleasure at his approval. His eyes followed the movement of her throat as she swallowed, lingering a moment longer than strictly necessary before he looked away. "We'll continue tomorrow," he said, his voice slightly rougher than before. "The blood moon approaches, and with it more dangers. You need to be prepared." As they climbed the stairs back to the main level of the house, Megan found herself studying Marvin with new awareness. The man who had claimed her out of strategic necessity was revealing unexpected depths with each passing day. The following week brought a new routine as Megan adjusted to life as the alpha's mate. While still technically a prisoner within pack boundaries, her position had shifted subtly as pack members observed Marvin's obvious protection and growing regard for his unlikely mate. She accompanied him on his daily rounds whenever possible, observing interactions that revealed sides of him she'd never glimpsed during her years on the pack periphery. With pack elders, he showed surprising gentleness, listening to concerns with genuine attention rather than the impatience she might have expected from a powerful alpha. When young wolves presented training challenges, his patience seemed inexhaustible, demonstrating techniques repeatedly until success was achieved. Most revealing was watching him manage pack security. In council meetings she now attended by right as his mate, Marvin displayed a strategic mind that impressed even his most experienced advisors. His plans for protecting both Megan and the wider pack territories showed foresight and adaptability she hadn't anticipated. "The eastern border needs additional patrols," he instructed during one such meeting, indicating points on a large territory map. "The vampire witch hybrids that attacked Megan will try again, likely with greater numbers." "We're stretched thin already," objected his security chief, a grizzled wolf named Callum, who had initially been among the most hostile toward Megan's presence. "Then, redistribute from the northern quadrant," Marvin replied without hesitation. "The alliance with Rivercrest Pack has stabilized that border. We can afford to reduce numbers there temporarily." As discussions continued, Megan noted how Marvin incorporated input from all present, adapting his strategy based on valid concerns while maintaining clear authority. It was leadership in its purest form, confident but not arrogant, strong but not inflexible. When the meeting concluded, pack members filtered out with new assignments and clearer understanding of the threats they faced. Several nodded respectfully to Megan as they passed, a far cry from the open hostility that had greeted her just days earlier. That went better than expected, she observed once they were alone. Marvin gathered the maps spread across the council table, his movements efficient as always. They're coming around, he agreed. Some genuinely, others simply following their alpha's lead. And some still wish I'd disappear entirely, she added wryly, thinking of the few who had avoided looking at her throughout the meeting. His expression hardened slightly. Their personal feelings are irrelevant. You are my mate and will be treated accordingly. The possessive edge in his voice sent an unexpected shiver down her spine. More surprising was her own reaction to it. Not resentment at being claimed as property, but something warmer and more complex. She had noticed other changes in his behavior toward her as well. His eyes now openly appreciated her curves rather than judging them, his gaze following her movements with undisguised admiration when he thought she wasn't looking. Where once he had maintained careful distance between them, now he found small excuses for contact, a hand at the small of her back when they walked together, fingers brushing hers when passing objects, standing close enough that his scent surrounded her during conversations. These subtle shifts highlighted his complexity, challenging her initial impression of him as merely a prejudiced witch hunter. The man who had collected weapons designed to harm her kind was the same one who now ensured her comfort, protected her from threats, and increasingly seemed to value her presence beyond strategic necessity. "You're staring," he noted, looking up from the maps he'd been organizing. Caught in her assessment, Megan didn't bother denying it. "I'm trying to reconcile different versions of you," she admitted. "The witch hunter, the alpha, and whatever you're becoming now." Something flickered in his golden eyes. Awareness, perhaps, of his own evolution. "People are rarely simple, Megan," he replied quietly, "especially those shaped by loss and duty." Before she could respond to this unexpected philosophical turn, a knock at the council room door interrupted them. Eleanor, the seamstress who had initially been so dismissive of Megan's figure, entered with a carefully wrapped package. "The items you requested, Alpha," she said, presenting the bundle to Marvin with a respectful nod. He accepted it with thanks, waiting until Eleanor departed before turning to Megan. "New clothes," he explained, offering her the package. "Designed for your changing body and abilities." Inside, she found several sets of garments. Training clothes, similar to those she'd been using but of finer quality, everyday wear designed to accommodate her curves without restricting movement, and, most surprisingly, a formal dress in deep purple that would emphasize rather than disguise her figure. "These are," she began, running her fingers over the luxurious fabrics. "Appropriate for the alpha's mate," Marvin finished for her. Something like uncertainty crossed his features, an expression she'd rarely seen on his confident face. "Do they meet with your approval?" The vulnerability in the question touched her more deeply than the gift itself. "They're perfect," she assured him, unexpected emotion tightening her throat. "Thank you." His pleased expression warmed something inside her that had been cold for too long. That afternoon's training session began like the others, with basic combat forms gradually increasing in difficulty. But as they moved into more advanced techniques, Megan felt the now familiar surge of power rising within her, stronger than before, more insistent in its demand for release. As Marvin demonstrated a complex evasion maneuver, her vision briefly flashed crimson, her control slipping. When he moved to engage her in practice, her body responded with heightened strength before her mind could regulate it. With supernatural speed, she countered his attack and launched her own, driving him backward across the training space until his back hit the reinforced wall. Her hands pinned his shoulders with irresistible force, her body pressed against his from chest to thigh as power coursed through her unchecked. "Megan," Marvin said, his voice steady despite the dangerous energy radiating from her. "Focus on my voice. Control it." She struggled, feeling transformation threatening at the edges of her consciousness, not the standard wolf shift, but something more profound and potentially devastating. Her soft curves contrasted with his hard muscle as she fought to contain the surging power, her body trembling with the effort. "I can't," she gasped, eyes shifting between their normal color and bright crimson. "It's too strong." His hands moved to grip her full hips, the pressure firm and grounding. "Yes, you can," he insisted, his voice dropping to a timbre that resonated through her on multiple levels. Alpha command layered with personal connection. Feel where my hands are holding you. Concentrate on that sensation. Use it to anchor yourself. The steady pressure of his grip provided a focal point, as he'd intended. Gradually, Megan pulled the wild energy back under control, her breathing slowing as the crimson faded from her vision. The dangerous moment passed, leaving them both acutely aware of their intimate position. Her body still pressed fully against his large hands spanning her hips with possessive certainty. Neither moved away immediately, the tension between them shifting from combat to something more primal. Marvin's golden eyes darkened as they traced her features, lingering on her parted lips before returning to meet her gaze. "Your body holds more power than anyone guessed," he said hoarsely, his thumbs tracing small circles on her hips that sent heat spiraling through her core. The touch was appreciative, almost reverent, nothing like the clinical assessment of their early interactions. For a breathless moment, Megan thought he might close the minimal distance between their mouths. Instead, with visible effort, he dropped his hands and stepped away, creating necessary space between them. "Enough for today," he said, voice rough with restrained emotion. "You need rest before tonight's pack gathering." The abrupt end to their session left Megan both relieved and oddly disappointed. As she watched him stride toward the stairs without looking back, she wondered which of them he was protecting with his restraint. The note arrived while Megan was preparing for the evening's pack gathering. A small folded paper slipped beneath her door when Marvin was occupied with Border Patrol reports. The handwriting was instantly recognizable, sending a jolt of shock through her system. "Moon Willow Cave, midnight, come alone, lives depend on it. E. Evan." After his public rejection and denunciation, after weeks of silence, he now requested a secret meeting. Suspicion warred with curiosity as she considered the cryptic message. Could it be a trap? Or did he truly have information important enough to risk contacting her? She debated telling Marvin, weighing loyalty to her mate against the possibility of crucial intelligence. In the end, curiosity won. If Evan's information proved valuable, she could share it with Marvin afterward. If not, no harm done beyond a brief absence she could easily explain. The evening's pack gathering passed in a blur of formal introductions and careful conversations. Since their claiming, Megan had been officially presented to various pack factions, each interaction carefully orchestrated by Marvin to solidify her position. Tonight focused on hunting teams, wolves responsible for providing meat to the pack and scouting potential threats. "Your mate has unusual skills that complement traditional pack strengths," Marvin told his lead hunters, his hand resting possessively at the small of Megan's back. "Her insights have already improved our border security." The acknowledgement of her contributions surprised her almost as much as the hunters' respectful nods. Gradually, pack members were adjusting to her presence, some genuinely accepting, others simply following alpha directive. But the improvement was noticeable nonetheless. When midnight approached, Megan slipped away from the sleeping alpha with the excuse of gathering night-blooming herbs necessary for her magical practice. The guards Marvin still maintained around their home had grown accustomed to her nocturnal herb collecting, making it relatively simple to extend her usual route toward Moon Willow Cave. The cave lay at the far western edge of pack territory, its entrance concealed behind a curtain of weeping willow branches that glowed silver in the moonlight. As a healer's assistant, Megan had visited occasionally to collect the rare fungi that grew in its damp interior. Now, approaching with heightened senses alert for danger, she paused to scan the surrounding forest before pushing aside the willow fronds. Evan stood in the cave's entrance, his familiar figure outlined by the soft glow of a mage light hovering near his shoulder. The sight of him, after everything that had happened, sent conflicting emotions cascading through her. Hurt, anger, confusion, and despite everything, lingering affection for the wolf who had first accepted her curves and You came, he said, relief evident in his voice. I wasn't sure you would. I almost didn't, she replied coolly, maintaining safe distance between them. Give me one reason why I shouldn't leave right now, or better yet, call Marvin to deal with you. Evan winced at the coldness in her tone. Because I've risked everything to bring you the truth, he said, gesturing deeper into the cave. The complete prophecy that Marvin hasn't shared with you? Suspicion sharpened her voice. How do I know this isn't a trap? The last time I trusted you, you denounced me before the entire pack. Pain flashed across his features. That was the hardest thing I've ever done, he admitted. And I'll regret it until my dying day. But it was necessary to protect you. Protect me? Disbelief colored her words. By turning the pack against me? By calling me an abomination? By making everyone, including those hunting you, believe I had rejected the mate bond, he clarified. Please, just hear me out, then judge me as you will. Against her better judgment, curiosity won out. Maintaining careful distance, she followed him deeper into the cave where a small table had been set up, with ancient texts spread across its surface, similar to those in Marvin's collection but with subtle differences. These are the original prophecy texts, Evan explained, indicating the yellowed parchments. Not the edited versions the Silver Moon Pack has passed down for generations. Edited? Megan moved closer despite herself, examining the unfamiliar script. What do you mean? I mean that Marvin's witch hunter ancestors deliberately altered key passages to suit their purpose, he replied, carefully unrolling the largest scroll. The complete prophecy tells a very different story from the one you've been told. He translated the ancient text, his finger tracing lines as he spoke. When dual moons bleed red across the night sky, she who carries two natures shall come into her power. Born of wolf and witch, her form shall mirror the crescent moon, curves necessary to contain the power of multiple bloodlines. In her 25th year, at the second blood eclipse, the final transformation shall occur. The description of her body type matched what Marvin had shown her, but the following passages contained information she hadn't heard before. The hybrid shall draw power from all supernatural lineages, wolf, witch, vampire, and others long forgotten. Her curvy figure was explicitly described in the oldest texts as necessary to contain this convergence of power, a vessel of perfect balance between strength and flexibility, power and control. Megan stared at the illustrations accompanying the text, detailed drawings of a woman with her exact proportions, surrounded by symbols representing different supernatural races. This is why I never fit the typical wolf mold, she whispered, understanding dawning. My body developed this way to accommodate multiple supernatural energies. Exactly, Evan confirmed. Which is why so many have sought to either control or destroy you before your transformation is complete. Including Marvin's witch hunter allies, she guessed, pieces falling into place. That's what you're trying to tell me. Evan's expression tightened. Marvin comes from a long line of hunters who believe the prophecy foretells the rise of an abomination that will destroy supernatural balance. For generations, they've searched for the hybrid described in these texts, determined to prevent the final transformation. Then why claim me as his mate? Confusion colored her voice. Why protect me at all? That's what I've been trying to understand, Evan admitted. My rejection was orchestrated with Marvin to protect you from those hunting you, including his witch hunter allies who want to prevent your transformation. But his claiming you instead of killing you wasn't part of our arrangement. He looked genuinely perplexed. When he stepped forward and claimed you that night, he defied not just pack tradition, but his family's centuries-old mission. I've been watching from the shadows, trying to determine if his protection is genuine or merely a strategic delay until he can fulfill his hunter obligations. Megan's mind reeled with implications. You're saying my public rejection was planned between you two? To protect me? Yes, Evan confirmed, regret heavy in his voice. Marvin showed me the prophecy texts and convinced me that publicly rejecting you was the only way to buy time while we determined the truth. If those hunting you believed the mate bond had failed, they might hesitate to act directly. But something went wrong, she realized. The pack turned on me more violently than you expected. He nodded grimly. Marvin anticipated resistance, but not the level of hostility that erupted. When they moved to attack you, he made a split-second decision that surprised everyone, including himself, I think. The revelation forced Megan to reevaluate everything that had happened since that night. Marvin's increasing protectiveness, his growing appreciation of her curves, his personal investment in her training, were these genuine developments or merely elaborate deception? I need to know if Marvin is truly protecting you or simply waiting for the perfect moment to complete his family's mission, Evan continued urgently. The blood moon is less than 2 weeks away. If his intention is to prevent your transformation permanently, he'll move against you soon. The possibility sent ice through her veins. She had begun to trust Marvin, to see beyond his hunter heritage to the complex man beneath. Had she been naive? Had the growing connection between them been one-sided illusion? What would you have me do? She asked, suddenly weary with the weight of prophecy and betrayal. Be cautious, Evan advised. Watch for signs that he's communicating with hunter allies, and if you need to escape quickly, he pressed a small crystal into her palm, similar to ones her coven used for emergency transportation. This will take you to a safe location beyond pack boundaries. As she wrapped her fingers around the crystal, uncertainty clouded her thoughts. If what you're saying is true, why did you wait so long to contact me? Because I've been watched, he replied simply. Tonight was the first opportunity I had to slip away unnoticed. He glanced toward the cave entrance. You should go. Dawn approaches, and Marvin will notice your absence soon if he hasn't already. She turned to leave, then paused. Thank you for the warning, Evan, but understand this. If I discover you're manipulating me again, there won't be a third chance. His sad smile acknowledged the justice in her words. Fair enough. Be safe, Megan. The eastern sky was beginning to lighten when Megan slipped back into Marvin's home. Her mind churned with Evan's revelations, sorting truth from possible manipulation, weighing evidence against instinct. So absorbed was she in these thoughts that she failed to notice the figure waiting in the darkened living room until he spoke. Where have you been? Marvin's voice cut through the silence like a blade, startling her into momentary immobility. He rose from his chair with fluid grace, his expression an unsettling mixture of anger and concern as he approached. Gathering herbs, she replied, the partial truth falling easily from her lips. Some varieties are more potent when collected under the waning moon. For 3 hours? His tone made it clear he didn't believe her explanation. With no guards accompanying you despite the threats we've confirmed? Guilt and defiance warred within her. I don't need constant supervision, she countered. My abilities have grown considerably under your training. Not enough to face multiple attackers alone, he growled, closing the distance between them with predatory intent. Not enough to risk everything we've worked for with reckless behavior. His genuine concern was evident beneath the anger, complicating her emotional response to his confrontation. Was this the reaction of a mate worried for his partner's safety, or a hunter protecting a valuable asset until the optimal moment to strike? I can protect myself, she insisted, standing her ground as he loomed over her. Can you? Challenge flashed in his golden eyes. Then why do you smell of Evan's scent? The direct accusation caught her off guard. Of course, he would detect the lingering evidence of her meeting. Werewolf senses were too acute to miss such details. Denial would only insult his intelligence and damage whatever trust existed between them. He contacted me, she admitted, watching Marvin's expression darken further. Asked to meet privately. And you went without telling me. The hurt beneath his anger was unexpected, making her chest tighten with confused emotion. Without considering that it might be a trap or that you might be followed by those hunting you? I needed to hear what he had to say, she replied, holding her ground despite his intimidating proximity. About the prophecy, about your family's hunter heritage, about your real intentions toward me. The accusation hung between them, altering the atmosphere from simple anger to something more complex and dangerous. Marvin's jaw tightened, a muscle working beneath the skin as he visibly struggled for control. What exactly did he tell you? He asked, voice deceptively calm. That your claiming me wasn't part of the plan you two devised, she replied, watching his reaction carefully. That your witch hunter ancestors have sought for generations to prevent the hybrid transformation described in the prophecy. That you might be protecting me now, only to destroy me before the blood moon. For a long moment, he simply stared at her, various emotions cycling through his expression too quickly to interpret. Then, with controlled movements that belied the intensity radiating from him, he moved to the bookshelf and retrieved a small wooden box she hadn't noticed before. If my intention was to destroy you, he said quietly, opening the box to reveal a silver dagger inscribed with ancient runes, I've had ample opportunity. The weapon gleamed in the pre-dawn light, its purpose unmistakable. A blade designed specifically to kill hybrid beings like herself. Meeting her eyes with unflinching directness, Marvin continued, My family has indeed hunted dangerous supernatural creatures for generations. This dagger has ended the lives of many who threatened innocent lives, vampire rogues, dark witches, feral wolves. It could end yours as well had that been my intention. He closed the box with a decisive click, replacing it on the shelf. Instead, I've claimed you as mate, protected you from those who would harm you, and trained you to defend yourself. Does that align with Evan's narrative of my duplicity? The logical evidence supported Marvin's position, yet doubt lingered. Then why orchestrate my public rejection? Why not simply claim me from the beginning if your intentions were honorable? Something shifted in his expression. Regret, perhaps, or frustrated honesty? Because I was fighting my own nature, he admitted roughly. Fighting my attraction to you since I first caught your scent. Everything about you called to me, despite everything I believed. His hands reached for her waist, pulling her closer with obvious appreciation for her curves. I convinced myself it was strategic to have Evan reject you publicly, to throw off those hunting you while I determined the truth about the prophecy. But when I saw the pack turn on you that night, his voice roughened further. When I saw you threatened, something primitive took over. I claimed you on instinct, not calculation. The raw honesty in his confession resonated with her own confused emotions. Since their claiming, she had fought similar battles, attraction warring with suspicion, instinctive connection challenging rational caution. Acting on impulse rather than careful thought, Megan raised her hand to his face, fingers tracing the strong line of his jaw. His eyes darkened at her touch, surprise evident in the slight parting of his lips. This time she initiated the contact, rising on tiptoes to press her mouth to his. Unlike their previous kisses, the claiming bite filled with dominance, the adrenaline-fueled connection after battle, this one began softly, questioning rather than demanding. For a heartbeat, Marvin remained still, perhaps shocked by her initiative. Then with a low growl of approval, he responded, arms banding around her to pull her more firmly against him. His hands explored her generous hips and waist with reverence rather than the clinical assessment of their first encounters, appreciation evident in each deliberate touch. The mate bond flickered between them, stronger than before, a tangible connection that transcended physical attraction or strategic alliance. When they finally broke apart, both breathing heavily, Marvin rested his forehead against hers in a gesture of surprising intimacy. Trust is earned, not commanded, he said quietly. I don't expect you to dismiss Evan's warnings entirely. Caution has kept you alive this long. But judge me by my actions, Megan, not by ancient grudges or family history. Before she could respond, pain lanced through her body with such sudden intensity that her knees buckled. Marvin caught her before she hit the floor, alarm replacing the tender expression he'd worn moments before. What's wrong? He demanded, lifting her easily into his arms. The transformation, she gasped, agony radiating from her core outward. It's accelerating. He carried her swiftly to his study, laying her gently on the leather couch as another wave of pain racked her body. Her already voluptuous figure seemed to radiate power, her skin glowing with supernatural energy that pulsed in rhythm with her accelerated heartbeat. It's too soon, Marvin muttered, concern etching lines around his eyes as he checked her pulse. The blood moon is still days away. Something's triggered it early, she managed between waves of pain. The claiming bond, perhaps, or She broke off as another spasm hit, this one stronger than before. Marvin's expression shifted from concern to determined resolve. Without hesitation, he drew a small knife from his boot and cut deeply across his wrist. "Drink," he instructed, pressing the bleeding wound to her lips. "My blood might stabilize you." The offer stunned her, even through the haze of pain. Alpha blood was sacred, never shared except in the most dire circumstances or the most intimate bonds. Yet he offered it freely, instinctively, his only apparent concern for her suffering rather than the power such an exchange might give her over him. As the first drops touched her tongue, hunger unlike anything she'd ever experienced surged through her. Her hands gripped his arm, holding it in place as she drank deeply, the rich taste flooding her senses with elemental power. Her curves pressed against him in the process, creating an unexpected intimacy as his free arm supported her. With each swallow, the pain receded, replaced by warmth that spread through her limbs like liquid sunlight. More startling were the images that accompanied the blood exchange, vivid visions flowing between them through the strengthened mate bond. She saw Marvin as a boy, laughing with his sister before tragedy struck. Felt his grief when his family was killed, his determination when he took up his father's hunter mantle, his conflicted duty when he became Alpha. More recent memories followed. His first sight of her from across the pack grounds, his growing fascination with her curves and quiet strength, his private struggle between hunter heritage and mate instinct. Alongside these glimpses of his past came flashes of possible futures, some dark with threat and destruction, others bright with potential. Most vivid was an image of them standing together against a gathering darkness, her curvy figure radiating power beside his strength, their combined abilities creating a shield that protected not just themselves, but countless others. When she finally released his wrist, the wound already healing with supernatural speed, their eyes met in shared awareness of what had passed between them. More than blood had been exchanged. Truth beyond words, connection beyond strategic alliance. "I saw," she began, uncertain how to articulate the profound intimacy of the experience. "As did I," he confirmed, his voice uncharacteristically gentle. Reaching out, he brushed hair from her face with tender fingertips, his expression open in ways she hadn't witnessed before. "Rest now. Your body needs to integrate what's happening." As exhaustion claimed her, Megan felt Marvin gather her against his chest, his powerful frame curving protectively around her softness. The blood bond hummed between them, stronger than the original claiming bite, deeper than either had anticipated when this forced alliance began. Whatever came next, whatever the approaching blood moon might bring, they would face it with a connection neither had expected but both now embraced. Hunter and witch, alpha and hybrid, reluctant mates becoming something no prophecy could have fully predicted. Megan woke slowly, her body humming with new energy that felt simultaneously foreign and deeply familiar. She lay in Marvin's bed, tucked beneath furs that carried his pine and earth scent. The claiming bite on her neck had stopped throbbing, replaced by a pleasant warmth that spread through her entire body. Sitting up carefully, she examined her hands, half expecting them to look different after the profound blood exchange. They appeared unchanged, yet when she called her magic to the surface, purple light threaded with gold spiraled around her fingers. Her witch power now interwoven with something distinctly wolf. "It worked," came Marvin's deep voice from the doorway. She looked up to find him watching her with an intensity that sent heat curling through her core. He'd changed into fresh clothes, but the intimacy of their blood exchange lingered between them like a tangible presence. "The pain is gone," she confirmed, letting the magic play across her fingertips. "But my power feels different." He approached the bed slowly, his movements measured as if giving her space to object if his proximity was unwelcome. When she made no protest, he sat beside her, the mattress dipping beneath his weight. "Alpha blood carries unique properties," he explained, eyes tracking the gold thread purple light, "especially when freely given. It appears to have stabilized your transformation temporarily, while adding elements of my lineage to your magical signature." Experimentally, Megan directed the magic outward, creating a small sphere of energy that hovered above her palm. Unlike her usual controlled manifestations, this one pulsed with dual nature, her witch heritage and Marvin's wolf bloodline intermingling in visible harmony. "Can you feel it?" she asked, sensing his growing awareness of the connection between them. Instead of answering verbally, Marvin extended his hand toward the sphere. Golden light immediately spiraled from his fingertips, pure alpha energy responding to her call without conscious direction on his part. Their magics recognized each other, reaching out to connect despite their fundamentally different natures. As their energies touched, the sphere expanded, surrounding them both in a swirling manifestation of intertwined power. Purple and gold light danced across their skin, illuminating the small space between them with otherworldly radiance. The light seemed particularly drawn to Megan's curves, outlining her generous hips and full breasts with golden illumination, as if highlighting the very aspect of her physique that had once made her an outsider. "Extraordinary," Marvin breathed, watching as the magic mapped the contours of her body with appreciative precision. His expression held wonder rather than scientific detachment, personal awe replacing analytical assessment. Megan felt the connection between them strengthening with each pulse of the combined magic, the mate bond humming with recognition and rightness. Their energies circled each other like dance partners, complementary rather than competitive, each enhancing the other's natural strengths. When she attempted to direct the merged power toward a small crystal on the bedside table, intending to charge it with healing energy, the response exceeded her expectations. The crystal not only absorbed the intended healing properties, but began to glow with sustained light, its capacity enhanced beyond normal parameters by their combined influence. "The control you're demonstrating is remarkable," Marvin observed, his voice roughened with what might have been pride. "Most wolves can't manipulate energy with such precision, even after years of training." "It feels natural," she admitted, surprised by the ease with which she managed the complex flow. "As if your blood knew exactly what my magic needed to stabilize." His eyes met hers, gold flecks brightening the deep brown as his wolf nature responded to her words. "The prophecy wasn't wrong," he whispered, watching the light play across her figure with undisguised appreciation. "Only someone with your form could contain such power without breaking." The acknowledgement, the validation of her different body type as strength rather than flaw, touched something deep within her. For years, she'd endured judgment and mockery for failing to match the lean, athletic ideal of female wolves. Now, the alpha who had once seemed to epitomize that judgment was openly admiring the very curves that had marked her as outsider. "I've spent my life trying to hide what makes me different," she confessed, the intimate moment encouraging honesty. "Trying to be smaller, less noticeable." Marvin's hand moved to rest at her waist, large and warm through the thin fabric of her nightgown. "That would have been a tremendous loss," he said, voice low and sincere. "Your differences aren't flaws, Megan. They're adaptations for the role you were born to fulfill." His fingers traced the curve of her hip with obvious appreciation, sending awareness shimmering through her. The magical connection between them intensified with his touch, golden light brightening around his hand as it mapped her contours. "This is what the ancient texts described," he continued, seemingly mesmerized by the way their combined magic illuminated her figure. "The vessel shaped like the crescent moon, with capacity to contain dual natures without fracturing. Not just any witch-wolf hybrid could withstand the power convergence you're experiencing." Their joined magic continued to swirl around them, creating an intimate cocoon that amplified every sensation. Each breath felt deeper, each touch more significant. When Megan shifted slightly toward him, the movement sent ripples through their shared energy field, translating physical awareness into magical response. "What happens now?" she asked, the question encompassing far more than the immediate moment. Marvin's expression softened in a way she'd rarely witnessed, vulnerability showing beneath his usual controlled facade. "That depends partly on you," he replied, his hand still resting possessively at her waist. "The blood bond has strengthened our connection, but it doesn't remove your free will or erase our complicated beginning." The honesty in his words, the absence of alpha command or strategic calculation, moved her more than grand declarations might have. This was the real Marvin, emerging from behind years of duty and trauma, offering connection without demand. Before she could respond, a sharp knock at the bedroom door interrupted the moment. Their magical cocoon dissipated instantly as Marvin rose, his expression shifting back to alpha authority as he called, "Enter." Callum, his security chief, appeared in the doorway, his grizzled face grave. "Urgent news, Alpha," he reported, eyes carefully averted from Megan's nightgown-clad form on the bed. "Scouts report an attack in progress against a witch coven east of our territory. Multiple casualties already confirmed." Megan's blood ran cold. "Witch coven?" she demanded, all thoughts of magical exploration forgotten. Callum hesitated, looking to Marvin for permission to address her directly. At the Alpha's nod, he replied, "The Silver Oak Coven, situated in the eastern forest clearing." "That's my mother's coven," Megan gasped, already moving from the bed. "My coven! My sisters are there," Marvin's expression tightened. "Who's attacking them?" "Reports indicate witch hunters," Callum answered grimly. "At least 12, heavily armed with specialized weapons. They appear to be searching for something, or someone, specific." The implication was clear. The hunters had failed to find Megan within pack borders and had turned their attention to her known associates, hoping to flush her out or gain leverage. "I need to go to them," she stated, magic flaring around her hands with renewed purpose. "Now." "Absolutely not," Marvin countered, authority ringing in his voice. "That's exactly what they want, to draw you out of my protection while you're still vulnerable." Anger sparked in Megan's eyes, her newly enhanced magic responding to her emotional state by swirling more intensely around her curves. "They're my people," she insisted. "I won't hide while they die protecting me. And rushing in without a plan will only get you killed alongside them," he argued, stepping closer. "These aren't ordinary hunters, Megan. They're specialists, trained specifically to combat magical beings like yourself." She moved to her discarded clothes from the previous day, gathering them with sharp, angry movements. "Every moment we debate, more of my coven sisters die," she said, voice tight with controlled fury. "I won't abandon them." Marvin watched her pace, her curves moving hypnotically in her agitation. The thin nightgown did little to disguise her figure, now seeming to radiate power from within as her emotions heightened her magical aura. His expression shifted from frustration to something more complex, concern layered with obvious admiration for her loyalty and courage. "Do you trust me?" he asked suddenly, the question halting her mid-stride. She turned to face him fully, surprise momentarily replacing anger. "What?" "Do you trust me?" he repeated, holding her gaze steadily. "Not completely, perhaps, after everything that's happened, but enough to believe I want to help your people, not just protect you." The question hung between them, weighted with their shared history and evolving relationship. After a long moment, Megan nodded slowly. "Yes," she admitted. "I believe you want to help." Relief flickered briefly across his features. "Then give me 30 minutes to assemble a proper response team and develop a strategic approach," he requested. "We'll help your coven sisters, but we'll do it intelligently, not as a suicide mission." The compromise showed remarkable growth from his usually impulsive approach to witch matters, an evolution she couldn't help but notice. Where the Marvin who had first claimed her might have simply locked her away for her own protection, this one acknowledged her need to act while offering partnership rather than control. 30 minutes, she agreed reluctantly. Not a second more. He nodded once, already turning to Callum with rapid-fire instructions for assembling his elite guard and gathering intelligence on the hunters' positions. As his security chief departed to execute these orders, Marvin moved to a large trunk against the wall, extracting a bundle wrapped in soft leather. "I had these made for you," he explained, placing the package on the bed. "They weren't supposed to be ready until next week, but the craftsman delivered them early." Unwrapping the leather, Megan found protective clothing unlike anything she'd seen in pack armor stores. The reinforced leggings and fitted jacket were crafted from a combination of supple leather and specialized fabric, with strategic reinforcement at vulnerable points. Most notably, the design accommodated her curves perfectly, rather than attempting to compress or disguise them. Standard pack armor is designed for typically lean wolf physiology, Marvin explained as she examined the garments. These were created specifically for your body type with additional enchantments woven into the material to complement your magical abilities. The thoughtfulness of the gift, the recognition of her unique needs, touched her deeply. "You had these made for me before today," she noted, running her fingers over the quality materials. "Before you knew I'd need battle gear. I've been preparing for your protection since the night I claimed you," he acknowledged, watching as she held the jacket against herself to check the fit. "Your body is your strength, not a liability to be disguised. We'll use that advantage." As she changed into the specialized gear, Marvin discreetly stepping out to give her privacy, Megan reflected on how dramatically their relationship had evolved. From strategic claiming to genuine partnership, from judgment of her differences to appreciation of her unique strengths, the protective clothing symbolized this evolution perfectly, designed not to make her conform to pack standards, but to enhance her natural advantages. When she emerged from the bedroom, fully equipped and with her magic settled into its new gold thread pattern around her hands, Marvin's expression confirmed she'd made the right choice in trusting him. Pride, admiration, and something deeper shone in his eyes as he took in her battle-ready appearance. "Your coven won't stand alone today," he promised, extending his hand to her. "Neither will you, ever again." As she placed her hand in his, their magics automatically intertwined once more, purple and gold spiraling around their joined fingers in silent affirmation of a bond that had begun as strategic necessity, but was rapidly becoming something neither had anticipated, and neither would willingly surrender. Chapter 7: Betrayal and Darkness. 30 minutes. Megan had promised Marvin 30 minutes to coordinate with allies and develop a strategic approach to the Coven rescue. But as she paced the confines of his home, her enhanced senses picked up something no strategic planning session could address: the psychic screams of her Coven sisters resonating through their magical connection. Each cry felt like a physical blow, her body responding with sympathetic pain as witches who had taught her, supported her, and accepted her when the pack would not, suffered at the hunter's hands. While Marvin and his lieutenants hunched over territory maps in the council room, Megan felt the magical bonds between Coven members stretching to breaking point. She couldn't wait any longer. Decision made, she slipped silently through the house, avoiding the guards posted at usual exits. The specialized protective gear Marvin had given her fit her curves perfectly, allowing movement without restriction while providing crucial protection. Instead of trying to compress her figure into standard pack armor as she might have once done, she embraced the way the material accentuated her natural shape. A seldom-used window in the back storage room provided her escape route. Dropping noiselessly to the ground below, Megan called on her enhanced abilities to mask her scent, a new skill that combined wolf stealth with witch concealments. Between one heartbeat and the next, she vanished into the forest shadows. The night embraced her as she moved with supernatural grace, her body finding new harmony with both sides of her heritage. Where once her curves had made her feel awkward among the lean, athletic wolves, now they housed power that radiated from her in waves, lending her movements unexpected fluidity. Her feet barely seemed to touch the ground as she navigated the complex terrain, instinctively finding the fastest route to her Coven sanctuary. The full moon illuminated her path, its silver light catching on her generous curves as she ran, lending her an otherworldly appearance that would have startled anyone who glimpsed her passing. Power pulsed beneath her skin with each heartbeat, the gold thread purple of her magic occasionally visible as it spiraled around her in response to her heightened emotions. When she finally reached the edge of the sacred grove that housed her Coven sanctuary, the scene that greeted her stopped her cold. The peaceful clearing had been transformed into a battlefield, with signs of magical combat scarring ancient trees and scorching the earth. Witch hunters moved with military precision through the chaos, their specialized weapons gleaming in the moonlight as they systematically subdued and captured surviving Coven members. At the center of the clearing, Saren knelt in magical bindings, her silver hair matted with blood, expression defiant despite her captivity. Around her, other witches were similarly restrained, their flowing robes tattered from struggle, their slender frames appearing even more fragile in defeat. The contrast between her coven sister's willowy physiques and her own lush curves had once been a source of discomfort for Megan. Now, observing from her concealed position at the forest edge, she recognized that difference as significant. Her body had developed differently because it served a different purpose. Where their lean frames channeled specific magical disciplines with elegant precision, her generous curves housed a convergence of powers that none of them could contain. Drawing on her enhanced abilities, Megan circled the clearing, looking for opportunities to free the captives without revealing her presence. The hunters had positioned guards strategically, but their focus remained on controlling the witches they'd already captured, rather than securing the perimeter against outside intervention. Their overconfidence would be their downfall. Starting with the witches restrained furthest from the main group, Megan worked methodically, using her new wolf-enhanced magic to silently dissolve bindings and create concealment pathways for escape. Her physical confidence transformed her movements, her body's lower center of gravity providing perfect stability for channeling complex spells that would have unbalanced her coven sisters. The freed witches recognized her instantly, despite the changes in her appearance, their expressions shifting from fear to hope as they slipped away to safety at her direction. One elderly witch, Moira, clasped Megan's hands briefly before departing. "The vessel prophecy, it's you," she whispered, eyes wide with recognition. "We thought it referred to Saren's granddaughter, but it's always been you." Before Megan could question her further, a commotion at the northern edge of the clearing demanded her attention. Hunters snapped to attention, their previously casual posture transforming into military discipline as a new group entered the sanctuary. Her heart stopped as a familiar figure emerged from the trees, his powerful frame unmistakable even at a distance. Marvin. From her hidden position behind a massive oak, Megan watched in growing horror as he strode confidently into the center of the operation, hunters deferring to him with obvious respect. His expression was cold and focused as he surveyed the captured witches, golden eyes revealing nothing of the man who had held her so tenderly just hours before. "Report," he commanded, his deep voice carrying easily across the clearing. 11 captured, 6 escaped during initial contact, responded a hunter with lieutenant insignia on his jacket. "No sign of the primary target." Marvin's jaw tightened visibly. "Unacceptable. The hybrid must be located before the blood moon reaches apex tomorrow night." His gaze swept the clearing before settling on Saren with predatory focus. "This one knows where she is. I can sense the connection." As he approached the coven leader, his movements held the lethal grace of an apex predator confident in his dominance. Nothing in his demeanor suggested the conflicted man who had claimed to be fighting his hunter heritage, who had pledged protection and partnership to Megan just hours earlier. It had all been a lie, a strategy to keep her compliant until he could deliver her to his hunter allies. Betrayal crashed through her with physical force, driving the air from her lungs and sending her stumbling back into deeper shadows. The pain of it far exceeded any physical wound she'd ever experienced. A soul-deep agony that transcended ordinary suffering. He had never changed, never truly accepted her. While she had been developing feelings, genuine connection, he had been planning this all along. The specialized armor, the blood exchange, the training, all designed to study her weaknesses and bide his time until the optimal moment to strike. Unable to watch more, Megan fled into the night, her emotions triggering another wave of physical transformation that sent pain spiraling through her system. She ran blindly, putting distance between herself and the sanctuary, between herself and the mate who had shattered her trust and her heart. Miles from the coven sanctuary, Megan finally collapsed, her legs giving out as transformation pain overwhelmed her ability to continue. She fell to her knees in a small clearing, moonlight illuminating her anguish as changes swept through her body with unprecedented intensity. This was different from the previous transitional phases, deeper, more fundamental. Her awareness fragmented as dual supernatural heritages fought for dominance within her system. Vampire traits surged forward. Heightened senses, blood hunger, sensitivity to silver, only to be countered by werewolf characteristics asserting themselves with equal force. Pack instincts, moon responsiveness, territorial awareness. Her physical form reflected this internal battle, reshaping itself to accommodate the conflicting natures. Her already generous curves seemed to become more pronounced, yet somehow more balanced, her waist narrowing while her hips and breasts became fuller. The fabric of her protective gear, designed to accommodate moderate changes, strained against her enhanced figure as power coursed through her. Crimson light emanated from beneath her skin, pulsing in counterpoint to the gold thread purple of her magic. The combined effect transformed the small clearing into an otherworldly tableau of shifting colors and shadows, with Megan's curvy silhouette at its center, a living embodiment of supernatural convergence. Her screams echoed through the trees as bones realigned, muscles reconfigured, and senses recalibrated to unprecedented parameters. The sound carried farther than she realized, attracting attention she was in no condition to evade. "Over here," called a cultured male voice from the forest edge. "She's undergoing the final transformation phase." Through vision blurred with pain, Megan made out several figures approaching, too graceful for humans, too controlled for werewolves. Vampires. At least 5 of them, moving with preternatural speed to surround her before she could attempt escape. Their leader stepped forward, aristocratic features composed in an expression of clinical interest rather than empathy. Tall and lean, with shoulder-length black hair, he carried himself with the confidence of extreme age and power. "Remarkable," he observed, circling her convulsing form with analytical precision. The texts didn't exaggerate the visual manifestation. Megan tried to summon defensive magic, but the transformation consumed her resources, leaving her vulnerable before predators who recognized her weakness all too clearly. "I am Dominic," the leader introduced himself with mocking formality, "and you, my dear, are the most valuable supernatural being to emerge in the last 5 centuries. The transformation wave temporarily receded, allowing Megan to push herself to a kneeling position, dignity asserting itself despite her vulnerability. "What do you want with me?" she demanded, voice hoarse from screaming. "Initially, your survival," he replied with disarming honesty. "The blood moon reaches apex tomorrow night. If you die before your transformation completes, centuries of planning are wasted." With a gesture, he summoned 2 vampires forward. Before Megan could react, they had secured her arms, lifting her effortlessly despite her struggles. Her enhanced strength might have matched 1 vampire, but multiple attackers, while in mid-transformation, exceeded her current capabilities. "Don't fight," Dominic advised, his tone almost kind. "The energy expenditure will only accelerate the process, which could prove fatal without proper containment measures." The warning, though self-serving, contained enough truth to give Megan pause. The transformation was already pushing her system to its limits. Fighting now might indeed prove counterproductive to survival. Conserving her strength for a more opportune moment, she allowed herself to be transported through the forest at vampire speed, the world blurring around her as they moved toward an unknown destination. The vampire stronghold revealed itself as an imposing stone mansion hidden deep within the mountains that bordered werewolf territory. Ancient wards shimmered as they passed through, magical barriers that would render the location undetectable to searching wolves or witches. Inside, the building presented a disorienting blend of medieval architecture and modern technology. Dominic led the procession down stone staircases into subterranean levels where specialized equipment hummed with magical and technological energy. "Your accommodations," he announced, gesturing to a circular chamber at the complex's center. Unlike the primitive cell Megan had expected, this space appeared designed specifically for her containment and study. Runes encircled the perimeter, their purpose clearly being power containment rather than simple imprisonment. A bed with restraints occupied the center, surrounded by monitoring equipment that pulsed with magical signatures. "You've been preparing for this," she observed, fighting another wave of transformation pain as they secured her to the bed. "For me, specifically," Dominic smiled, the expression failing to reach his cold eyes. "For centuries," he confirmed. "Though I admit, we expected to be extracting you from werewolf captivity, not finding you abandoned in the forest. Your alpha's betrayal simplified matters considerably. The reminder of Marvin's deception sent fresh pain through her already suffering body, this wound emotional rather than physical, but no less devastating. Dominic noticed her reaction with interest, cataloging it like a scientist observing experimental results. Once she was secured, he dismissed the other vampires with a gesture, preferring to continue his assessment privately. He circled the bed with predatory grace, his cold eyes assessing her transformed figure with scientific detachment rather than lust. "Perfect," he murmured. "The texts described your form exactly. Curves of the crescent moon to hold the power of 3 races." His fingers traced the air around her body without touching her, as if measuring her power output. "Had you been built like typical female werewolves, all lean muscle and sharp angles, you would have shattered during the first transition phase." Despite her predicament, Megan found herself curious about his knowledge. 3 races? I thought the prophecy concerned witch-wolf hybrids. "A deliberate misinterpretation propagated by those who feared the truth," Dominic explained, seeming pleased by her engagement. "The original text clearly describes convergence of 3 bloodlines: witch, wolf, and vampire. Your mother's coven connection and werewolf father account for 2, but the vampire heritage—" "I have no vampire blood," Megan objected, though another surge of crimson energy beneath her skin belied her words. Dominic's smile widened. "Your maternal grandmother's lineage traces back to the ancient houses, diluted over generations, but present nonetheless. The confluence of bloodlines requires perfect timing and specific celestial conditions to activate, which is why such hybrids emerge perhaps once in a millennium." He adjusted monitoring equipment surrounding the bed, his movements precise despite the casual nature of their conversation. "But what makes you truly valuable isn't just your unique nature, it's what your blood can do once the transformation completes." A chill ran through Megan that had nothing to do with the physical changes racking her body. "And what exactly is that?" "The prophecy doesn't mention that the hybrid's blood can transform others," he explained, his pleasure at revealing this information evident in his tone. "With an army of creatures like you, we'll rule all supernatural factions. Not as powerful as the original, perhaps, but formidable enough to overcome any resistance." The implications were staggering. Her blood used to create an army of hybrids under vampire control, supernatural balance destroyed, endless war among factions. Worse, she would become the unwilling progenitor of this chaos, her body reduced to a blood factory for vampire ambitions. "It won't work," she stated with more confidence than she felt. "My mate will find me." Dominic's laughter held genuine amusement. "Your mate? The alpha who led the hunter attack on your coven? I doubt he's particularly motivated to rescue the very creature his family has hunted for generations." Despite her righteous anger toward Marvin, something deep within Megan rejected Dominic's assessment. The mate bond, incomplete but present, pulsed with contradictory certainty. There was more to what she'd witnessed than met the eye. Before she could examine this intuition, another transformation wave crashed through her, bending her body in a painful arch against the restraints. Crimson light blazed from her skin, so intense that even Dominic stepped back, momentarily alarmed by its ferocity. As pain consumed her awareness, Megan retreated into her mind, seeking refuge from physical torment. In that internal space, separated from bodily suffering, she began to understand what her captivity was teaching her. Her dual nature allowed her to draw power from both heritages, and her body had indeed been designed to contain this volatile combination. The very curves that had made her an outsider among wolves were, in fact, necessary adaptations to house unprecedented power. Now, if she could only survive long enough to use that power. Sleep claimed Megan eventually, her system overwhelmed by transformation stress and emotional trauma. In that vulnerable state, something unexpected occurred. The mate bond, weakened by distance and magical interference but not severed, created a tenuous connection between her subconscious and Marvin's. The dreamscape manifested as neutral territory, a misty forest clearing, neither vampire stronghold nor werewolf territory. Megan's spiritual form appeared there first, her dream self reflecting her transformed physical reality. Her curves glowed with contained power, radiating light that pushed back the surrounding mist. She seemed composed of moonlight and magic, substantial yet ethereal. When Marvin's form materialized across the clearing, his appearance suggested equal transformation, not physical, but emotional. Gone was the cold, controlled alpha who had directed the Coven attack. This dream version appeared haggard, his powerful frame tense with urgency, his eyes wild with what looked remarkably like fear. "Megan," he breathed, relief and disbelief mingling in his voice. "You're alive." "No thanks to you," she responded, anger giving her dream self an intimidating aura despite her vulnerable position in the waking world. "You betrayed me." He moved toward her, stopping when her power flared defensively. "Let me explain," he pleaded, his dream self reaching for her with longing. "What you saw wasn't what you think. I saw you leading witch hunters against my coven," she countered, fighting the treacherous part of herself that responded to his obvious distress. "Directing them to capture my sisters, planning to deliver me to them." "I arrived after the attack began," he insisted, desperation evident in his voice. "When I discovered you'd left despite our agreement, I gathered my elite guard and followed your trail to the Coven sanctuary. What I found was a raid already in progress, but I was trying to stop it, not direct it." The dreamscape flickered, the connection between them weakening as external forces, likely vampire magic, attempted to suppress the mate bond. Marvin noticed the disruption with obvious alarm. "You're being held somewhere with magical dampening," he observed, golden eyes searching the dream environment for clues to her location. "Somewhere heavily warded against wolf tracking." Despite her anger, Megan found her dream self drawn toward him, the mate bond pulling them together even as her conscious mind rebelled. "The vampires have me," she admitted, uncertain why she was sharing this information with the man who had betrayed her. "The leader, Dominic, says my blood will create an army once my transformation completes." Horror flashed across Marvin's features, followed by grim determination. "I'll find you," he vowed, moving closer as the dreamscape continued deteriorating around them. "Whatever you believe about me, know this: I am coming for you." The connection weakened further, their forms beginning to fade as vampire magic successfully interfered with the mate bond. In those final moments before the dream collapsed, Marvin closed the distance between them, his dream hands cradling her face with reverence that belied the betrayal she believed she had witnessed. "Trust your instincts, not just your eyes," he whispered, his form becoming translucent as the connection failed. "Remember what you saw in my blood during our exchange. The truth of me, not the illusion crafted to deceive us both." His touch lingered even as the dream dissolved, leaving Megan to awaken in her captivity with conflicted emotions. Her body had responded to his dream touch with unmistakable yearning, while her mind continued to reject what seemed like obvious manipulation. Yet something nagged at her consciousness, a detail she hadn't considered in her pain and betrayal. If Marvin had truly orchestrated the Coven attack, why would he have given her specialized armor designed for her protection? Why share his blood, strengthening her, when it would have been strategically wiser to keep her weak? And most troubling, if he had arrived at the sanctuary intending to capture her, why had he seemed genuinely surprised to hear she had left their home, as if he'd expected to find her safely away from the attack? Miles away in his territory, Marvin jerked awake from the dream connection, a roar of frustrated rage tearing from his throat as the tenuous link to Megan dissolved completely. He found himself in his war room, surrounded by concerned pack members who had witnessed his unexpected trance state. "I touched her mind," he reported to his assembled lieutenants, voice rough with emotion and exhaustion. "The vampires have her, as we suspected. Dominic's coven, based on her description. Callum, his grizzled security chief, cursed colorfully. The ancient house. Their stronghold is hidden by magic even our best trackers can't penetrate. Then we'll find other means," Marvin replied, turning to the witch hunter bound to a chair in the corner of the room. The man's once pristine uniform was now torn and bloodied from Marvin's earlier interrogation, but his defiance remained intact. Only now, having witnessed the Alpha's desperate attempt to contact his mate, doubt had begun to creep into his expression. Last chance," Marvin told him, crouching to eye level with deadly intent radiating from his powerful frame. "Tell me everything about Lyra and her arrangements with Dominic's coven." The hunter swallowed hard, reassessing his situation with newfound clarity. She infiltrated our organization 3 years ago, he finally admitted, rose quickly through the ranks with seemingly miraculous intelligence about witch covens. Because she is one, Marvin concluded, the pieces finally falling into place. A dark witch using hunter resources to target her enemies and further her own agenda. The hunter nodded miserably. She was at the raid, he confessed. Wearing your form through blood magic. She must have obtained a sample somehow to create such a perfect illusion. Marvin recalled the figure matching his description that witnesses had reported seeing at the coven just before his actual arrival. An arrival delayed because he'd been searching the forest for Megan after discovering her absence. The timing had been too perfect to be coincidental. The raid wasn't what it seemed, he realized aloud, pieces of the complex deception finally aligning. Lyra orchestrated everything, wearing my form to convince Megan I had betrayed her, driving her into isolation where vampires could easily capture her without pack protection. He stood abruptly, energy surging through his massive frame as purpose replaced confusion. "Release him," he ordered, indicating the bound hunter. "He's more useful as an ally than a prisoner now." As pack members complied, Marvin moved to the large table dominating the room's center. Maps and intelligence reports covered its surface, the accumulated result of frantic information gathering since Megan's disappearance. "We need to expand our alliance," he announced, decision made. "Contact the Rivercrest Pack for additional trackers. Reach out to the witch covens unaffected by the raids. They'll have magical means to penetrate vampire wards." He unrolled a weathered parchment containing the original prophecy illustration, the image of a curvy female figure surrounded by converging energy signatures. With careful precision, he began sketching Megan's transformed appearance from memory, his fingers moving with reverent accuracy as he captured the generous curves that housed her unprecedented power. When he finished, he displayed both images side by side for his assembled allies. "We're looking for a woman who looks like this," he explained, his fingers unconsciously tracing the drawing's silhouette with possessive tenderness. The physical manifestation exactly matches the prophetic illustration, but with even more pronounced curves after her recent transformation phases. The hunter, now freed from his bonds, approached the table with cautious respect. "The blood moon reaches apex tomorrow night," he noted. "If Dominic follows the traditional ritual, she'll be moved to the ceremonial grounds at the mountain peak for the final transformation. Then we have less than 24 hours, Marvin concluded, determination hardening his features into a mask of alpha authority. "And failure is not an option." As plans formed around him, Marvin touched his chest where the mate bond pulsed with weakened but persistent connection. Megan might believe him her betrayer now, but he would move heaven and earth to prove otherwise. The woman who had changed everything, his beliefs, his priorities, his heart, would not face her destiny alone, no matter what forces had aligned to separate them. Chapter 8. Awakening Power. Silver moonlight streamed through the narrow window of Megan's prison, casting eerie shadows across the circular chamber deep within the vampire stronghold. The specialized containment cell had been designed to suppress supernatural abilities. Runes etched into stone walls, silver-infused restraints binding her to the ritual table, magical dampeners humming with constant energy. Yet none of these precautions had anticipated the unprecedented nature of what Megan was becoming. As midnight approached, her transformation accelerated beyond her captor's calculations. Her eyes shifted unpredictably between wolf gold and vampire red, sometimes blending into an otherworldly purple that matched her witch heritage. The silver restraints sizzled against her skin, burning flesh that immediately healed, only to burn again in an endless cycle of pain and regeneration. Most remarkable was the visible energy emanating from her curves. A soft glow that seemed to pulse from beneath her skin, highlighting her hourglass figure with luminous intensity. Where her captors had expected weakness, her body instead channeled power from sources they couldn't identify. Her generous curves containing energies that would have shattered a more conventional frame. 2 vampire guards stood at attention near the chamber entrance, their expressions betraying a mixture of fear and fascination as they witnessed her transformation. Centuries of existence hadn't prepared them for this spectacle, a being whose very form defied supernatural categories, whose power continued to grow despite their most sophisticated containment measures. "She's breaking through the third-level suppressors," the younger guard observed, tension evident in his voice as monitoring equipment flashed warning signals around the perimeter. His companion, older and more experienced, watched with clinical detachment. Dominic anticipated this. "Her readings suggest she'll reach optimal potency precisely at the blood moon's apex." A particularly strong energy surge caused the restraints to strain against Megan's wrists and ankles. For a moment, it seemed they might snap, but the specialized alloy held, barely. The momentary hope of escape faded, replaced by grim determination to conserve strength for a more promising opportunity. She wasn't certain how long she'd been held captive. Hours? Days? The transformation distorted her time perception, stretches of agonizing clarity interrupted by periods of merciful unconsciousness. Throughout it all, she maintained focus on a single truth. Marvin was coming for her. The dream connection they'd shared had revealed more than just his desperation to find her. She had glimpsed the truth behind his perceived betrayal, the blood magic deception, the dark witch's perfect impersonation, his genuine horror upon learning what she believed him guilty of. The mate bond might be incomplete, but it hadn't lied to her. Now she just had to survive long enough for him to reach her. The heavy iron door swung open, interrupting Megan's strategic planning. Dominic entered, followed by white-coated assistants pushing carts of specialized equipment. The ancient vampire's aristocratic features revealed nothing as he surveyed her transformed state, though a flicker of satisfaction crossed his face when he noted the energy patterns emanating from her body. "Excellent progress," he observed, moving to adjust monitoring equipment surrounding her. "Your transformation is proceeding precisely as the ancient texts predicted." As Megan watched through pain-hazed eyes, the assistants began preparing a complex apparatus, crystal vials connected to silver tubing, rune-inscribed collection basins, and what appeared to be transfusion equipment prepared for waiting recipients. "What are you doing?" she demanded. Though she already suspected the answer, Dominic's smile held no warmth. "Beginning the extraction phase, of course. Your hybrid blood has reached sufficient potency to attempt our first conversions." With clinical efficiency, he inserted a specialized needle into her arm, connecting it to the waiting apparatus. Her blood, darker than human, lighter than vampire, with an iridescent quality unique to her hybrid nature, began flowing through the tubes into collection vessels. "Only a form like yours could withstand this power," he told her matter-of-factly, his cold eyes assessing her curves with scientific detachment. "We tried with others, slender females, like typical werewolves, but their bodies shattered from within. The power convergence requires specific physical adaptations to contain it safely." The blood loss quickly sapped Megan's strength, making her head swim and vision blur at the edges. Despite her weakened state, she maintained enough awareness to understand the implications of his casual admission. "You've attempted this before," she realized, horror cutting through the fog of pain. "How many died in your experiments?" "Progress requires sacrifice," he replied with a dismissive shrug. The females were volunteers, mostly. Young vampires seeking greater power, or werewolf outcasts hoping to transcend their limitations. His fingers adjusted the flow rate, increasing the blood extraction speed. None possessed your unique heritage or physical structure. Their failures ultimately proved instructive, however. As her blood continued draining, Megan's curves seemed to diminish slightly, her power fading with each drop taken. Yet something unexpected was happening alongside the physical weakening. Her consciousness was expanding beyond her body's limitations, stretching outward as if the extraction had inadvertently freed some aspect of her awareness from physical constraints. She found herself able to perceive the entire stronghold in fragmented mental images. Corridors leading from her prison chamber, guard positions throughout the complex, the mountain peak visible through upper windows where ritual preparations were underway. Most importantly, she sensed the approaching blood moon's energy signature, a cosmic power that resonated with her transforming body despite the containment measures surrounding her. And beyond the physical structure, she felt something else. A familiar presence, approaching from the west. Marvin. Still distant, but drawing steadily closer, his determination a palpable force even across miles of separation. Without conscious decision, her expanded consciousness reached for that connection, strengthening the tenuous mate bond between them. Images of her surroundings flowed through their link: the circular chamber, the mountain fortress, distinctive rock formations visible through the narrow window, vampire guard postings and patrol patterns. "Marvin," she called silently, pushing the mental communication through their strengthening bond. "I'm here, I'm alive." Miles away, Marvin froze mid-step as Megan's presence flooded his awareness with unprecedented clarity. The wolf tracking team surrounding him halted in response to their alpha's sudden stillness, watching with concerned curiosity as his golden eyes unfocused, seeing something beyond their physical surroundings. "She's reaching out," he murmured, voice rough with emotion and exhaustion from their relentless search. "I can see where they're holding her." Callum, his grizzled security chief, moved closer with the caution of someone approaching an unpredictable predator. "What do you see, Alpha?" Instead of answering directly, Marvin crouched to draw in the dirt with urgent precision. His fingers sketched a fortress structure nestled into a mountainside, complete with defensive positions, entry points, and a distinctive rock formation resembling a wolf's head visible from a high window. "The ancient stronghold," breathed Tomas, the witch hunter who had joined their rescue party after revealing Lyra's deception. "Those are the Western Guard towers. I recognize the architecture from our intelligence reports." Hope surged through the assembled rescue party. Werewolves from 2 packs, friendly witches from unaffected covens, and even a handful of hunters who had rejected Lyra's manipulation once her true nature was exposed. For the first time since Megan's capture, they had concrete information about her location, but Marvin barely registered their reactions, his entire being focused on the mental connection strengthening between himself and his mate. As their consciousnesses intertwined across the distance, something extraordinary occurred. Their spiritual forms manifested in a shared dreamscape, a realm between physical and ethereal where distance held no meaning. In this mental plane, Megan appeared in her fully realized hybrid form, her curves radiant with combined witch, wolf, and vampire essence. Power spiraled around her in visible currents of purple, gold, and crimson, separate yet harmonized, conflicting natures finding unprecedented balance within her uniquely adapted form. Marvin's spirit self manifested with equal clarity, his powerful frame suffused with the pure golden energy of alpha dominance. Where her power displayed complexity and convergence, his showed singular purpose and protective strength. They stood facing each other across an ethereal landscape that reflected both their environments. Her circular prison chamber bleeding into his forest clearing, moonlight connecting both spaces with silver radiance. "Megan," he breathed, relief evident even in this spiritual manifestation. "I've been searching everywhere." "I know," she replied, her form drifting closer to his, drawn by the mate bond pulsing between them. "I saw the truth in our last connection." Without hesitation, his spirit self reached for her, hands extending with unmistakable longing. When she moved into his embrace, their energies intermingled in visible currents of light, her complex hybrid power weaving through his pure alpha essence in perfect complementary patterns. "I never betrayed you," he explained, their mental connection allowing him to share memories directly. His discovery of her absence, his frantic tracking to the coven sanctuary, his horror upon learning of the blood magic deception. "It was Lyra wearing my form, using blood magic to create a perfect illusion." The images flowed between them with perfect clarity, rebuilding the trust that deception had damaged. Megan's spiritual form brightened as understanding replaced doubt, her powers surging with renewed strength even as her physical body continued weakening under Dominic's blood extraction. "They're draining my blood," she told him, sharing her own memories of captivity and Dominic's plans, using it to create hybrid soldiers under vampire control. Marvin's spiritual form darkened with protective rage, his energy pulsing with increased intensity. "We've located the stronghold," he assured her. "Forces are gathering for an assault within hours." "The blood moon reaches apex at midnight tomorrow," she warned. Dominic plans to complete the final extraction during a ritual at the mountain peak. His spiritual hands cupped her face with reverence, his energy caressing the luminous curves of her manifested form with undisguised appreciation. "I won't let that happen," he vowed, his essence pouring strength into hers through their connection. The intimacy of their spiritual communion deepened as the mate bond strengthened between them. Without physical limitations to constrain them, their spiritual forms merged more completely, his solid strength enveloping her radiant complexity in a union that transcended ordinary contact. When their ethereal lips met in a kiss that defied physical separation, the connection between them flared with blinding intensity. This spiritual kiss carried more profound communion than any physical embrace, soul recognizing soul, essence merging with essence, acceptance without reservation or condition. In this perfect moment of connection, Marvin's spirit self embraced her without hesitation, his ethereal hands reverently tracing her luminous figure with newfound understanding. The curves that housed her unprecedented power were now precious to him, not merely attractive physical attributes, but essential aspects of her supernatural identity, adaptations that made her uniquely suited to her prophesized role. "I'm coming for you," he promised as their spiritual forms began to separate, reality reasserting its claim on their respective consciousnesses. "Hold on just a little longer." As the mental connection faded, Megan returned to full awareness of her physical surroundings with renewed determination. Despite the weakening effects of Dominic's blood extraction, the spiritual connection with Marvin had transferred energy between them, leaving her stronger than she should have been under the circumstance. Dominic noticed the change immediately, his clinical detachment giving way to suspicious assessment as monitoring equipment registered unexpected readings from her restrained form. "Fascinating," he murmured, adjusting collection parameters. "Your energy patterns have stabilized despite significant blood loss. The bond with your alpha must be stronger than we calculated." His casual acknowledgement of their connection confirmed what Megan had suspected. The vampires had known about her mate bond with Marvin from the beginning. Perhaps they had even counted on it as part of whatever larger plan involved her transformation. "He's coming for me," she stated, not as threat but as simple fact. And he's not alone. Dominic's smile held cold amusement. "We're counting on it, my dear. A proper ritual requires witnesses from all supernatural factions, willing or otherwise." The ominous statement hung in the air as he completed the initial extraction phase, removing collection equipment with careful precision. Despite the significant amount of blood taken, Megan felt her strength beginning to return, her connection with Marvin having provided energy that countered the vampire's efforts to weaken her. As Dominic departed with his precious collection of hybrid blood, she focused on gathering her remaining strength. Rescue was coming, but survival until then would require all her resources and perhaps abilities she hadn't yet discovered within her transforming self. Midnight approached the following evening when the attack on the vampire stronghold began. From her prison chamber, Megan felt the impact of the first magical assault against the fortress's outer wards. A coordinated strike by combined witch covens that shook the ancient stone foundations. The disturbance created the opportunity she'd been waiting for. As vampire guards rushed to defensive positions, the magical dampeners surrounding her chamber fluctuated, momentarily weakening under the strain of external attack. In that brief window of vulnerability, Megan gathered her hybrid power, drawing energy from multiple sources simultaneously, her witch heritage providing magical precision, her werewolf blood lending physical strength, her newly awakened vampire nature contributing regenerative capabilities. Her curves regained their fullness as her strength returned, her form once again radiating the contained power that had diminished during the blood extraction. With a surge of hybrid energy, she pulled against the silver restraints that had been designed for more conventional supernatural prisoners whose slender frames matched typical vampire or werewolf physiology. The restraints, calculated for leaner wrists and ankles, strained against her more substantial curves as she channeled power through her transformed body. For a moment they held, magical reinforcement fighting her unprecedented strength. Then, with a final surge of focused energy, the bindings shattered. Free from physical restraint, Megan rolled from the ritual table to land in a balanced crouch, her lower center of gravity providing perfect stability as her body readjusted to movement. The remaining vampire guards stared in shock as she straightened, her figure now radiating visible energy that spiraled around her in complex patterns of purple, gold, and crimson. "Impossible," breathed the elder guard, reaching for an alarm crystal. "The suppressors should have—" He never completed the sentence. Megan's newly enhanced speed allowed her to cross the chamber before he could activate the alarm, her hand closing around his throat with hybrid strength that belied her curvaceous appearance. Power flowed between them at the contact point, her touch draining his unnatural vitality while enhancing her own. "These suppressors were designed for singular supernatural types," she explained as he crumpled to the floor, unconscious but alive. "I am something else entirely." The younger guard wisely chose surrender over resistance, providing critical information in exchange for similar treatment rather than death. "The ritual chamber was located at the fortress peak," he explained, "where Dominic had taken her extracted blood for the initial transformation attempts." Moving with newfound confidence through the fortress corridors, Megan navigated toward the ritual chamber, avoiding major confrontations by using the intelligence she'd gathered during her mental exploration. Her body, which the vampires had calculated would be weakened by blood loss, continued drawing power from multiple sources to restore itself, each step strengthening her connection to the approaching blood moon. She reached Dominic's ritual chamber just as an explosion rocked the far side of the stronghold, the main assault force breaching interior defenses. Through the mate bond, she sensed Marvin's presence growing closer, his determination a tangible force even through stone walls and vampire wards. The chamber door flew open as she prepared to breach it, revealing Dominic standing amid complex ritual preparations. 12 vampire subjects lay on circular platforms surrounding a central altar, each connected to infusion equipment containing her extracted blood. The ancient vampire's expression shifted from surprise to calculation as he registered her escaped status. "Remarkable," he acknowledged, making no move to sound alarms. "You continue exceeding expectations. Perhaps you truly are the vessel described in the oldest prophecies." "I'm nobody's vessel," Megan countered, power gathering around her hands as she assessed potential attack vectors. "And I'm leaving this fortress now." Dominic's smile held genuine amusement. "Not without witnessing what your blood has already accomplished," he suggested, gesturing toward the experimental subjects surrounding them. "The transformation has begun. Though none will achieve your level of power, still, the results are impressive." Looking closer, Megan saw with horror that the vampires connected to her blood were indeed changing, their forms distorting as hybrid characteristics manifested in systems never designed to contain such convergence. Unlike her carefully balanced transformation, these forced conversions appeared chaotic and painful, the subjects' bodies lacking the necessary adaptations to house multiple supernatural essences. Before she could respond, the opposite chamber door burst inward with explosive force. Marvin stood framed in the shattered entrance, his massive form radiating alpha power, golden eyes instantly finding hers across the chaos of the ritual chamber. Their reunification was brief but powerful, a silent communication passing between them before they turned to face their enemies together, his eyes taking in her enhanced figure with relieved recognition. Words were unnecessary. The mental connection they'd established conveyed everything essential in an instant of shared awareness. Dominic's experimental subjects began rising from their platforms, partially transformed into grotesque approximations of hybrid nature. Unlike Megan's harmonious integration of multiple supernatural lineages, these forced conversions resulted in unstable abominations, stronger than ordinary vampires but lacking the balanced adaptation her unique physiology provided. As the creatures advanced, Megan and Marvin moved instinctively into fighting position, back to back in perfect synchrony as they prepared to confront multiple opponents. The battle erupted with supernatural intensity, transformed vampires attacking from all directions as Dominic retreated to a protected observation platform. Marvin and Megan fought as perfect counterparts, her magic enhancing his attacks while his strength grounded her increasingly volatile power, where Marvin fought with brutal efficiency, each movement delivering maximum impact with minimal exertion. Megan's style leveraged her curves in ways that would have been impossible for a leaner fighter. She executed spinning movements that utilized her lower center of gravity, maintaining perfect balance while channeling magical energy through graceful gestures that belied their destructive potential. Her powerful stance shifts would have unbalanced a conventionally built werewolf, but allowed her to channel massive energy waves that cleared entire sections of attackers. Each motion flowed seamlessly into the next, her generous curves housing power that radiated outward in controlled bursts rather than the wild discharges that plagued Dominic's experimental subjects. They moved together with intuitive coordination, sensing each other's intentions through their strengthened mate bond without needing verbal communication. When three transformed vampires lunged simultaneously from different angles, Marvin ducked while Megan rolled across his back, both attacking in perfect complement to create a devastating combination that left their opponents incapacitated. As the battle intensified, they developed increasingly complex, coordinated maneuvers. When surrounded by a particularly dense group of attackers, Marvin lifted Megan effortlessly, using her balanced weight as they executed a spinning attack that decimated their enemies. Her magic spiraled outward during the rotation, creating a vortex effect that multiplied the impact of their combined strength. Witnesses who survived the encounter would later describe them as appearing to dance rather than battle, leaving destruction in their beautiful, terrible wake. The sacred pair, some would call them, the prophesied union of complementary powers that ancient texts had foretold would either preserve or destroy the supernatural balance. Just as victory seemed within reach, with most experimental subjects neutralized and Dominic cornered on his observation platform, a new presence entered the chamber. The temperature dropped precipitously as shadows gathered near the central altar, coalescing into a female figure of disturbing proportion. Unlike the lean, athletic female werewolves of the pack or Megan's generous curves, this newcomer's form was willowy to the point of appearing almost skeletal. Unnaturally thin limbs and torso creating a dark inversion of healthy supernatural physiology. Power radiated from her in sickly green streams that corrupted everything they touched, transforming clean stone to decaying matter within moments of contact. "Lyra," Marvin growled, recognizing the dark witch who had impersonated him at the Coven raid. Her laughter echoed with unnatural resonance as she surveyed the destruction around her. "Right on schedule," she observed, eyes fixing on Megan with disturbing intensity, "and the vessel is fully awakened just as planned." Understanding dawned as pieces clicked into place. Dominic's experimental subjects, the elaborate blood extraction, the timing of the Coven raid and subsequent capture, none had been random or opportunistic. All had served a carefully orchestrated progression toward this moment. "You've been working together," Megan realized, looking between Lyra and Dominic. "This entire scenario was coordinated." "Necessary stages in your development," Lyra confirmed, circling them with predatory assessment. "You're the vessel," she hissed, her gaze lingering on Megan's curves with envious hatred. "I needed you to embrace both sides of your heritage before the blood moon. Only a fully realized hybrid with your specific form can open the gateway between dimensions." Her skeletal hand gestured toward the ritual chamber's skylight, where the blood moon was beginning its final approach to apex position. "Your body was designed by the old magic to contain multiple essences. I simply awakened what was dormant." "Why?" Marvin demanded, maintaining protective positioning beside Megan as they tracked Lyra's movements. "What gateway?" The Dark Witch's smile revealed teeth filed to unnatural points, a grotesque parody of vampire fangs. "The Ancient Ones were imprisoned by the Moon Queen millennia ago. Powerful entities whose magic dwarfs anything your kind has witnessed. Their freedom requires a specific key. The blood of a true hybrid born precisely one cycle before a blood moon eclipse." Her ultimate goal became clear: to release ancient beings imprisoned by the Moon Queen, entities that would give her unlimited power in exchange for their liberation. Megan wasn't merely a curiosity or experimental subject. She was the culmination of centuries of careful breeding and magical manipulation, her very existence engineered toward this specific purpose. "I won't help you," Megan stated, power gathering around her hands in preparation for attack. "Your cooperation is unnecessary," Lyra countered calmly. "Only your blood, freely flowing during the eclipse. Whether you're conscious for the process is entirely optional." Before either Megan or Marvin could respond, Lyra made a sharp gesture toward Dominic. The ancient vampire's body jerked unnaturally as green energy enveloped him, his aristocratic features contorting in pain and surprise as the dark witch's magic overwhelmed centuries of built immunity. "Your usefulness has ended," she informed him coldly as his body began dissolving from within, ancient flesh crumbling to dust despite his desperate attempts to resist. The final phase requires a different type of power. The casual destruction of her supposed ally revealed the true extent of Lyra's power and ruthlessness. As Dominic's remains scattered across his observation platform, she turned her full attention back to Megan and Marvin, shadows gathering around her skeletal form in anticipation. "The blood moon approaches its apex," she noted, green energy coalescing around her hands. "Shall we proceed voluntarily, or must I employ more persuasive methods?" Her answer came in the form of simultaneous attacks. Marvin lunging with alpha speed, while Megan channeled a concentrated blast of hybrid energy. The coordinated assault would have overwhelmed most opponents, their combined strength proving devastating during the previous battle. But Lyra was no ordinary adversary. With frightening ease, she deflected Marvin's physical attack with a barrier of solidified shadow, simultaneously absorbing Megan's energy blast and redirecting it toward the ceiling. Stone cracked under the impact, sending debris raining down around them as the chamber's structural integrity began failing. "Disappointing," Lyra sighed, making a casual gesture that sent Marvin flying backward to slam against the far wall with bone-crushing force. "I had hoped for more interesting resistance from the prophesied pair." As Megan moved to help her fallen mate, Lyra's power wrapped around her in constricting bands of shadow, immobilizing her mid-step. "Now for the main event," the Dark Witch announced, dragging her struggling captive toward the central altar as the blood moon became visible through the skylight overhead. Marvin pushed himself upright despite injuries that would have incapacitated any ordinary wolf, his golden eyes blazing with alpha power as he watched Lyra force Megan onto the ritual altar. "Release her," he commanded, voice carrying supernatural compulsion that would have affected any creature with wolf blood. Lyra merely laughed, immune to alpha influence through her corrupted magic. "Stay where you are," she countered, "or watch how creatively I can extract her blood." To emphasize her point, she conjured a blade of solid shadow, pressing it against Megan's throat with enough pressure to draw a thin line of hybrid blood. The sight of his mate threatened froze Marvin in position, his tactical mind racing for solutions that wouldn't endanger Megan further. Through their bond, he felt her silent communication, a plan forming in her mind as the blood moon's energy began affecting her transformation directly. Above them, the blood moon reached its final approach to apex position, its crimson light streaming through the skylight to illuminate the central altar where Megan lay restrained. As the lunar energy touched her skin, her transformation accelerated painfully, causing her body to arch against Lyra's shadow bindings. Her curves seemed to absorb and channel the moonlight, becoming almost translucent with power as the final metamorphosis began. Where Dominic's experimental subjects had twisted into grotesque approximations of hybrid nature, Megan's transformation proceeded with harmonious intensity, each supernatural lineage finding its proper balance within her uniquely adapted form. Lyra watched with triumphant anticipation, her attention focused on the changes manifesting in her captive. The distraction provided Marvin opportunity to edge closer, though the Dark Witch maintained enough awareness to keep her shadow blade at Megan's throat, preventing direct intervention. "Soon," Lyra murmured, raising her free hand toward the blood moon visible through the skylight. "The gateway requires just one more component, the blood of a true alpha mixed with that of the fully realized hybrid." Her intention became clear as shadow tendrils shot toward Marvin with serpentine speed, attempting to capture him for the final stage of her ritual. He evaded the initial attack but found himself herded closer to the altar where Megan continued transforming under the blood moon's influence. With unexpected swiftness, Lyra captured him with concentrated shadow bands, dragging him to the altar's edge. "Join me willingly or watch your mate die," she offered, pressing the shadow blade more firmly against Megan's throat. "Either way, your blood completes the ritual." Trapped between impossible choices, Marvin's gaze met Megan's across the small distance separating them. Her power fluctuated dangerously as she struggled to control her final transformation while protecting him, her body becoming a conduit for energies never before combined in a single being. Through their strengthened bond, a silent communication passed between them. Not merely emotions or intentions, but a complex plan requiring perfect synchronization. As the blood moon reached its absolute apex, bathing the chamber in crimson light, they prepared for one final, desperate gambit. "Time to choose, Alpha," Lyra prompted, shadow blade poised for a killing stroke against Megan's throat. Voluntary participation or watch her die before fulfilling her purpose. Marvin's eyes never left Megan's as he responded, "I choose her. Always her." In that moment of perfect understanding between mates, they acted as one. Chapter 9. Blood moon rising, the convergent site pulsed with ancient power as the blood moon reached its apex, casting the ritual grounds in otherworldly crimson light. Carved stone monoliths surrounded a central altar where Lyra had positioned Megan and a wounded Marvin at key points in the mystical formation. Runes etched into the stone floor connected the monoliths in complex patterns that had lain dormant for centuries, awaiting this precise celestial alignment and the presence of beings who could activate their purpose. Megan's transformed figure glowed with barely contained energy, her curves outlined in silver moonlight that somehow cut through the blood moon's crimson wash. The protective clothing Marvin had commissioned for her had long since disintegrated under the pressure of her transformation, replaced by a diaphanous manifestation of pure magic that shimmered with every breath she took. Her generous curves no longer appeared merely physical. They housed visible currents of power that spiraled beneath her skin in mesmerizing patterns. Across the ritual circle, Marvin struggled against magical bonds that even his alpha strength couldn't break. Blood ran from wounds Lyra had inflicted, not enough to kill him, but sufficient for the ritual's requirements. Despite his injuries, his eyes remained fixed on Megan, their golden intensity conveying strength and unwavering support through their mate bond. "The prophecy speaks of choice," Lyra announced, her skeletal form moving between the monoliths with unnatural grace. The dark witch's emaciated figure contrasted sharply with Megan's life-affirming curves, like death circling vibrant life. "Destruction or salvation. Choose to open the gateway with me or watch everything you love perish." To emphasize her point, she tightened the shadow bonds around Marvin, drawing a growl of pain from the alpha. His eyes never left Megan's, communicating without words. "Don't give her what she wants, whatever happens to me." "The Ancient Ones have waited millennia for this alignment," Lyra continued, completing a circle of ash and bone dust around the central altar. "For you, the perfect vessel, with the perfect form to channel convergence magic." As she spoke, the symbols carved into the surrounding stones began responding to Megan's presence, illuminating in sequence as her power called to them. First silver, then gold, then a deep crimson that matched the moonlight streaming from above. Colors representing the three supernatural lineages converging within her transformed body. "I won't help you destroy this world," Megan stated, her voice carrying new harmonics that echoed with triple resonance. Witch, werewolf, and vampire tones intertwined in unsettling beauty. Lyra's laughter held no humor. "Destruction is merely transition to a new order," she countered, completing her preparations with mechanical precision. "One where those of us who understand true power will reshape reality to our preference." With a gesture of her skeletal hand, she activated the first phase of the ritual. Blood moon energy intensified, funneling directly into the convergence circle through the aligned monoliths. The power struck Megan like physical force, driving her to her knees at the circle's center as her final transformation overtook her completely. Pain, unlike anything Megan had previously experienced, coursed through her system as the ritual's energy catalyzed her incomplete transformation. Her eyes shifted rapidly between colors: witch purple, werewolf gold, vampire crimson, sometimes blending into hues that had no names in human language. Her canines elongated into elegant hybrids of wolf fangs and vampire incisors, balanced and functional rather than monstrous. Most remarkable were the witch markings that appeared across her skin, luminous patterns of ancient power symbols that enhanced rather than distorted her natural curves. They traced her generous hips, spiraled across her full breasts, and formed protective sigils along her arms and legs. Where standard werewolf markings typically emphasized lean musculature, these hybrid symbols celebrated and magnified her lush figure, revealing its true purpose in magical terms that any initiated witch would recognize. The excruciating process scoured away artificial limitations, burning through the layers of deception Lyra had woven. As clarity replaced confusion, Megan began seeing through the dark witch's manipulations to the truth of the prophecy. The ancient texts hadn't been mistranslated, they had been deliberately misinterpreted by those who feared what true convergence might mean for the rigid hierarchies of supernatural society. Her body, once a source of insecurity among the lean, athletic werewolves, now made perfect sense. The vessel of three natures required her specific form to contain such volatile power without shattering. The curves that had drawn mockery were in fact necessary adaptations, her figure shaped by dormant magic preparing for this moment throughout her development. Through the haze of transformation, she felt Marvin's presence in her mind, his consciousness reaching for hers through their mate bond despite Lyra's attempts to isolate her. Unlike their previous mental connections, this contact carried unprecedented clarity, allowing complex communication without spoken words. The prophecy, his thoughts touched hers. It's not what she claims. Megan focused through her pain, directing her awareness toward the ancient symbols now glowing around them. With her transformed senses, she could read the original intent in their patterns, and what she discovered confirmed Marvin's suspicion. The prophecy wasn't about destruction or salvation of the world, but of the ancient barriers between supernatural races. Unity, not gateways, she realized, the understanding flowing between them through their strengthening bond, not to release ancient horrors, but to heal ancient wounds. As this truth crystallized in her consciousness, the power flowing through her body began reorganizing itself. No longer chaotic and painful, it harmonized into balanced currents that corresponded with her three heritages. Witch magic providing wisdom and connection to natural forces, werewolf essence contributing strength and pack bonds, vampire blood offering longevity and heightened senses. The convergence within her mirrored what the prophecy intended for the wider supernatural world, not domination of one faction over others, but harmonious coexistence that maintained unique characteristics while fostering understanding between previously hostile species. Lyra, intent on her corrupted ritual, failed to notice the change in Megan's energy patterns. "The gateway opens," she announced with triumphant anticipation, mistaking the harmonization process for the destructive breach she had planned. Across the circle, Marvin caught Megan's eye, a silent message passing between them. Together, his gaze promised, "Whatever comes next, we face it as one." At the ritual's critical juncture, when the blood moon reached perfect alignment with the convergence site, Lyra made her move to harness Megan's fully activated power. Raising skeletal hands toward the crimson sky, she began the final incantation that would channel hybrid energy into breaking dimensional barriers. What happened instead astonished everyone present. The incomplete mate bond between Megan and Marvin, already strengthened through their trials and mental connections, fully activated in a surge of ancient magic that recognized their union as the living embodiment of supernatural convergence. Golden light enveloped them both, shattering Lyra's shadow bonds as easily as sunlight dispels morning mist. Their heartbeats synchronized into a single powerful rhythm, mental and emotional barriers dissolving as the mate bond achieved completion beyond what any typical werewolf pair experienced. This wasn't merely the standard alpha mating, it was enhanced by witch soul-binding magic and vampire blood connection, creating a union unprecedented in supernatural history. The bond manifested visibly as glowing shared markings across their skin, patterns that flowed between them like living light, connecting across the ritual circle despite physical separation. These markings highlighted Megan's curves in breathtaking detail, transforming her body into a vessel of radiant energy. Her hourglass figure contained and channeled the bonding power. Her previously criticized curves now revealed as necessary magical architecture. Marvin's body responded to hers with perfect complementary patterns. Where her markings curved in generous arcs, his formed strong angular counterpoints. Together, they created a unified visual symphony of magical geometry that bridged the distance between them and neutralized Lyra's control of the ritual energies. "No!" the Dark Witch screamed, recognizing the subversion of her carefully planned ceremony. The gateway must open, the Ancient Ones must return, but her protests came too late. The completed mate bond had shifted the ritual's focal point from Lyra's corrupted intentions to its original purpose, the harmonization of supernatural energies rather than the destruction of protective barriers. Empowered by their unprecedented connection, Megan rose to her feet at the circle's center, her transformed body radiating light that shifted between purple, gold, and crimson before settling into a harmonized prismatic glow. With newfound confidence in her prophesized role, she raised her hands to redirect the ritual's accumulating power. This convergence wasn't meant for destruction, she declared, her voice carrying the authority of 3 supernatural lineages. It was meant for healing. With that proclamation, she released the harmonized energy within her, not toward the dimensional weak point Lyra had identified, but outward in concentric circles that expanded from her radiant form. The magic flowed like ripples in a pond, touching everything within its expanding radius. Where this energy contacted supernatural beings, it didn't harm or transform them against their will. Instead, it gently dissolved the instinctive animosity between species that had been magically engineered millennia ago during the first supernatural wars. Werewolves, vampires, witches. All maintained their unique natures and abilities, but the compulsion to hate other species faded like morning fog under the sun. Lyra, seeing her grand design collapsing, launched herself toward Megan in a final desperate attack. "I will not be denied," she shrieked, her skeletal form distorting as she channeled corrupted magic into a killing strike. The attack never landed. The magical backlash of her own corrupted ritual caught her mid-leap, surrounding her emaciated form with the very energies she had attempted to control. Unlike the harmonious transformation Megan had undergone, Lyra's body couldn't contain the volatile power she had helped unleash. Her form began disintegrating from within, dark magic consuming itself in a self-destructive spiral. "The vessel was never meant for destruction," she whispered in shocked realization as her physical form dissolved into ash, carried away by the night breeze before the final word was complete. The blood moon's light softened from harsh crimson to gentle rose as the convergence magic continued spreading outward from the ritual site, carrying its harmonizing influence across traditional territorial boundaries. Ancient enmities couldn't be erased in a single moment, but the compulsion that had fueled them was lifting, creating opportunity for new understanding among supernatural races. In the ritual circle's center, Megan's strength finally gave out as the enormous energy expenditure caught up with her transformed body. She collapsed to her knees, the glow of active magic fading to a gentler luminescence that still outlined her curves in soft light. Marvin was at her side instantly, his wounds already healing from the mate bond's completion. He gathered her against his chest, cradling her through the final stabilization of her hybrid form. She shivered against him, her body adjusting to its new reality as supernatural energies settled into sustainable balance within her. "Easy," he murmured against her hair, his large hands supporting her with gentle pressure. "The worst is over. Let it settle naturally." Blood and magic linked them in ways no ordinary mates experienced, their energies flowing visibly between them in delicate patterns of light that healed each other's remaining wounds. The sight was both intimate and awe-inspiring, 2 beings perfectly matched despite seemingly contradictory natures, their union creating something greater than either could achieve alone. Marvin's hands supported her generous curves with reverence, his touch conveying understanding that her form represented a miracle of magical design. Where once he might have viewed her curves through the limited lens of werewolf aesthetics, he now perceived their true significance, a physical manifestation of her capacity to contain and balance multiple supernatural essences. "The Moon Queen made you perfect," he whispered, tracing the curve of her hip with wonder, his fingers following the fading, luminous pattern still visible on her skin. "This body was always your strength, not your flaw." She smiled up at him, exhaustion temporarily forgotten as their eyes met. "All those years trying to be something I wasn't," she mused, her hand finding his to interlock their fingers. "When I was exactly what I was supposed to be all along." "Exactly who you were meant to be," he corrected gently, pressing his forehead against hers. "And exactly who I need, not just as alpha, but as mate." The tender moment stretched between them, intimate despite the ritual site's exposure to the night sky. The blood moon had completed its transit, leaving only normal moonlight bathing the convergence grounds in silver radiance. Around them, the ancient stones had ceased their supernatural illumination, returning to dormant status now that their purpose had been fulfilled. "What happens now?" Megan asked softly, the question encompassing far more than their immediate situation. Marvin's smile held equal parts wonder and determination. "Now we build something new," he replied, helping her to her feet with careful support. "Something nobody thought possible." As if in answer to his words, movement at the ritual site's perimeter caught their attention. Figures emerged from the surrounding forest, supernatural representatives drawn by the convergence energy's call. Most surprising was Dominic, apparently recovered from what had seemed a fatal attack by Lyra. The ancient vampire approached with cautious respect, his aristocratic features reflecting confusion and newfound clarity in equal measure. "The harmonizing magic affected even me," he admitted, maintaining safe distance from the newly bonded pair. "Compulsions I never recognized as external have lifted." Megan studied him with her transformed senses, perceiving the subtle changes in his energy signature. "The hatred between supernatural races was never natural," she explained. "It was engineered during the first supernatural wars to maintain separation. What you're feeling is its absence." "And what do you propose now, hybrid?" Dominic asked, genuine curiosity replacing his former clinical detachment. Before she could answer, more arrivals appeared. Representatives from the witch covens, including a freed Saren, werewolves from multiple packs beyond Marvin's own, and even a small contingent of hunters who had rejected Lyra's manipulation. Though exhausted from her ordeal, Megan stood proudly in her transformed body, no longer hiding her curves, but embodying their power as her three heritages, witch, werewolf, and vampire, existed in balance within her. The diaphanous, magical manifestation that had replaced her destroyed clothing shifted and solidified into a flowing garment that complemented rather than concealed her figure. Marvin's steady presence at her side symbolized the new unity she embodied, his arm around her waist displaying his pride in the mate who housed such extraordinary power. Together they faced the gathering of supernatural representatives, their unique bond visible to all with eyes to see. "We propose a council," Marvin answered for them both, his alpha authority enhanced rather than diminished by his partnership with Megan. "Representatives from all supernatural races working toward common interests rather than ancient grudges." "With the hybrid as mediator," Dominic suggested, eyeing Megan with newfound respect. "With understanding as the foundation," she corrected gently. "My form allows me to contain different natures in harmony, which suggests coexistence has always been possible, if we choose it." Saren stepped forward from the witch delegation, her wise eyes assessing her former coven sister with pride. "The vessel prophecy was never about destruction," she confirmed. "It spoke of choice, the choice to maintain barriers or build bridges. One by one, representatives offered tentative agreement to what would eventually become the Convergence Council, an unprecedented alliance between supernatural factions that had warred for millennia. The path wouldn't be simple or without setbacks, but the foundation was being laid in this historic gathering under the fading blood moon. As discussions continued around them, Marvin drew Megan slightly aside, his expression shifting from public alpha authority to private tenderness. "Are you ready for this?" he asked quietly. "Being the bridge between worlds wasn't exactly what you signed up for when I claimed you at the ceremony." Her laugh held genuine warmth despite her exhaustion. "Nothing about us has followed the expected path," she reminded him, leaning into his strength with comfortable familiarity. "Why start now?" His answering smile transformed his normally stern features, golden eyes warming as they traced her face with unveiled adoration. "Speaking of unexpected paths," he began, his voice dropping to ensure privacy, "there's something else the completed mate bond has shown me." Curiosity piqued, she raised an eyebrow in silent question. "Our potential future," he explained, one large hand moving to rest gently against her abdomen with meaningful intent. "Hybrid fertility was thought impossible, but our bond has changed more than just our individual natures." Understanding bloomed as Megan felt the tiny spark of possibility he had sensed through their connection. Not a certainty yet, but a potential that had never before existed between different supernatural species. The implications were staggering, suggesting their union might bridge worlds in even more profound ways than the prophecy had indicated. "A family," she whispered, wonder coloring her voice as she covered his hand with her own. "Something truly new." "Something truly ours," he corrected, pulling her closer with tender possession. "Whatever comes next, we face it together. Alpha and hybrid, protector and protected, mate and mate." As supernatural representatives continued gathering to witness the unprecedented alliance, Megan and Marvin stood at its center. Living proof that differences once considered irreconcilable could become complementary strengths when accepted and honored for their true purpose. Her once criticized curves now housed power that would help reshape supernatural society, while his strength provided the foundation from which that change could grow. The prophecy had indeed been fulfilled, though not as anyone had anticipated. The vessel had made her choice, not destruction, but harmony. Not isolation, but connection. And in that choice, a new future began taking shape under the watchful eyes of the fading blood moon, its crimson light giving way to the silver glow of a world forever changed by the union of unlikely mates and the convergence of ancient powers within a form perfectly designed to contain them. Chapter 10: New Beginnings. The sun hung low in the western sky as Megan and Marvin approached Pack Lands, bathing the territory in warm golden light that seemed to welcome them home. 3 days had passed since the convergence ritual, days spent recovering, planning, and strengthening the unprecedented alliance forming between supernatural factions. Now, it was time to face the pack that had once rejected Megan as an outsider and establish the new order their bond represented. The changes in them were unmistakable to any with eyes to see. Matching luminous marks shimmered beneath their skin, not always visible in ordinary light, but flaring with golden radiance whenever their emotions intensified or they touched. More telling was the synchronized rhythm of their movements, the way they anticipated each other's steps and responded to subtle shifts in posture without conscious thought. The mate bond had created a harmony between them that transcended ordinary werewolf mating, enhanced by the witch and vampire elements now balanced within Megan's transformed nature. Most remarkable was Megan herself. Her curves, once a subject of pack derision, now radiated subtle power that even the most oblivious werewolf could sense. The transformation had enhanced rather than altered her natural form, her generous figure housing energies that seemed to pulse just beneath the surface when she channeled her abilities. Where once she had attempted to minimize her shape with loose clothing and hunched postures, she now walked with confident grace beside her mate, every step an acceptance of her true nature and purpose. As they crested the final hill overlooking the main pack grounds, Marvin paused, his hand finding hers in a gesture that balanced reassurance with respect for her strength. "Are you ready for this?" he asked, golden eyes studying her face with the attentiveness that had become his habit since their bond completed. Megan took a deep breath, surveying the territory that had never truly felt like home until now. "I was born ready," she replied with a smile that held both determination and peace. "I just didn't know it." His answering smile transformed his normally stern features into something that still startled pack members who had known him only as the formidable Alpha. With a gentle squeeze of her hand, they descended together toward the gathering that awaited them. Word of their approach had traveled faster than their journey, giving Callum time to assemble the entire pack in the central clearing. Hundreds of werewolves stood in concentric circles around the Alpha's ceremonial platform, some curious, others wary, all aware that something profound had changed in the power structure that governed their lives. A path cleared before them as they entered the clearing, pack members bowing their heads in traditional acknowledgement of their Alpha's return. But their eyes lingered on Megan, taking in the visible evidence of her transformation and the mate bond that now linked her irrevocably to their leader. Tanya, who had once led the mockery of Megan's curves, stood near the front with an expression caught between disbelief and dawning comprehension. Nearby, Evan waited in the position reserved for the pack beta, his face reflecting complicated emotions as he watched them approach. Without hesitation, Marvin guided Megan to the ceremonial platform, positioning her not behind him as tradition might dictate for a new mate's introduction, but beside him as an equal. The symbolic significance wasn't lost on the assembled wolves, whispers rippling through the crowd at this departure from protocol. Silver Moon Pack, Marvin's voice carried easily across the clearing, alpha power giving his words resonance that demanded attention. We return to you, transformed by sacred magic and blessed by the Moon Queen herself. He turned slightly toward Megan, his expression softening even as his voice maintained its authoritative edge. I present to you my true mate and equal partner, Megan Knight Nash, alpha female of Silver Moon Pack and vessel of the Convergence. The formal titles silenced the whispers, their ancient significance recognized even by the youngest pack members. Megan stood straight under their collective gaze, no longer feeling the urge to shrink from attention or disguise her curves. The power within her had settled into comfortable balance, her 3 supernatural lineages finding harmony after the chaos of transformation. The Moon Queen has blessed our union with a bond unlike any before, Marvin continued, his hand moving to rest proudly on the curve of her hip in a possessive gesture that also displayed his reverence for her form. Together we forge a new path, not just for our pack, but for all supernatural beings who choose alliance over ancient hatred. Skepticism remained visible on some faces, particularly among wolves who had most strongly embraced traditional pack hierarchy. But doubt became harder to maintain as the mate bond between them responded to Marvin's declaration, causing the luminous marks beneath their skin to glow with increasing brightness that highlighted the points where their bodies connected. From the edge of the circle, Elder Matilda stepped forward, her ancient frame moving with surprising grace as she approached the platform. As the pack's oldest member and keeper of its deepest lore, her reaction would carry significant weight with the traditionalists. To everyone's surprise, including Megan's, the elder wolf lowered herself to one knee before them, a gesture of profound respect rarely offered even to alphas. "The old text spoke of your coming," she said, her weathered face turned up to study Megan with knowing eyes. The vessel with the curves of the moon who would unite 3 worlds. Slowly rising, she addressed the assembled pack. What we witnessed today was prophesied when our ancestors first pledged themselves to the Moon Queen's service. This union carries her blessing and her purpose. The elder's endorsement shifted the atmosphere perceptibly, uncertainty giving way to cautious acceptance among many who had hesitated. Seeing the opening, Marvin stepped forward again, his alpha presence commanding full attention. "Tonight we complete what should have happened weeks ago," he announced. The formal claiming ceremony between alpha and mate before the pack as witness and the Moon Queen as divine overseer, murmurs of approval spread through the gathering. Whatever reservations some might harbor about Megan's hybrid nature, the restoration of proper ceremonial order appealed to the wolves' deep respect for tradition. Pack members began moving with practiced efficiency, preparing the clearing for the ritual that would officially recognize their alpha pair. As twilight deepened into true night, the clearing transformed into sacred space. Torches marked the cardinal directions, their flames burning with unusual steadiness in the still air. Pack members formed a perfect circle, leaving the central area open for the ceremony that had been part of their culture since the first wolves pledged themselves to the Moon Queen's service. Megan stood at the eastern point of the circle, dressed in ceremonial garments that had been modified to honor both her wolf lineage and her witch heritage. Unlike the dress Eleanor had altered for the original ceremony, this gown had been created specifically for her transformed nature, the silver-white fabric embracing rather than concealing her curves, edged with symbols that represented the convergence of supernatural bloodlines within her. Across the circle, Marvin waited at the western point, his powerful frame accentuated by traditional alpha ceremonial attire, open-chested to display the strength that protected his pack, marked with symbols of authority that had been passed down through generations of Silver Moon leaders. The moon rose above them, no longer blood-red but still full and bright enough to cast the clearing in silver radiance. As its light touched the circle's center, Callum stepped forward as ceremony master, raising his hands to signal the beginning of the ritual. Under Moon's witness and Pack's blessing, he intoned, his gruff voice softened by ceremonial cadence, we gather to recognize the sacred bond between Alpha and Mate. At his signal, Megan and Marvin began moving toward each other from opposite sides of the circle, their steps measured and deliberate in the ancient pattern that symbolized two separate lives converging into shared purpose. Unlike the awkward uncertainty that had marked their interactions during the first attempted ceremony, they now moved with perfect confidence, each step bringing them closer to the partner that fate and choice had bound them to. When they met at the circle's center, Marvin extended his hands palm up in the traditional offering gesture. Megan placed her hands in his without hesitation, their touch causing the mate bond markings to illuminate beneath their skin in intricate patterns that spiraled up their arms. Before the pack and the Moon Queen, Marvin declared, his voice carrying the dual resonance of man and wolf, I claim Megan Knight as my true mate, my equal partner and co-leader of Silver Moon Pack. His golden eyes held hers with intensity that communicated far more than the formal words could express. Her strength is my strength. Her wisdom is my wisdom. Her body and soul are joined with mine until death and beyond. The traditional response would have been for Megan to simply accept the claim, acknowledging the Alpha's choice as pack law. Instead, she offered words that honored tradition while establishing the new balance their union represented. Before the pack and the Moon Queen, she replied, her voice carrying its unique triple resonance, I accept Marvin Nash as my true mate, my equal partner and co-alpha of Silver Moon Pack. The luminous markings brightened as she continued, his strength supports mine as mine supports his. His wisdom complements mine as mine complements his. Our bodies and souls are joined in purpose that transcends traditional boundary. A ripple of surprise moved through the watching pack at this departure from ceremonial script, but no objection arose. Even the most traditional members could see that this was no ordinary mating. The visible evidence of Moon Queen blessing silenced potential criticism. Completing the claiming ritual, Marvin's hands moved to frame Megan's voluptuous figure possessively before pulling her into a kiss that expressed everything words couldn't capture. Passion tempered by reverence, strength balanced with tenderness, possession mitigated by profound respect. Their kiss ignited something beyond physical attraction or ceremonial requirement. The mate bond markings flared with golden light so intense it illuminated the entire clearing, creating a momentary dome of radiance around them that pulsed with the unified rhythm of their heartbeats. Pack members shielded their eyes against the brightness, many dropping to their knees in instinctive recognition of divine presence. When the light finally subsided and they separated, Marvin's expression contained such naked adoration of her entire being, her power, her mind, and her generous curves, that several unmated females sighed with envy. The look he gave her wasn't merely desire or pride of possession, but profound appreciation for everything she was, everything she had overcome, and everything they would become together. The Moon Queen has spoken, Callum announced, somewhat unnecessarily, his voice rough with emotion. What she has joined together, let no one challenge or separate. The pack's response came as a unified howl that rose toward the moon overhead, acknowledging their alpha pair and the new era their union represented. As tradition dictated, Marvin and Megan walked the circle's perimeter, receiving individual acknowledgement from pack members who approached with bowed heads to offer their loyalty. When they reached Evan's position, a moment of tension rippled through nearby wolves. The former future beta had played a complex role in their journey, first as Megan's suitor, then as seeming betrayer, finally revealed as reluctant conspirator in a plan to protect her from greater threats. He stepped forward with dignity, bowing more deeply than required by protocol. Alpha, he acknowledged Marvin before turning to Megan with genuine respect in his eyes. Alpha female, I pledge my loyalty to you both and to the new path you forge for our pack. Marvin clasped his forearm in the traditional gesture between Alpha and Beta, acceptance and forgiveness in the simple contact. Your position as Beta is restored, he stated firmly, putting to rest any uncertainty about pack hierarchy. Your loyalty never truly wavered, though circumstances forced impossible choices. The exchange settled something important within the pack's structure, acknowledging past complications while establishing clear forward direction. As they continued around the circle, Megan felt a profound sense of rightness settle over her. Not just acceptance within a community that had once rejected her, but the certainty that she had found her true purpose and place. The days following the claiming ceremony brought rapid changes to pack structure and territory. Megan established communication channels between her coven and the pack, beginning the delicate process of alliance building between groups that had maintained suspicious distance for generations. Her unique body became a living symbol of this new unity, neither traditionally witch nor traditionally werewolf, but a perfect balance of both, with vampire essence added for unprecedented complete. Where pack members had once viewed her curves as evidence of her outsider status, they now recognized them as necessary architecture for the power she contained, a physical manifestation of her capacity to bridge seemingly incompatible worlds. In a formal ceremony attended by representatives from friendly witch covens, Marvin officially dissolved his family's ties with the witch hunters, choosing his mate and new vision over centuries of hatred and misunderstanding. The decision wasn't without controversy, particularly among older pack members who had been raised on stories of witch malevolence. But the visible blessing of the mate bond made it difficult to argue with the Alpha's choice. Evan returned fully to his position as Beta, his sacrifice acknowledged and forgiven once the full truth of his actions emerged. The pack learned how he had agreed to publicly reject Megan as part of a strategy to protect her from hunter attacks, not realizing how violently the pack would turn against her, or that Lyra's deception would complicate everything. I always knew your body housed greatness, he told Megan respectfully during a council meeting, all romantic feelings transformed to clear admiration and loyalty. From the first moment we met in the healer's hut, something in me recognized what you would become, even if I didn't understand it then. The acknowledgement might have been awkward under different circumstances, but the completion of her mate bond with Marvin had settled any lingering questions about where her heart belonged. The Alpha's hand found hers beneath the council table, his thumb tracing small circles on her palm in private communication of his complete confidence in their connection. 2 weeks after their return, beneath the waning moon that symbolized completion and new beginnings, Megan and Marvin performed the traditional alpha mate ceremony that would bind their souls in ancient werewolf tradition. Unlike the public claiming ritual that established their position within pack hierarchy, this ceremony was more intimate, attended only by pack elders, close allies, and representatives from the witch covens who had become part of their extended community. The sacred circle had been prepared at the territory's highest point, offering unobstructed view of the moon and stars overhead. Ancient stones marked ritual positions, their surfaces carved with symbols that predated modern pack formation. At the circle's center, a small fire burned with flames that shifted between colors, sometimes gold for werewolf, sometimes purple for witch, occasionally flashing crimson for the vampire essence that completed Megan's hybrid nature. Standing within this sacred space, they exchanged blood and vows as pack witnesses, and witch allies joined their energies to support the bond being formalized. Marvin's wrist pressed against Megan's in the traditional blood exchange, their essences mingling in physical representation of the spiritual connection already formed between them. Unlike typical werewolf mate ceremonies that emphasized athletic prowess through complex movement patterns, theirs celebrated complementary strength, his powerful frame and her life-giving curves creating perfect balance as they moved through modified ritual forms. Where traditional ceremonies featured displays of dominance and submission, Theirs demonstrated partnership and mutual support, each enhancing the other's natural abilities. When Megan added witch elements to the ritual, incorporating sacred phrases and gestures from her coven training, something remarkable occurred. Rather than conflicting with pack traditions, her magic twined visibly with the wolf energy that filled the sacred circle, the different supernatural currents strengthening rather than opposing each other, a physical representation of the harmony they were building between previously hostile factions. The light of their bond highlighted her curves as she moved through the ceremonial dance, showing everyone present that her form had been designed by the Moon Queen for exactly this purpose: to contain and channel multiple supernatural essences in unprecedented union. The wolf grace of her movements belied old pack assumptions about what bodies were capable of, her generous figure demonstrating power and agility that transcended conventional expectations. As the ceremony reached its apex, pack witnesses lifted their voices in traditional howls, while witch representatives added harmonizing chants that rippled through the night air in beautiful counterpoint. The combined energies spiraled upward toward the waning moon, carrying their commitment beyond physical realms to the spiritual domains where the Moon Queen held sway. In that perfect moment of supernatural convergence, both Megan and Marvin felt a distinct presence enter the sacred circle, not visible to ordinary sight but unmistakable to their enhanced senses. The Moon Queen's blessing settled over them like a mantle of silver light, divine acknowledgement of the path they had chosen and the future they would build together. The summit came sooner than expected. 3 days after the soul-binding ceremony, representatives from vampire clans arrived at pack borders, formally requesting peaceful negotiation. They were drawn by spreading stories of Megan's unique nature and the new magic she wielded, a power that could potentially end centuries of supernatural conflict without requiring any faction to surrender their essential nature or independence. Marvin welcomed them with carefully balanced protocol, formal enough to show respect, but watchful enough to protect his pack and mate from potential betrayal. The vampire delegation included not only Dominic, still adjusting to existence without the compulsion toward hatred that had driven him for centuries, but several ancient house leaders who had never before set foot on werewolf territory in peaceful capacity. The gathering grew as witch covens sent their own representatives, creating the first ever summit between all 3 major supernatural factions. They met in neutral territory, a meadow beyond pack boundaries but within the protection of new wards created through combined werewolf and witch magic. Megan stood at the center of this historic assembly, her transformed nature giving her unique authority to address the diverse supernatural gathering. The ceremonial dress she wore for the occasion accentuated rather than concealed her curves, the fabric embroidered with symbols representing all 3 supernatural lineages contained within her balanced form. For millennia, our kinds have fought, separated by hatred so ancient we forgot they were artificially created. She addressed the assembled leaders, her voice carrying the triple resonance that gave weight to her words. The first supernatural war ended with magical barriers erected between our peoples, compulsions woven into our very essences that made cooperation nearly impossible. She moved through the gathering with graceful confidence, making eye contact with vampire elders, witch coven leaders, and werewolf representatives in turn. Our differences need not make us enemies, she continued, her triple nature lending credibility that no single species diplomat could have achieved. They can instead become complementary strengths in a world that grows increasingly hostile to all supernatural beings. Not everyone received her message with immediate acceptance. A traditionalist werewolf from a neighboring pack rose to his feet, skepticism evident in his aggressive posture. "Pretty words from an unusual specimen," he growled, eyes deliberately scanning her figure with dismissive assessment. "But what authority does a hybrid anomaly have to overturn thousands of years of natural order? Your non-typical form alone marks you as outside proper werewolf lineage." The insult hung in the air like a challenge. Marvin rose from his position with cold fury gathering in his golden eyes, alpha power radiating from him in palpable waves that made nearby werewolves lower their gazes instinctively. Before he could speak, however, Megan placed a gentle hand on his arm. "I'll handle this," she murmured, their bond allowing private communication beneath the words. Turning to face her challenger directly, Megan didn't respond with anger or defensive justification. Instead, she simply channeled a measure of her power, allowing her hybrid nature to manifest visibly. Her curves illuminated with tricolored light, werewolf gold, witch purple, and vampire crimson flowing beneath her skin in beautiful harmony rather than chaotic conflict. "My form is precisely as the Moon Queen designed it to be," she stated calmly, the light intensifying around her in silent demonstration of controlled power. "Created specifically to contain and balance energies that would shatter more conventional physiology." Her gaze held the challenging werewolf's until he looked away, unable to maintain contact with the ancient power visible within her. "I speak with the authority of 3 bloodlines, unified for the first time since the original supernatural wars. Question my words if you wish, but do not mistake physical difference for weakness or illegitimacy." The display silenced further objections, not through intimidation but through undeniable evidence of divine purpose. Even the most skeptical representatives could recognize power, sanctioned by forces beyond ordinary supernatural politics. The summit continued with increasing productivity, laying groundwork for ongoing cooperation that would eventually transform relationships between species that had considered themselves eternal enemies. When it concluded 3 days later, preliminary agreements had been established for territorial respect, information sharing about common threats, and regular council meetings between faction representatives. It wasn't world peace. Centuries of conflict couldn't be erased in a single gathering, but it was a beginning few had believed possible weeks earlier. As the various delegations departed, many approached Megan and Marvin personally, offering private acknowledgement of the unprecedented role they had assumed in supernatural diplomacy. Night had fallen by the time they returned to their home, no longer simply the Alpha's residence, but a space transformed to reflect their shared life and purpose. Exhausted but satisfied with the summit's progress, they moved through evening routines with the comfortable synchronicity their bond had created between them. "You were magnificent today," Marvin observed as they settled in their private quarters, his eyes following her movements with appreciation that never seemed to diminish. "Even the ancient vampires couldn't look away when you channeled your power." Megan smiled, releasing her hair from its formal arrangement to fall loose around her shoulders. "They've never seen anything like me before," she replied without arrogance, simply stating fact. "None of us had, until the prophecy fulfilled itself." "I saw you from the beginning," he countered, moving behind her to help with the intricate fastenings of her ceremonial dress. "Not clearly at first, I admit, but something in me recognized what you could become, even when I was fighting against it." His fingers worked carefully at the delicate closures, gradually revealing more of her skin with each one released. The simple domestic action carried deeper significance between them. Trust and care expressed through ordinary moments of shared life. As the dress loosened, his hands slipped beneath the fabric to trace the curves of her waist, appreciation evident in his touch. "I wasted so much time seeing your differences as flaws," he murmured against her hair, genuine regret coloring his words, "when they were always your greatest strength." Turning in his arms, Megan lifted her face to his, the mate bond humming between them with increasing intensity as their bodies aligned. "The past isn't what matters now," she assured him, her hands rising to frame his face. "Only what we build together going forward." Their first kiss as fully acknowledged mates, bonded before pack supernatural allies, and the Moon Queen herself contained a sweetness beyond physical desire. The completion of their ceremonial commitments had removed final barriers between them, allowing total surrender to the connection that had been forming since that first moment in the healer's hut, when their eyes met over an injured pack member. As their kiss deepened, the mate bond responded with visible manifestation, golden light emanating from points where their bodies connected. His hands moved with increasing purpose over her curves, each touch leaving trails of luminous energy across her skin that lingered like physical evidence of his devotion. The ceremonial dress fell away completely, pooling at her feet as Marvin lifted her with effortless strength, cradling her against his chest as he carried her to their bed. Unlike their earlier encounters, rushed by crisis or shadowed by uncertainty, this night stretched before them with the promise of unhurried exploration and complete acceptance. "Perfect," he whispered, As he laid her gently on the furs that covered their shared bed, his large hands spanning her waist before tracing the flare of her hips with reverent appreciation. The golden light of their bond highlighted her curves in shifting patterns, emphasizing the form that now housed harmonized power rather than internal conflict. The mate bond enhanced every sensation as they came together, allowing them to feel each other's pleasure as boundaries between them blurred in both physical and spiritual dimensions. Their energies created a sanctuary of swirling light around them, a private universe where past traumas and lingering distrust dissolved in the reality of complete acceptance. Each touch, each kiss became a healing as well as a pleasure, his lips against the claiming mark on her neck, acknowledging the difficult beginning that had led to unexpected perfection. Her hands tracing battle scars on his skin, honoring the protector who had become partner. Their bodies fit together with natural harmony, her softness yielding to his hardness, her curves cradling him as they united as true mates. When they finally came together completely, the mate bond flared with unprecedented brightness, creating patterns of light across their joined bodies that reflected the ancient magic acknowledging their union. Beyond physical pleasure, beyond emotional connection, they experienced spiritual communion that transcended ordinary boundaries between separate beings. For a timeless moment, they existed as both individuals and unified whole, their essences merging while maintaining the unique qualities that made their partnership meaningful. The power of their joining radiated outward beyond their private sanctuary, touching pack bonds and supernatural connections with harmonizing influence that would continue strengthening the alliances they had begun building. Dawn painted the eastern sky with delicate colors as they lay entwined. The passionate intensity of their union settled into peaceful contentment. The mate bond had stabilized into a permanent golden glow beneath their skin, visible evidence of a connection that would continue strengthening throughout their lives together. Megan rested her head on Marvin's chest, listening to the steady heartbeat that now synchronized perfectly with her own. His fingers traced lazy patterns along her spine, occasionally pausing to appreciate the curves that had become precious to him in ways he once couldn't have imagined. "I felt the Moon Queen during our joining," she whispered, her hand moving to rest on her still flat stomach with an intuitive awareness of change beginning within. The hybrid magic that had once made her believe pregnancy between different supernatural species was impossible had transformed that limitation along with so many others. Marvin's hand covered hers immediately, his enhanced senses confirming what her intuition had already recognized. His expression shifted from contentment to wonder as he sensed the tiny spark of life they had created together. Not yet a fully formed presence, but the beginning of possibility that had never before existed. "She blessed what we are creating together," he agreed, his former prejudice transformed into reverence for their shared purpose and the family they would build. His other hand traced the hybrid marks on her shoulder that signified her unique status, pride evident in the gentle touch. "The first of a new generation that won't know the barriers we've lived with." Outside their window, the pack territory was coming to life with morning activities. From their vantage point, they could see wolves and witches moving together in the clearing, initial awkwardness giving way to cautious cooperation as former enemies discovered common ground. Vampire representatives had established diplomatic quarters at the territory edge, their nocturnal nature complementing rather than conflicting with pack routines. It was a small beginning, fragile alliances that would require careful nurturing to grow into lasting peace. But as Megan and Marvin watched from their private sanctuary, they recognized the significance of these tentative first steps toward a world neither could have imagined weeks before. "Do you think we'll succeed?" Megan asked, giving voice to the weight of responsibility they had assumed together. "Truly changing centuries of conflict?" Marvin's arms tightened around her, his certainty flowing through their bond in waves of reassuring warmth. "Not overnight," he acknowledged realistically. "Maybe not entirely in our lifetime. But we've begun something that can't be undone. Proof that different natures can exist in harmony rather than opposition." His hand remained over hers, both protecting and honoring the new life beginning beneath their joined touch. "And we'll leave children who will continue what we've started, living embodiments of unity rather than division." The rising sun cast their joined shadows across the bed, two distinct shapes that merged into unified wholeness where they connected, much like the beings who cast them. Different but complementary, separate but united, stronger together than either could be alone. The prophecy spoke of choice, Megan mused, remembering Lyra's final words as the Dark Witch faced the consequences of her corrupted ritual. The vessel could bring destruction or salvation depending on the path chosen. And you chose to heal rather than destroy, Marvin completed the thought, pride evident in his voice. To build bridges where barriers once stood. As they arose to face the new day and the responsibilities awaiting them, Megan paused before a mirror that had once shown her only flaws to criticize. The reflection that greeted her now displayed a woman fully realized in her unique purpose. Curves that housed balanced power, hybrid markings that represented unprecedented unity, and a quiet confidence that came from complete self-acceptance. Marvin appeared behind her, his powerful frame the perfect complement to her generous curves as he wrapped his arms around her waist. The mate bond markings glowed softly where their skin connected, physical manifestation of a spiritual truth that had transformed them both. "Ready to change the world?" he asked, pressing a kiss to the junction of her neck and shoulder where his claiming bite had first connected them. Megan leaned back against his strength, their reflections showing the perfect balance they had achieved together, his power and her magic, his authority and her diplomacy, his protective nature and her nurturing essence. "One day at a time," she agreed, turning in his arms for a final kiss before they stepped out to face the new world they were creating together, a world where differences strengthened rather than divided, where ancient hatreds gave way to new understanding, and where a form once criticized for not fitting predetermined standards had proven to be exactly what the Moon Queen intended all along. Chapter 11. Trials of Unity. The early morning sunlight filtered through the bedroom curtains, painting golden streaks across the rumpled sheets. Megan woke with the now familiar sensation of nausea rolling through her system. 3 months had passed since the blood moon ritual and the completion of her mate bond with Marvin. 3 months of unprecedented peace between supernatural factions, and 3 months of secret changes within her body that she'd managed to conceal from almost everyone. Moving with careful silence to avoid waking her still sleeping mate, she slipped from their bed and padded to the adjoining bathroom. The cool tile against her bare feet helped ground her as another wave of morning sickness washed over her. She closed the door quietly before allowing herself to bend over the sink, breathing deeply through the discomfort that had become her daily companion. When the worst of the nausea subsided, Megan straightened and caught her reflection in the mirror. The changes in her appearance remained subtle, her curves slightly fuller, her skin carrying a luminescence that went beyond her hybrid nature. To most observers, including Marvin, these minor differences could be attributed to her settled transformation and completed mate bond. Only she knew the true cause. Her hand moved instinctively to rest on her abdomen, still flat but housing a miracle that defied supernatural conventions. The child growing within her combined 3 bloodlines that had never successfully merged before: Werewolf from Marvin, Witch from her maternal heritage, and the vampire essence that had awakened during her transformation. As her fingers splayed protectively over where the baby grew, Megan felt a sudden chill race down her spine. Something was wrong. Not with the pregnancy, but with the delicate supernatural balance they'd been cultivating since the convergence ritual. The harmonizing energy that had spread outward from their union now wavered like a disrupted spiderweb, the vibrations distinct to her enhanced senses. The disturbance intensified her morning sickness, bringing another wave of nausea that left her clutching the sink's edge. As she fought to maintain composure, she felt something extraordinary. The tiny life within her responding to her distress with a flare of unprecedented power. For a brief moment, her skin illuminated from within, her curves outlined in tricolored light that pulsed once before subsiding. "Megan?" Marvin's concerned voice accompanied his light knock on the bathroom door. "Are you all right?" Composing herself quickly, she splashed cold water on her face before answering. "Just washing up," she called back, the half-truth sitting uncomfortably in her throat. She had legitimate reasons for keeping her pregnancy private until she was certain it would remain stable given her hybrid nature, but the deception grew more difficult each day, especially with a mate as perceptive as Marvin. When she emerged from the bathroom, Marvin was already dressed in the practical clothing he favored for pack business. His golden eyes studied her with the intensity that never seemed to diminish, noting details others would miss. "You look pale," he observed, closing the distance between them with 2 long strides. His large hand cupped her cheek, the mate bond humming between them at the contact. "Did you sense it too?" Relief washed through her. He'd attributed her appearance to the supernatural disturbance rather than her concealed condition. "Yes," she admitted, leaning slightly into his touch. "Something aggressive." His expression hardened as he reached for the communication crystal on their bedside table. "Colum just sent word. There's been an attack." The council chamber buzzed with tension as representatives from affected factions gathered to assess the situation. A group of rogue werewolves had attacked a witch gathering at dawn, leaving 3 injured before disappearing into the forest. The assault represented the first major challenge to the fragile peace established after the convergence ritual. Megan sat beside Marvin at the head of the council table, her diplomatic role as crucial as his alpha authority in maintaining the alliance. Though her morning sickness had subsided, she felt unusually drained, her energy diverted to nurturing the new life within her. She compensated with perfect posture and focused attention, determined not to show weakness when unity was most needed. The attackers wore silver moon pack markings, Saren reported, the coven leader's expression grave as she delivered this damaging detail. Though their relationship had evolved from mentor-student to diplomatic equals, Megan still valued the elder witch's perspective above most others. Murmurs ran through the assembled representatives, vampire delegates exchanging significant glances, witch coven leaders whispering behind raised hands, werewolf lieutenants shifting uncomfortably in their seat. The implication was clear. Marvin's own pack members had defied his leadership and the new peace. "Were they recognized?" Marvin asked, his voice steady despite the challenge this represented to his alpha authority. Saren's silver eyebrows drew together. 2 were identified as peripheral pack members, Darren and Cor from the northern hunting parties. The third was unfamiliar to the witches present. Evan, seated at Marvin's right as reinstated Beta, leaned forward with troubled expression. Darren and Cor were among those most exposed to Lyra during her infiltration of hunter ranks. They served as her guards during several operations. The connection sparked immediate recognition in Megan's mind. "Remnants of her influence," she stated, the pieces fitting together with disturbing clarity. Her dark magic could have corrupted susceptible individuals before her death. Marvin nodded grimly. "It fits the pattern of their behavior. Traditional pack members might resist our new alliance, but direct violation of Alpha Command would require outside influence." Discussion continued as they developed plans to locate the rogues and assess how widespread Lyra's corruption might be. Throughout the session, Megan contributed insights that balanced supernatural knowledge with diplomatic sensitivity, carefully navigating the fragile trust between factions. But maintaining her usual energy required increasing effort, her body's resources divided between council duties and nurturing the unprecedented life growing within her. When the meeting concluded, most representatives departed with assigned responsibilities, leaving only the inner circle of leadership behind. As conversations continued around her, Megan felt another wave of exhaustion sweep through her system. The momentary weakness must have shown on her face because Elder Matilda, who had remained uncharacteristically quiet during the proceedings, moved to her side with surprising swiftness. "You should rest, alpha female," the elder wolf suggested, her weathered hand coming to rest on Megan's shoulder with gentle pressure. "Your energies are needed elsewhere as well." The knowing look in Matilda's ancient eyes made it clear this wasn't merely concern about the council session. Before Megan could respond, Marvin approached, his attention divided between immediate security concerns and his mate's well-being. "Elder Matilda is right," he agreed, though his reasoning clearly differed from the older wolf's. "You've been pushing yourself too hard with these diplomatic negotiations." "I'm fine," Megan assured him, summoning a smile that felt only slightly strained. But I would appreciate Elder Matilda's assistance reviewing historical records of similar corruptions. The healer's archives might contain useful precedents. The request provided legitimate reason to speak privately with the elder while contributing meaningfully to their current crisis. Marvin accepted this with a nod, pressing a brief kiss to her temple before departing to organize search parties for the rogues. When they were alone in the healer's quarters, surrounded by ancient texts and herbal remedies, Matilda turned to Megan with direct assessment. "How far along?" she asked simply, her perception requiring no supernatural abilities beyond decades of experience with pack dynamics. Megan's hand moved instinctively to her abdomen, relieved to drop the pretense with someone she trusted. "About 3 months by my estimation, since the blood moon convergence ritual." The elder wolf's expression softened with genuine wonder. "May I?" she asked, weathered hands hovering with respect for Megan's autonomy even in this medical context. At Megan's nod, Matilda placed gentle hands on her still subtly changing curves, fingers probing with the skilled precision of a lifetime spent as pack healer. Her eyes closed in concentration, sensing beyond physical changes to the energy signature developing within. "The vessel carries new life," she whispered with reverence, ancient eyes opening to meet Megan's with undisguised awe. "A child of 3 worlds, the first of its kind in all our recorded history." The confirmation brought both relief and renewed concern. "Is it healthy?" Megan asked, voicing the fear that had kept her silent these past weeks. "My hybrid nature is so unprecedented, I wasn't certain pregnancy was even possible, let alone sustainable." Matilda's hands remained on Megan's abdomen, her connection to pack magic allowing deeper assessment than ordinary senses permitted. "The life force is strong," she confirmed. "Unusual, certainly. I sense all 3 lineages already manifesting in distinct but harmonious patterns. Your body was designed to contain multiple supernatural essences. It appears equally equipped to nurture this unique combination." The reassurance eased one worry while highlighting others. "I've kept it private, even from Marvin," Megan admitted, guilt coloring her voice. "I wanted to be certain the pregnancy would remain stable, given my hybrid nature, before sharing news that might end in disappointment." Understanding filled the elder's wise eyes. A mother's instinct to protect, even before birth. "But he should know soon," she advised gently. "The alpha's connection to his growing child strengthens both mother and offspring, and this particular child may need that strength in the days ahead. Will you keep my confidence until I can tell him properly?" Megan requested. "With this current crisis, the timing seems poorly chosen for such personal news." "Your secret is safe," Matilda promised, her hands finally dropping from Megan's abdomen. "But don't wait too long. That child grows stronger each day, and soon no amount of loose clothing will conceal your blessing." The investigation into the rogue attacks expanded over the following week, revealing disturbing patterns. Similar incidents had occurred at vampire outposts and neutral territories, always involving small groups that vanished before reinforcements arrived. More concerning were the magical signatures left behind, corrupted energy that matched Lyra's distinctive dark magic. Tension escalated between factions despite leadership efforts to maintain unity. During a particularly heated council session, vampire representatives reported attacks on their border patrols by what appeared to be werewolves, while witch covens documented increased hunter activities near their sanctuaries. "These coordinated provocations serve one purpose," Dominic observed, the ancient vampire's aristocratic features set in grim lines. "To fracture our alliance before it solidifies." Accusations flew despite attempts at moderation, old suspicions resurfacing with each new report of violence. Evan presented evidence that the attackers included individuals from all 3 supernatural groups, suggesting widespread corruption rather than factional betrayal, but skepticism remained evident among representatives with centuries of ingrained distrust. Throughout the difficult negotiations, Megan maintained outward composure while battling increasing physical challenges. The morning sickness had evolved into unpredictable waves of discomfort that required constant vigilance to conceal. Her normally energetic movements became more measured, her diplomatic interventions still effective but delivered with greater economy of motion. During one particularly contentious exchange between werewolf and vampire representatives, a wave of nausea hit with such unexpected intensity that Megan briefly closed her eyes. her hand instinctively moving to rest protectively over her abdomen before she caught herself and redirected the gesture to adjust her ceremonial necklace instead. The momentary lapse didn't escape Marvin's notice. His golden eyes tracked the movement with sharp assessment, his growing concern evident in the way his body angled subtly toward hers despite the ongoing debate requiring his attention. The mate bond between them thrummed with his unspoken questions, his protective instincts responding to her distress even without understanding its cause. When the council finally adjourned without reaching consensus, Marvin guided Megan away from diplomatic pleasantries with firm determination. His hand at the small of her back conveyed support while creating subtle distance between her and potential threats. A protective stance she might have resisted under different circumstances, but now appreciated more than she cared to admit. "You're unwell," he stated once they were alone in their private quarters, the direct assessment brooking no denial. "And have been for days." Megan sighed, knowing the time for truth had arrived sooner than she'd planned. Before she could formulate a response, however, a frantic knock interrupted them. Evan's voice carried urgency even through the heavy door. "Alpha, your presence is required immediately. Another attack, this time within our own borders." The personal conversation would have to wait. Again, 3 days of crisis management followed, with coordinated responses to increasing provocations requiring Marvin and Megan's constant attention. The rogue attacks showed disturbing evolution, not random violence, but strategic attempts to inflame tensions between supernatural groups. More concerning were reports of affected individuals displaying symptoms of magical corruption. Black veins spreading from exposure points, increased aggression, and resistance to ordinary healing methods. Megan realized her harmonizing magic must evolve to counter this corruption without removing free will, a delicate, magical, and ethical challenge that tested her growing abilities and demanded energy she increasingly struggled to spare. The pregnancy, though still her cherished secret, drained resources her diplomatic and magical duties required. By the fourth night, with no clear solution and factions threatening to abandon the fragile alliance, desperation drove them to seek more direct guidance. Under cover of darkness, Megan and Marvin slipped away from pack headquarters to the sacred Moon Queen Circle, where they had performed their soul-binding ritual months earlier. The ancient stones stood sentinel against the night sky, their weathered surfaces appearing ordinary to common sight, but pulsing with supernatural significance to Megan's enhanced perception. This sacred space had witnessed countless pack rituals over generations, but what they planned went beyond traditional observances. "Are you certain you're strong enough for this?" Marvin asked as they prepared the circle, his concern evident in the gentle touch as he helped arrange ceremonial elements. "This ritual typically requires an entire pack's energy contribution." "Our mate bond compensates for numbers," Megan assured him, though privately she wondered if her divided energies would prove sufficient. "And we need the Moon Queen's guidance more than ever." The ritual began with traditional invocations, ancient phrases in the original wolf language, setting the foundation for communion with their supernatural patron. As the ceremonial patterns progressed, Megan's movements remained graceful despite her subtle fatigue, her curves swaying with mesmerizing fluidity through the intricate forms. The mate bond between them strengthened with each synchronized step, golden light emanating from the matching marks on their skin as their energies aligned in perfect harmony. Unlike standard pack rituals that relied on collective power hierarchically channeled through the alpha, their unique connection allowed direct communion with forces beyond ordinary perception. Midway through the elaborate ceremony, something extraordinary happened. Marvin, who had been leading an intricate series of movements designed to represent the pack's journey through seasons, stopped suddenly. His hands framed her waist with gentle precision, his golden eyes widening with dawning comprehension. "Your scent has changed," he whispered, realization transforming his expression from concentration to wonder, his enhanced senses finally piecing together the subtle clues she'd been concealing. "Your body is different." The moment of truth had arrived, impossible to defer further. Megan nodded, unexpected tears forming as she took his large hand and placed it deliberately over her still flat stomach where their child grew. Through their completed mate bond, she allowed him to feel what she had been experiencing, the tiny spark of unprecedented life, with its tri-colored energy signature, already responsive to both parents despite its early development stage. Joy transformed Marvin's usually severe features into something approaching reverence. Without hesitation, he knelt before her in the center of the sacred circle, pressing his forehead gently against her abdomen in the ancient werewolf tradition, acknowledging new life. The gesture, deeply meaningful within pack culture, carried additional significance from an alpha known for his reserved nature. "A child," he murmured against her, his voice rough with emotion. "Our child." The moment transcended their immediate crisis, creating a pocket of perfect connection in the midst of mounting threats. When Marvin finally rose, his expression balanced wonder with renewed determination. The precious life they had created gave their fight for supernatural unity personal urgency beyond political alliances or prophetic destiny. Rather than diminishing the ritual's effectiveness, this revelation seemed to enhance their connection to the ancient magic permeating the sacred space. Their synchronized movements resumed with new purpose, the ceremonial forms flowing with greater meaning as they sought guidance not just for themselves or their pack, but for the unprecedented future their child represented. As the ritual reached its apex, the mate bond between them expanded beyond ordinary limitations, creating a magical window through which glimpses of possible futures spiraled in kaleidoscopic succession. Most were fragmented impressions, supernatural beings cooperating in ways previously unimaginable, territories without boundaries, knowledge freely shared between factions that had hoarded secrets for millennia. Most precious were brief visions of a child with features from all three supernatural races: wolf gold eyes that sometimes shifted to witch purple or vampire crimson, small fingers trailing magical light in colors that represented harmonized bloodlines, a laugh that seemed to make flowers bloom despite winter frost. The vision window closed as the ritual completed, leaving them breathless but enlightened. The communion with each other and the Moon Queen had provided not just comfort but practical insight into countering Lyra's lingering corruption. Megan understood with sudden clarity that the solution required the very unity the rogues sought to destroy. Representatives from all three supernatural races working in magical concert to cleanse the corruption that threatened their alliance. "We need to purify affected territories," she explained as they gathered their ceremonial items, strength renewed by purpose despite her physical fatigue. "Not individually, but together. The combined magical signatures of all three races working in harmony can neutralize Lyra's corrupting influence." Marvin nodded, his tactical mind already processing implementation details even as his hand remained protectively near her abdomen, a ritual demonstration of exactly what the rogues are fighting against: cooperation between supernatural kinds. Their shared determination carried new weight, the destiny of their unborn child adding personal stakes to the future they were fighting to create. As they returned to pack headquarters beneath the starlit sky, Marvin's arm around her waist provided support that Megan accepted without reservation. Their relationship evolved beyond pride or pretense to true partnership. "No more secrets between us," he murmured against her hair as they walked, the statement both gentle reprimand and loving reassurance. "Especially ones that affect your well-being." "No more secrets," she agreed, leaning into his strength with newfound freedom. Though, in my defense, I wanted certainty before sharing news that might end in disappointment. His arm tightened slightly around her waist, his response carrying the weight of centuries of supernatural conflict and personal loss. "Whatever comes, we face it together. Joy or sorrow, victory or setback. Shared burdens are lighter, shared blessings sweeter." The simple wisdom reflected their journey from reluctant allies to true mates, their bond strengthened rather than weakened by the challenges they had overcome together. Implementing the purification ritual required delicate diplomatic negotiations alongside complex magical preparations. Using knowledge gained from their vision ritual, Megan developed a spell that required representatives from all three supernatural races to perform in perfect synchrony. The unprecedented magical cooperation would theoretically cleanse Lyra's remaining influence from affected territories while demonstrating the power of supernatural unity. Convincing skeptical faction leaders proved nearly as challenging as the magical mechanics themselves. Centuries of ingrained suspicion didn't disappear overnight, even with evidence of common threats. It took Marvin's unwavering authority, Megan's diplomatic finesse, and concrete proof of the corruption's supernatural origin to secure reluctant agreement from all necessary participants. The ritual site was chosen with strategic precision, a neutral clearing where territorial boundaries between werewolf, vampire, and witch lands converged. Preparation took 3 days, with protective circles established, power anchors embedded at cardinal points, and representatives carefully selected for magical compatibility rather than political convenience. Megan would serve as the central conduit for their combined powers, her hybrid nature uniquely suited to harmonizing disparate supernatural energies. Marvin's role was equally crucial, anchoring her physically and spiritually through their bond as the magic reached potentially dangerous levels. Their unborn child, though still in early stages of development, created additional complexity, requiring careful magical shielding to protect without disrupting the developing life force. The night of the ritual arrived with tense anticipation. Representatives from all 3 factions gathered in ceremonial formation, their individual magical signatures distinct to Megan's enhanced perception: werewolf energy, earthy and primal; vampire power, ancient and crystalline; witch magic, fluid and intuitive. Convincing them to temporarily lower protective barriers against each other had required extraordinary diplomatic efforts. The corruption spreads through magical resonance. Megan explained to the assembled representatives, her ceremonial attire designed to facilitate power flow while providing necessary protection. Lyra embedded fragments of her essence in susceptible individuals before her death, creating seeds of discord that grow stronger when we succumb to suspicion and fear. Marvin stood at her side, his alpha presence reassuring anxious participants while creating the foundation from which her more fluid magical approach could operate. Their balance of strengths had never been more evident or necessary than in this crucial moment. Working separately, our magical signatures simply bounce off the corruption or become absorbed into it, she continued. United in purpose and properly harmonized, we create a purification wave that the corruption cannot resist or corrupt in turn. The ritual began with individual invocations, each faction drawing on their unique magical traditions to manifest power in forms their species had perfected over centuries. Rather than attempting to homogenize these distinct approaches, Megan guided them toward complementary expression, celebrating differences while finding harmonic convergence points. As the separate magical currents strengthened, she stepped into the center position, Marvin's hands steady at her waist as she became the focal point for their combined energies. The sensation was simultaneously exhilarating and overwhelming. Power beyond anything she had previously channeled flowing through her transformed body in waves that required constant balancing. Her pregnancy, though still in early stages, seemed to amplify rather than hinder her abilities. Her body, designed to house multiple energies, now perfectly suited to nurturing new life, while channeling ancient power. The child within responded to the magical currents with its own tiny signature, instinctively harmonizing with the ritual energies in ways that brought unexpected tears to Megan's eyes, even amidst her intense concentration. The purification wave built gradually, represented visually as spiraling light that combined the signature colors of all 3 supernatural factions: gold for werewolf, crimson for vampire, purple for witch, eventually blending into prismatic radiance that illuminated the clearing with otherworldly brilliance. When the combined power reached critical threshold, Megan released the contained energy with precise magical gestures, directing the purification wave outward in expanding circles. The sensation was similar to the convergence ritual months earlier, but with greater control and specific targeting that sought corrupted signatures while leaving natural magical balances undisturbed. The effort required was enormous, draining Megan's resources with frightening speed, despite Marvin's steadying presence. As the purification wave reached affected territories miles distant, her strength began faltering, her curves seemingly diminished, as vital energy diverted to maintaining the complex spell structure. Marvin felt her weakening through their bond, his arms tightening around her waist as he channeled his own considerable power to support her. Almost complete, he murmured against her ear, his voice providing anchor as magical currents threatened to overwhelm her awareness. "Stay with me." The ritual reached its culmination as the purification wave completed its territory-wide cleansing, supernatural representatives maintaining their positions with disciplined focus despite the unprecedented magical communion. When the final energy patterns stabilized, establishing new harmonic balances resistant to future corruption, Megan's control finally slipped. Her knees buckled as exhaustion claimed her, Marvin catching her against his chest before she could fall. Even in her depleted state, she maintained enough awareness to ensure protective magic surrounded her abdomen, instinctively shielding their child from the worst effects of her magical exertion. "Rest now," Marvin murmured as he lifted her effortlessly into his arms, her head finding natural resting place against his shoulder. "You've done enough." Through hazy consciousness, she registered the ritual's success. Corrupted energy signatures neutralized throughout affected territories, representative participants regarding each other with newfound respect, if not yet trust. The foundation for continued cooperation strengthened rather than weakened by shared magical experience. The peaceful darkness of healing sleep claimed her before she could witness the aftermath fully, secure in the knowledge that Marvin would manage necessary diplomatic closure while ensuring her safety. Megan woke in their private chambers, sunshine suggesting late morning hour after her magical exertion. Marvin sat beside the bed, his large frame looking somewhat incongruous in the delicate chair he'd pulled close to maintain his vigil. His expression lightened visibly when her eyes opened, relief replacing the concerned concentration that had furrowed his brow. "Welcome back," he greeted softly, reaching to brush hair from her forehead with gentle fingers. "You've been asleep for almost 18 hours. Memory returned in fragments. The purification ritual, the combined magical energies, the momentary fear as her strength failed during the critical final phase. Most importantly, concern for the precious life they had created together. Her hand moved instinctively to her abdomen, relief flooding through her as she sensed the child's energy signature, unchanged despite her magical exertion, perhaps even stronger for having participated in its own protection. "The baby's fine," Marvin assured her, correctly interpreting her first concern. "Elder Matilda confirmed it while you were sleeping. Apparently our child has inherited your resilience along with a protective instinct that manifested even at this early stage." She relaxed against the pillows, taking physical inventory as her senses fully returned. Her magical reserves remained depleted but already beginning restoration, her body tired but fundamentally unharmed by the extraordinary channeling she had performed. "The ritual worked," she said, the statement half-question as she sought confirmation of her last conscious impressions. "Beyond expectations," he confirmed, satisfaction evident in his voice. The purification wave cleansed all affected territories, neutralizing Lyra's corrupting influence completely. We've already seen affected individuals returning to normal, including Darren and Core. The news brought profound relief. Their first major challenge as leaders of the Supernatural Alliance had been met successfully, establishing precedent for addressing future threats through cooperation rather than factional conflict. "The Council?" she asked, diplomatic concerns returning as her strength gradually rebuilt. "Impressed," he replied with a hint of a smile. "Even the most skeptical representatives couldn't deny the effectiveness of our combined approach. While true trust remains distant goal, practical respect has increased significantly." She nodded, satisfaction warming her despite lingering exhaustion. They had taken important steps toward the world they hoped to create for their child. One where supernatural differences strengthened rather than divided, where ancient hatreds gave way to new understanding. "I have called the inner council for this evening," Marvin continued, his expression shifting to something more personal as his hand moved to rest lightly on her abdomen. "I thought we might share our news with those closest to us, if you feel strong enough." The suggestion brought both joy and nervous anticipation. Announcing the pregnancy would make it more real, more public. A statement of faith in their shared future, despite the unprecedented nature of their child's mixed heritage. "It's time," she agreed, covering his large hand with her smaller one. "This child represents everything we're working toward, the living embodiment of supernatural unity." He nodded, pride evident in the slight squaring of his shoulders. The first child born of 3 supernatural lineages, witch wisdom, werewolf strength, and vampire resilience in perfect balance. Their quiet moment of connection was interrupted by a soft knock announcing Elder Matilda's arrival for a scheduled check of Megan's recovery progress. The elder's knowing smile as she entered suggested approval of their decision to share their news more widely. "Your hybrid physiology continues to impress," she commented after thorough examination. "Any ordinary supernatural being would require days of recovery after channeling that level of power. Your body is already rebuilding magical reserves while nurturing new life. Truly remarkable adaptation." The validation of her unique design brought Megan full circle from her early days of insecurity. The curves that had once marked her as outsider among lean werewolves now housed multiple miracles. Balanced hybrid power and new life representing supernatural unity in its most profound form. That evening, the inner council gathered in Marvin's private study, a setting chosen for its intimacy rather than ceremonial significance. The carefully selected group included Evan as Beta, Elder Matilda representing Pack Wisdom, Saren from the Witch Covens, and Dominic as Vampire Delegate, along with Callum and 2 other trusted Pack Lieutenants. The successful ritual had created an atmosphere of cautious optimism, with representatives acknowledging progress while remaining realistic about challenges ahead. Discussion of next steps proceeded with unprecedented cooperation, practical solutions replacing territorial posturing that had characterized earlier sessions. As conversation reached natural conclusion, Marvin exchanged meaningful glance with Megan before addressing the gathered representatives with uncharacteristic warmth in his voice. "Before we adjourn, there's something personal we wish to share with our closest allies." His hand found Megan's, their fingers intertwining in visible demonstration of their unity, something that gives additional meaning to the work we're undertaking together. Curious expressions greeted this unexpected addition to their agenda, attention focusing on the alpha pair with varying degrees of anticipation. Elder Matilda's knowing smile contrasted with Evan's puzzled frown and Dominic's aristocratic composure. "Megan is carrying our child," Marvin announced, pride evident in the slight lift of his chin as he made the declaration, the first being born of 3 supernatural lineages, werewolf, witch, and vampire essences in harmony. The announcement created momentary stunned silence before reactions erupted around the table. Saren's hands flew to her mouth in astonishment, Evan's eyes widened with genuine surprise, and even Dominic's carefully maintained aristocratic reserve cracked to reveal brief wonder before composed congratulation. "The prophecy continues unfolding," Elder Matilda observed, her ancient eyes bright with satisfaction. "The vessel not only bridges worlds but creates new life that embodies that connection." Questions followed about hybrid pregnancy progression, magical implications, even diplomatic considerations for a child with claim to multiple supernatural heritages. Throughout the excited discussion, Marvin remained protectively close to Megan, his hand occasionally resting with gentle possession on the subtle new fullness of her abdomen where their unprecedented child grew. As the session concluded with renewed commitment to their shared vision, Megan proposed structure that surprised even Marvin. "We should establish a permanent council with representatives from all supernatural races," she suggested, "not just for crisis response, but for ongoing cooperation on matters affecting all our kinds." The suggestion represented significant evolution from temporary alliance to established governance structure, ambitious step toward institutional change, rather than merely personal agreements between current leaders. "Where would such a council meet?" Dominic asked, practical concerns underlying philosophical acceptance. "Neutral territory would be preferable, but difficult to secure without raising human attention." Marvin's response demonstrated his own evolution from territorial alpha to visionary leader. "The council should rotate its meeting location between our territories," he proposed, the suggestion representing level of trust that would have been unthinkable months earlier. Each faction hosting in turn as equals in this new alliance. The proposal was accepted with cautious enthusiasm, representatives departing with assignments to identify suitable locations, and additional council members who would approach supernatural cooperation with open minds rather than ancient prejudices. When they were finally alone, Marvin watched Megan with undisguised admiration as she moved tiredly around their quarters, preparing for much-needed rest after the day's emotional and physical demands. "You continue surprising me," he observed, his golden eyes tracking her movements with protective attention. "A permanent council is exactly what we need, but I hadn't considered how to structure it effectively." She smiled, fatigue tempering but not diminishing her satisfaction with the day's progress. "We bring different strengths to this partnership. Your protective instincts and tactical mind balance my diplomatic approach and connective magic. Together we see more complete solutions than either would alone." As she settled into bed, Marvin's large frame curled protectively around her curves, his hand coming to rest with gentle possession on the subtle new fullness of her belly where their unprecedented child grew. The mate bond hummed between them, golden light occasionally visible beneath their skin where they touched. "Sleep," he murmured against her hair, concern for her well-being evident in his tone. "Building new worlds requires strength, which requires rest." As she drifted toward sleep, Megan felt profound contentment despite the challenges ahead. The trials of unity would continue. Supernatural prejudices wouldn't disappear overnight. Rogue elements would resist change. Human world complications would eventually require attention. But they faced these challenges together, strengthened rather than divided by differences, creating foundation for the extraordinary child growing within her. Their unprecedented family would become living embodiment of the world they sought to build, where werewolf strength, witch wisdom, and vampire resilience existed not in conflict but in harmony, their combined power greater than any could achieve alone. Chapter 12. Legacy. The convergent site shimmered with renewed power under the spring sunshine. 6 months had passed since the blood moon ritual that had transformed Megan and the supernatural world around her. Where once dark energy had tainted the ancient stones during Lyra's corrupted ceremony, now harmonized magic flowed in balanced currents. The location purified and redesignated as neutral ground for all supernatural beings. Representatives from every major faction had gathered for an unprecedented event, the formal signing of a comprehensive peace treaty that would establish lasting protocols for supernatural coexistence. Vampires stood beneath specially constructed shade pavilions, witches arranged themselves in constellation patterns that enhanced their collective magic, and werewolves from multiple packs maintained respectful distance from traditional enemies as they awaited the ceremony's commencement. At the center of this historic gathering, Megan rose carefully from her ceremonial seat, her pregnancy now impossible to disguise even if she had wished to. Her already generous curves had been enhanced by the growing child within her, making her look even more like the ancient vessel illustrations that had once seemed mysterious prophecy, and now appeared remarkably accurate documentation. The ceremonial dress she wore had been specially designed for this occasion, flowing fabric in colors representing all 3 supernatural lineages, cut to accentuate rather than hide her pregnancy. As she moved toward the central speaking position, her figure commanded attention, no longer an anomaly to be scorned, but living proof of the harmony possible between different worlds. 6 months ago, we stood divided by centuries of hatred and suspicion. She began, her voice carrying the unique triple resonance that had become her signature. Today, we gather as allies to formalize the peace that begins a new chapter in supernatural history. Marvin watched from his position beside the Alpha contingent, pride evident in his golden eyes as they tracked his mate's confident movements. Through their bond, he could feel both her calm determination and the occasional flutter of their child responding to her heightened emotions. His hand instinctively moved to the ceremonial dagger at his belt, not from any specific threat, but from the protective instinct that had only intensified with his mate's advancing pregnancy. "This treaty represents more than political agreement," Megan continued, her hands framing her rounded belly in unconscious emphasis of her words. "It embodies hope for a future where our differences strengthen rather than divide us, where children born of multiple lineages need not hide or choose between their heritages." The formal signing proceeded with careful protocol. Dominant vampire leaders approaching first with crystallized blood signatures, followed by witch coven representatives with magical seals, and finally alpha wolves with traditional claw marks pressed into specialized treaty parchment. Throughout the ceremony, Megan remained the focal point, her pregnant form the living embodiment of the unity they formalized with ancient symbols and modern language. When the final signature had been applied and the treaty magically bound, she closed the ceremony with words that resonated through the gathering like physical touch. What we create today, this peace, this alliance, this new beginning, becomes our legacy for generations who will never know the barriers we lived with. May they inherit our wisdom rather than our wars. As supernatural representatives dispersed to celebration gatherings appropriate to their kinds, Marvin moved swiftly to Megan's side, his arm slipping around her waist with the possessive tenderness that had become his habit during her pregnancy. "Beautifully done," he murmured against her temple, his free hand covering hers where it rested on the swell of their child. "Though I believe our daughter expressed some fairly strong opinions during the vampire delegation's approach." Megan laughed softly, leaning into his strength with comfortable familiarity. "She definitely has preferences already, strong reactions to certain magical signatures, just like her father." Their shared amusement drew curious glances from passing representatives, many still adapting to the sight of their formidable alpha displaying such open affection. The changes extended far beyond their personal relationship, however. The supernatural world was transforming around them, with their unlikely union as both catalyst and central pillar. With external threats diminished following the formal treaty, Megan and Marvin focused increasingly on solidifying changes within pack structure. Traditional hierarchies evolved to accommodate witch members and vampire allies, creating a model other supernatural communities began to emulate. The Silver Moon Pack became known as the most progressive supernatural enclave, attracting those who valued innovation alongside tradition. Though resistance remained in conservative factions, their success spoke louder than protests. Under their leadership, territory borders had become permeable, knowledge previously hoarded began flowing freely between specialists of different races, and supernatural beings who had hidden among humans for safety started emerging to join communities where diversity was welcomed rather than punished. Most remarkable was the pack's attitude toward physical diversity. Where once werewolves had valued only the lean, athletic build typical of their kind, new appreciation developed for different body types and their unique advantages. Megan's curves were no longer seen as unwolfish, but as a different kind of strength, one that had proven perfectly designed to house hybrid power and nurture unprecedented new life. As her pregnancy progressed into the 6th month, unique developments became impossible to ignore. Her skin occasionally shimmered with tri-colored light during the child's most active periods, subtle patterns rippling beneath the surface as the baby responded to external stimuli. More extraordinary was Marvin's ability to sense their child's developing consciousness through their mate bond. Not just physical movements, but nascent emotional responses and even occasional dreamlike impressions. "She's dreaming of running," he would sometimes murmur in the deep night, his large hand spread protectively over Megan's rounded belly. "Through forests that exist in 3 realms simultaneously." These moments of connection became precious sanctuaries during increasingly busy days. Their leadership roles demanded constant attention as they navigated implementation of treaty provisions, mediated disputes between formerly hostile factions, and continued developing protective measures against potential new threats. Elder Matilda provided invaluable guidance throughout Megan's pregnancy, her centuries of experience with werewolf births supplemented by consultation with witch midwives and even vampire healers specializing in rare supernatural pregnancies. The collaborative approach to Megan's prenatal care exemplified the cross-factional cooperation they were establishing throughout supernatural society. "Your hybrid physiology continues adapting perfectly," the elder observed during one examination, her weathered hands gentle as they assessed the baby's position. Where ordinary werewolf pregnancies draw primarily on pack magic for support, yours incorporates all 3 magical signatures in balanced measure. The unique nature of her pregnancy became increasingly apparent as Megan entered her final trimester. Rather than diminishing, as many had predicted, her powers grew exponentially, her pregnancy-enhanced curves seeming to amplify her magical abilities. The vessel prophecy's accuracy continued, revealing itself, her body perfectly designed for both creation and power, for nurturing new life while channeling unprecedented magic. This development, while beneficial for Megan's health and the baby's development, created renewed concerns among more conservative supernatural factions. Whispers spread about what abilities such a child might possess, reigniting tensions just as peace seemed firmly established. During a particularly tense council session, a vampire elder from a traditional bloodline voiced what others had only implied. Has consideration been given to proper training and containment protocols for this unprecedented being? Perhaps specialized guardianship would be appropriate from birth. The temperature in the council chamber dropped perceptibly as Marvin's expression shifted from diplomatic neutrality to cold fury. Those familiar with the Alpha recognized the dangerous stillness that preceded devastating action, his voice deadly quiet when he finally responded. My child will be raised by her parents with guidance from all three communities she belongs to. Any suggestion of taking her for proper training will be considered declaration of war against not only the Silver Moon Pack, but the entire Treaty Alliance. The implied threat resulted in immediate reinforcement of pack protection around Megan, with trusted representatives from witch covens and progressive vampire clans offering additional security measures. The incident, while troubling, ultimately strengthened rather than weakened the alliance as moderate voices from all factions spoke firmly against extremist positions. Despite these challenges, most supernatural beings viewed the coming child as the ultimate symbol of their new unity, living proof that coexistence wasn't merely political convenience, but biological possibility. Preparations for traditional birth blessing ceremonies evolved into plans for an unprecedented joint ritual incorporating elements from all three supernatural cultures. On the night before the child's blessing ceremony, with security measures established and diplomatic details finalized, Megan and Marvin finally retreated to their private chambers. The months of pregnancy had transformed their home as thoroughly as it had changed their lives. Traditional werewolf elements now complemented by witch comfort magic and even vampire-inspired adaptations that would accommodate their daughter's potentially mixed needs. Megan moved with surprising grace despite her advanced pregnancy, her body having adapted to balance the additional weight of their growing child. As she prepared for bed, removing formal attire in favor of a simple silk robe, she caught Marvin watching her with the intensity that never seemed to diminish despite months of intimate familiarity. "What?" she asked, a smile tugging at her lips as she recognized the particular heat in his golden eyes. "You're beautiful," he replied simply, crossing the room to stand behind her as she sat at her dressing table. His large hands came to rest on her shoulders, thumbs tracing gentle circles against her skin as he met her gaze in the mirror. More beautiful with each passing day? The sincerity in his voice warmed her more than elaborate compliments might have. From a man originally raised to see her curvy physique as fundamentally wrong for a werewolf, his genuine appreciation of her pregnant form represented transformation as profound as any magical change they had experienced. His hands moved from her shoulders to frame her rounded belly, the touch reverent yet possessive, as their child responded with a flutter of movement against his palm. "A miracle," he murmured, bending to press his lips against the curve of her neck where his claiming mark had long since healed into a silvery pattern that matched their mate bond. The gentle contact sent awareness spiraling through Megan's sensitized body. Pregnancy had heightened her responses to his touch, the mate bond transmitting emotions and sensations with increasing clarity as their child's development strengthened rather than diminished their connection. Rising from the dressing table, she turned within the circle of his arms, her rounded belly pressing against his hard abdomen as she lifted her face for his kiss. "Show me," she whispered against his mouth, the simple request containing worlds of meaning between them. His response was immediate and tender, lips claiming hers with passion tempered by care for her condition, hands cradling her face as if holding something infinitely precious. The kiss deepened gradually, heat building between them with the slow certainty of mates secure in their connection, rather than the desperate urgency that had characterized their early encounters. When her silk robe slipped from her shoulders to pool at her feet, Marvin's breath caught audibly. Her pregnancy-enhanced curves drew his reverent touch, large hands cradling her belly before tracing the fuller swell of her breasts and hips with gentle appreciation. Where once she might have felt self-conscious about her changing body, his obvious adoration left no room for insecurity. "Perfect," he murmured as he lifted her carefully, carrying her to their bed with effortless strength that contrasted with the tenderness of his touch. Absolutely perfect. Their lovemaking transcended ordinary physical pleasure as the mate bond opened completely between them, creating a magical experience where boundaries between bodies blurred into shared sensation. His movements were gentle yet passionate, accommodating her changed form with tender care while ensuring her pleasure remained paramount. Their joined magic formed protective patterns around Megan's womb, where their unprecedented child grew, responding to her parents' union with small flares of multicolored light visible beneath Megan's stretched skin. The sight brought wonder to Marvin's expression as he paused to trace the patterns with reverent fingertips, his touch prompting stronger response from their increasingly aware daughter. "She knows us," Megan whispered, emotion tightening her throat as they witnessed this extraordinary communion. "Recognizes our connection." The observation deepened their intimate bond, transforming physical passion into spiritual communion that encompassed all three beings joined by blood and magic. Whispered promises and tender touches contrasted with their passionate beginning, demonstrating how their relationship had transformed from strategic alliance to profound love. As they moved together toward completion, the room filled with manifestations of their combined power. Floating lights in gold, purple, and crimson dancing along the ceiling, gentle magical winds carrying scents of forest and night-blooming flowers, healing energy extending beyond their chambers into the surrounding territory like a blessing upon the lands they protected together. Their shared climax rippled through the mate bond with triple intensity. Marvin's pleasure feeding Megan's, hers amplifying his, and their child's consciousness responding with bright flares of multicolored light visible through Megan's stretched skin. For a perfect moment, they existed as a single magical entity, before gradually returning to separate awareness, though the connection between them remained palpably strengthened. "I love you," Marvin murmured against her temple as they lay entwined, his large hand resting protectively over their still active child. The words, once unimaginable from the stern alpha who had claimed her out of strategic necessity, now flowed naturally, reinforced by the emotional truth transmitted through their bond. "And I love you," she replied, the simple exchange representing journey far more complex than the words could capture. "Both of you." They drifted into peaceful sleep, still connected, their shared dreams filled with images of the future they were building together, one where their daughter would never know the barriers they had worked so hard to dismantle, where differences would be celebrated rather than feared, where the vessel prophecy's promise of harmony would extend for generations beyond their own. The formal blessing ceremony brought together representatives from all supernatural factions, the gathering even larger than the treaty signing weeks earlier. Additional security measures had been implemented following the council confrontation, but the atmosphere remained celebratory rather than tense, most participants genuinely honored to witness this unprecedented occasion. Megan stood proudly at the center, her voluptuous pregnancy-enhanced figure radiating power and life. The ceremonial gown she wore had been collaboratively designed by craftspeople from all three supernatural communities. Witch protective symbols embroidered on vampire-processed silk using werewolf ritual patterns, the materials harmonizing just as the beings who created it had learned to cooperate. Marvin remained at her side throughout the lengthy ceremony, his protective presence reassuring despite the gathering's peaceful intent. His hand rarely left the small of her back, providing steady support as representatives approached with traditional blessings from their cultures. Witch covens presented crystal amulets charged with protective magic. Vampire delegates offered ancient scrolls containing knowledge preserved through centuries. Werewolf packs brought tokens of alliance and belonging from territories around the world. Each gift was acknowledged with appropriate ritual responses, Megan and Marvin accepting these offerings not just for their child, but for the future she represented. When Elder Matilda stepped forward to perform the culminating blessing, the gathering fell into respectful silence. The ancient wolf's weathered hands hovered above Megan's rounded belly, her voice carrying surprising strength as she invoked traditional pack blessing amended to acknowledge their unique circumstances. "The vessel who was prophesied has fulfilled her purpose," she announced, finally placing her hands directly on Megan's belly, where the child responded with visible light beneath the skin. "Not through destruction, but through creation. This child represents our highest aspirations. Balance between powers once thought incompatible, harmony between bloodlines long separated, hope for continuation beyond our individual limitations." The elder's words resonated through the gathering, many supernatural beings lowering their heads in recognition of the profound truth being spoken. The moment crystallized everything they had worked toward these past months, not merely absence of conflict, but active creation of something new and precious that transcended old divisions. The perfect harmony was briefly disrupted when a small faction of dissidents at the gathering's edge began murmuring objections. Led by conservative representatives from each supernatural community who had rejected the treaty's implementation, they pushed forward with claims that the child would upset natural balance and threaten traditional power structures. "This unnatural mixing violates sacred boundaries," called one vampire elder, his ancient face contorted with disgust. "Supernatural separation has maintained our world's balance for millennia." Before either Megan or Marvin could respond to this challenge, something remarkable occurred. Instead of leadership intervention or security response, members of each community spontaneously moved to intercept the dissidents. Vampires blocking their own conservative faction, witches containing malcontent coven members, werewolves growling warnings to traditionalist pack representatives. This organic defense of the ceremony, protection offered by ordinary supernatural beings rather than formal leadership, provided the most compelling evidence yet that the change they had initiated had taken root beyond their direct influence. The dissidents, finding themselves confronted by their own communities rather than opposed faction members, retreated in confusion and apparent shame. Elder Matilda allowed herself a rare smile at this display, her ancient eyes bright with satisfaction as she completed the blessing ritual with final sacred phrases. As the ceremony concluded, supernatural representatives approached with personal congratulations and renewed pledges of cooperation, many expressing gratitude for the path Megan and Marvin had pioneered. "You've accomplished what my ancestors would have considered impossible," Dominic observed, as the ancient vampire offered formal felicitations. "Created connection where division once seemed our only protection." Similar sentiments echoed throughout the gathering. Supernatural beings who had once been deadly enemies now finding common purpose in celebrating new life that represented their shared future. By the time they returned to their private quarters, both Megan and Marvin felt the profound significance of what they had witnessed, not merely acceptance of their child, but fundamental transformation of supernatural society itself. The full moon hung low in the eastern sky 3 nights later, when Megan woke with the unmistakable sensation of her body preparing for birth. The timing seemed appropriate, their daughter choosing the power of the full moon to make her entrance into the world she would help reshape. "Marvin," she whispered, her hand finding his in the darkness. No further words were necessary, their mate bond instantly transmitting her physical state with complete clarity. He was immediately alert, calm efficiency replacing sleep as he began implementing the birth plan they had prepared with Elder Matilda and representatives from witch and vampire healing traditions. The next hours passed in intimate communion as Megan's labor progressed. Marvin never left her side through the challenging birth, their mate bond allowing him to share and ease her pain in ways no ordinary mate could experience. His strength became her anchor as contractions intensified, his unwavering support transforming what might have been ordeal into profound shared experience. the birth chamber filled with moonlight that seemed drawn to Megan's body, illuminating her curves as she labored to bring their child into the world. The light behaved unnaturally, focusing on her rounded belly in concentrated beams that followed her movements, responding to the extraordinary magic building within the room as three supernatural lineages prepared to converge in single new life. Elder Matilda directed proceedings with calm authority, while witch midwife and vampire healer monitored magical energies with specialized instruments. As labor intensified toward transition, Megan's hybrid nature revealed unexpected advantages, her body's unique design allowing adaptation to the challenging birth in ways ordinary physiology could not have achieved. In the final moments, when Megan gathered strength for her last efforts, their shared power created a protective cocoon around them, a visible manifestation of their mate bond expanding to include the child about to join them. Light spiraled in golden, purple, and crimson patterns, forming sacred geometry that Elder Matilda later claimed hadn't been seen in thousands of years of supernatural births. With final determined effort, Megan's body achieved what many had thought impossible, successfully birthing a child of three supernatural lineages. As their daughter emerged with a cry that sounded like wolf song, witch chimes, and vampire harmony combined, the mate bond flared between Megan and Marvin with renewed strength, creating permanent three-way connection that would bind their family together beyond ordinary bonds. "She's perfect," Marvin whispered, voice rough with emotion as he cradled their child with wondering hands before placing her on Megan's chest. Both parents watched in awe as their daughter's skin shimmered with subtle patterns similar to their mate bond markings, delicate spirals in gold, purple, and crimson that mapped her unique heritage in visible form. "Luna," Megan murmured, the name they had chosen together months earlier suddenly feeling entirely right for this extraordinary being. Luna Nash, daughter of three worlds. The baby's eyes opened at the sound of her name, revealing irises that shifted between colors, sometimes wolf gold like her father's, sometimes witch purple like her mother's hybrid form, occasionally flashing vampire crimson before settling into a unique prismatic pattern that contained elements of all three. Elder Matilda completed necessary birth rituals, with tears streaming unashamedly down her weathered cheeks, the ancient wolf witnessing fulfillment of prophecies her own grandmother had shared generations earlier. The witch midwife and vampire healer exchanged looks of stunned wonder as they recorded magical readings that defied conventional understanding of supernatural energies. When the birth team finally withdrew to give the new family privacy, Marvin settled beside Megan on their bed, his arm creating protective circle around both his mate and their newborn daughter. The exhaustion of labor gave way to peaceful contentment as they absorbed the miracle they had created together. Not just the child herself, but everything she represented for supernatural future. "She has your eyes," Megan observed with tired smile as Luna's gaze fixed on her father's face with unmistakable recognition. "At least some of the time." "And your strength," he replied, free hand gently tracing the curve of Megan's cheek with reverence, born of witnessing her power through childbirth. "Though hopefully not your stubbornness." Their soft laughter mingled in the peaceful quiet of their sanctuary, three heartbeats gradually synchronizing through the mate bond that now encompassed their daughter as well. Outside, word of the successful birth spread through supernatural communities with unprecedented speed, celebrations beginning spontaneously among beings who had once been bitter enemies. Luna's tiny hand wrapped around her father's finger with surprising strength, drawing his complete attention to her perfect features. "What do you think she'll become?" he wondered aloud, the question encompassing infinite possibilities for a being with such unprecedented heritage. "Whatever she chooses," Megan replied with certainty born of their own journey from rejection to acceptance. "That's the world we've built for her, one where differences are strengths rather than limitations, where boundaries can be crossed without losing essential nature, where prophecies speak of creation rather than destruction." As dawn light began filtering through their windows, illuminating the new family in gentle gold, they understood with perfect clarity that their greatest legacy wasn't political alliance or supernatural peace treaty, but this tiny being who embodied everything they had fought to establish. Living proof that different worlds could not only coexist, but create something extraordinary together. The vessel prophecy had indeed been fulfilled, though in ways none could have anticipated. Megan's curves, once source of mockery and isolation, had proven perfectly designed by ancient magic for exactly this purpose: to contain hybrid power that could bridge supernatural divides and nurture new life that would carry that harmony forward for generations to come. With Luna sleeping peacefully between them, Megan and Marvin exchanged a look that contained entire conversations, shared pride in what they had accomplished, determination to protect what they had created, and above all, profound love that had transformed Strategic Alliance into the most powerful mate bond their kinds had ever witnessed. "Our beginning," Marvin murmured, his hand covering hers where it rested protectively on their daughter. The simple phrase acknowledged that while one prophecy had reached completion, another journey was just starting, one they would navigate together as family bound by choice as well as destiny, by love as well as magic. Megan's answering smile held all the wisdom she had gained through her remarkable journey from outsider to vessel to mother. "The best kind of beginning," she agreed, their mate bond transmitting complete understanding that required no further words. Outside their windows, supernatural beings who had once been enemies continued celebrating together, while Luna dreamed her first dreams of a world without boundaries, the world her parents had created for her, where curves of the crescent moon housed power that created rather than destroyed, united rather than divided, healed rather than harmed. A world where differences were finally recognized not as flaws, but as the Moon Queen's greatest gifts. Epilogue: Moonlight Legacy. Moon year had passed since the blood moon ritual that had changed everything. The sacred Moon Queen circle stood bathed in silver light as the full moon rose above the ancient stones, illuminating the gathering of supernatural beings who had once been sworn enemies. The anniversary of Megan and Marvin's mate bonding had become more than personal celebration. It represented the new world they had helped create together. Megan stood at the circle's center, her daughter Luna cradled securely in her arms. Her body had retained some of the fullness from pregnancy, curves that once made her an outsider now proudly displayed in ceremonial robes specifically designed to honor rather than hide her form. The silver-white fabric embraced her generous hips and full breasts, embroidered with symbols representing all three supernatural lineages that had converged in her remarkable journey. Beside her, Marvin maintained protective watch over his family, while acknowledging the representatives who had traveled from distant territories to witness this significant anniversary. His powerful frame complemented Megan's curves, their physical differences no longer source of division, but visual representation of perfect balance, strength and softness, protection and nurturing, tradition and innovation harmonized in their union. Luna, now 4 months old, observed the gathering with extraordinary awareness for an infant. Her eyes shifted colors in mesmerizing patterns never before seen in any supernatural being. Sometimes wolf gold like her father's, sometimes witch purple like her mother's hybrid form, occasionally flashing vampire crimson before settling into unique prismatic blend that contained elements of all three. Subtle birthmarks on her tiny arms formed intricate patterns that matched elements of her parents' mate bond, the delicate spirals in gold, purple, and crimson serving as visible testament to her unprecedented heritage. When she smiled, which she did often, especially when magic manifested around her, all three supernatural races could recognize aspects of their own kind within her unique features. "She favors you around the eyes," Elder Matilda observed as she approached to pay respects to the Alpha family. The ancient wolf had become Luna's devoted honorary grandmother, her centuries of pack knowledge proving invaluable in navigating the uncharted territory of raising a truly hybrid child. "And her father when she's being stubborn," Megan replied with warm smile, the easy affection between alpha female and elder demonstrating how thoroughly pack dynamics had evolved in the past year. Representatives from all three supernatural factions had gathered in concentric circles around the sacred space. Werewolf packs maintaining respectful distance from vampire clans, while witch covens formed connecting patterns between formerly hostile groups. The arrangement wasn't without subtle tensions. Centuries of enmity couldn't dissolve completely in a single year. but genuine commitment to their new path was evident in the peaceful mingling that would have been unimaginable before Megan and Marvin's union. Saren approached from the witch contingent, her silver hair gleaming like moonlight as she offered formal greetings. "The covens have brought blessing gifts," she announced, gesturing to the crystal vessels her apprentices carried. "Prosperity enchantments for your territories and protection charms for little Luna." From the vampire delegation, Dominic stepped forward with aristocratic grace that had become less intimidating with familiarity. "The ancient houses offer tribute as well," he stated, presenting a small chest containing scrolls of supernatural knowledge previously hoarded by vampire archivists, historical records that may prove useful as your daughter's unique abilities develop. Each gift was acknowledged with appropriate ceremony, Marvin handling diplomatic responses while Megan maintained focus on Luna, who had begun responding to the gathering's magical energies. The infant's tiny fingers emitted occasional sparks of gold and purple light, her developing abilities manifesting spontaneously when exposed to concentrated supernatural presence. As moonlight reached its zenith, bathing the gathering in silver radiance, Evan approached as representative of allied werewolf packs. His position as Beta had expanded to include diplomatic responsibilities. His initial pain at losing Megan transformed into genuine respect for the extraordinary union she and Marvin had created. "The Pax acknowledged this mate bond anniversary," he announced formally, though his smile held personal warmth as he gazed at Luna with undisguised affection, "and recognized the legacy it has created for all supernatural beings." The ceremony progressed with representatives from each faction offering traditional acknowledgments adapted to accommodate their unprecedented circumstances. Throughout these formal exchanges, Luna remained remarkably calm, her ever-changing eyes tracking the proceedings with intelligence that belied her infant status. When ritual requirements had been satisfied and diplomatic obligations fulfilled, the gathering transitioned to celebration mode. Separate supernatural groups maintaining respective, comfortable distances while engaging in increasingly relaxed interaction. Music from 3 distinct cultural traditions began weaving together in harmonious counterpoint that mirrored their evolving alliance. In this moment of relative privacy, as attention shifted to celebrations, Megan and Marvin stepped to the exact center of the Moon Queen circle, where their mate bond had first fully activated 1 year earlier. The stones beneath their feet warmed slightly in recognition, ancient magic responding to their presence with subtle welcome. "The prophecy never foretold this outcome," Megan observed quietly, her free hand coming to rest with unconscious confidence on the curve of her hip, her body language showing complete self-acceptance where once she had tried desperately to minimize her differences. The journey from insecurity to pride remained one of her most personal transformations, alongside the more visible supernatural changes. Luna gurgled happily in her arms, tiny fingers reaching toward her mother's face with obvious recognition and love. The bond between them transcended ordinary maternal connection, their shared hybrid nature creating unique understanding that complemented the mate bond connecting all 3 family members. Marvin took Megan's other hand, the contact causing their mate bond to glow visibly between them, golden light spiraling up their arms in patterns that had grown more intricate with time and shared experience. His eyes, once cold with suspicion when they first met, now held warmth reserved exclusively for his mate and daughter. "We rewrote destiny," he replied, his voice carrying the weight of everything they had overcome together. Ancestral hatred, personal prejudice, supernatural limitations that had seemed insurmountable before their union proved otherwise. His free hand gently traced Luna's cheek with reverence that never diminished despite months of fatherhood. Created something no prophecy could have anticipated. As if responding to her father's touch, Luna suddenly reached upward toward the full moon overhead, her tiny fingers trailing golden light that spiraled into the night sky like luminous ribbons. The unexpected display drew gasps from nearby observers, supernatural beings of all kinds momentarily united in wonder at abilities none could fully comprehend. The moonlight intensified around them, focusing into concentrated beam that touched each family member in turn. Marvin's alpha strength, Megan's hybrid complexity, Luna's unprecedented potential, all illuminated by silver radiance that seemed to carry deliberate blessing. Those with magical sensitivity would later claim they felt the Moon Queen's presence in that moment, divine acknowledgement of the new path these unlikely mates had pioneered. "I sometimes wonder what she'll become," Megan whispered, watching as their daughter's magical display gradually subsided into ordinary infant behavior, Luna's attention shifting to playing with her mother's ceremonial necklace with typical baby curiosity. Marvin's arm slipped around her waist, drawing her against his side in protective gesture that had become natural reflex. "Something extraordinary," he replied with absolute certainty, but more importantly, something of her own choosing, rather than prophecy's dictation. The freedom to choose beyond predetermined limitations, that was perhaps their greatest gift to their daughter and the supernatural world she would help shape, where ancient texts had spoken of vessels and destruction, of rigid divisions and immutable separations. They had created connection and possibility instead. As celebrations continued around them, they shared private moment of perfect communion through their mate bond, memories of their journey flowing between them without need for words. From reluctant claiming ceremony to blood moon ritual, from pregnancy revelation to Luna's miraculous birth, every step had transformed strategic alliance into something profound and unbreakable. "Happy anniversary, my mate," Marvin murmured against Megan's temple, the formal phrase carrying intimate weight that made her lean further into his strength. "Happy beginning." She countered with smile that acknowledged their story continued unfolding with each passing day, each new challenge, each moment of discovery as they raised their unprecedented daughter. Luna chose that moment to demonstrate her developing awareness by placing one tiny hand against each parent's cheek, creating perfect triangle of connection that caused their mate bond to flare with renewed brilliance. The light spread beyond their family circle, touching the ancient stones and illuminating the gathering with gentle radiance that seemed to strengthen existing connections between formerly hostile supernatural beings. Representatives from all three factions paused in their separate celebrations, turning toward the source of this unexpected magic with expressions ranging from wonder to reverence. The sight of Alpha Pair and their extraordinary child outlined in magical light against the full moon created image none would forget. Living embodiment of what became possible when ancient hatreds gave way to new connections. "I believe that's our daughter's way of offering anniversary congratulations," Megan observed with quiet laughter, the joy in her voice matched by the happiness flowing through their mate bond. "Or showing off," Marvin suggested with the indulgent pride he reserved exclusively for Luna's magical displays. "She certainly didn't inherit your modesty." Their shared amusement drew Luna's delighted response, her changing eyes brightening as she sensed her parents' happiness through the family bond that had developed alongside their mate connection. Her tiny face scrunched in concentration before another smaller burst of golden light emerged from her fingertips, forming momentary crescent moon that hovered above her head like miniature halo, the perfect symbol, crescent moon representing the vessel prophecy that had initiated their journey, transformed by innocent magic into blessing rather than omen. Just as Megan's curves, once considered evidence of her outsider status, had proven essential to containing hybrid power and nurturing new life that would transform supernatural world, as moonlight bathed the gathering and Luna finally drifted towards sleep in her mother's arms, Megan and Marvin exchanged a look that contained entire conversations without need for speech. Their year together had created communication transcending ordinary limitations, mate bond allowing perfect understanding where once suspicion and misinterpretation had reigned. What had begun as strategic necessity had become their greatest strength, their unlikely union laying foundation for worlds where differences enhanced rather than divided, where prophecies offered possibilities rather than restrictions, where destiny could be rewritten by those brave enough to challenge ancient limitations. Around them, supernatural beings who had once been enemies continued their cautious celebration, not without tensions or setbacks, but committed to the new path these unlikely mates had illuminated. Beyond the sacred circle, territories once rigidly separated had begun developing permeable boundaries. Knowledge previously hoarded now flowed in careful exchanges, and children of mixed heritage emerged from hiding into communities where diversity received welcome rather than condemnation. The vessel prophecy had indeed been fulfilled, though in ways no ancient text had predicted. Megan's form, perfectly designed by the Moon Queen for her unique purpose, had contained power that created rather than destroyed, united rather than divided, healed rather than harmed. As Luna slept peacefully in her arms, tiny fingers still trailing occasional sparks of golden light, Megan leaned her head against Marvin's shoulder in rare public display of vulnerability. The Alpha's arm tightened protectively around her waist, his hand resting with possessive appreciation on the curve of her hip that had once been source of mockery and now represented strength beyond ordinary understanding. Together, they had rewritten destiny, transforming ancient hatred into unprecedented love, strategic alliance into unbreakable bond, uncertain prophecy into limitless potential. Their legacy lived not just in treaties or alliances, but in their sleeping daughter, whose very existence proved that boundaries existed to be transcended, that differences existed to be celebrated, that destinies existed to be rewritten by those courageous enough to choose creation over destruction, connection over division, love over fear. The Moon Queen's silver light embraced them all as another year began. Alpha pair and miracle child, united supernatural factions, ancient sacred stones. Blessing the new world these unlikely mates had created through their extraordinary journey, from outsiders to vessels to family, bound by love stronger than prophecy itself.